In just 30 days' time, 20 teams from all over the world will once again on the internet in Montreal, where Furia and W7M, yes, Wood and FaZe have all secured their spot. The big news, though, and the focus of today, we still have 2 spots up for grabs, one of which is available here in closed league play. Welcome to day 2, day 3, I guess, of the playoffs now, every finals day, where we have 2 important things on our minds. Who is in Brazil? And, of course, who will be the final team heading to Major from this playoff prep. Welcome in, everybody, alongside Fast Anson. I'm Jonas Willinger, and we've got quite ahead, but so far, safe that with Liquid and FaZe going to the Major, I think the 2 best teams in Brazil have rightfully earned their spot in Montreal.
100%, especially how many times these 2 teams have faced each other before as well. They are the big titans with the most history in Brazil League. We've got, well, it's weird to call maybe Furia a new team, but of course their dynasty having gone on for about 2 years now, with the continue of making it to the international events. We're seeing that, and we're seeing W7M as well shown themselves on the international stage before, but looking to make it back.
Yeah, big day, as you said. An elimination game here in lower part of the bracket. This place matchup, which will determine which of these finals will make the Major. You see how it's played out so far. We began in the quarterfinals with taking an unexpected win over Esports, who had been so strong throughout the group stage, but Team Liquid stopped that Furia team in the tracks. On the other side, it was W7M came in the higher seed compared to FaZe Clan, but yesterday, and Clan made it look relatively easy, sent W7M down to this nation match.
Yeah, it shows he can get first or second in the group stage bye, which is generally seen as an right. You get that one game closer to the Major. You have that safety net, whereas if you don't win that game, you still have the Major qualification game underneath that. It kind of shows how it also can't be an advantage for you, because maybe FaZe were warmed up from the game they had played against NIP the day prior to that, because they came out of the gates absolutely storming yesterday.
Yeah, Furia is one of these teams that we've seen on international competition so many times. And today, as they take on W7M, it will be about proving that they are here to play. Now, of course, Liquid and FaZe are going to be our first matchup of the day. That's where things will begin. As we said, still got to figure out the best team in Brazil, and you could learn a lot about a potential Major matchup at the Major if this one goes the distance.
Yeah, I think this is obviously about a bit of the pride when it comes to this being able to say, you know, we won Brazil League Stage 2. It's about 10,000 USD more and 5 SI points. So like we said yesterday, 5 SI points doesn't sound like a lot, but it can generally make the difference, because that's exactly what happened last year and how I think it was BDS fell just short of being able to make it to SI.
Yeah, every single SI point can be so impactful when it comes to the final standings for that, of course, biggest event of the year. But as we said, although that is for pride, that second game that is really for all the marbles here in the playoffs. Of course, the format allows still the loser of that matchup to still qualify through the last chance qualifier, but we hinted at this yesterday, and the LCQ, especially in Brazil, is just so unpredictable, so cutthroat that you just don't want to have to risk going there.
Yeah, and talk about unpredictable. We had the 5th place seeding match earlier today, which was happening off stream between E1 and NIP. E1 took that game 2-1, which I guess if you look at the competition, how it's been throughout the group stage, kind of predictable. But given the organization NIP is, you don't expect them to fall short in an LCQ seeding match. But like we said, there will be upsets going into the LCQ, and whereas we have 3 spots through the regular playoffs bracket, in LCQ there's only 1.
Well, the craziest part about this stage has really been the rise and fall of some of these teams. Take E1, for example. Hot start through the group stage, fell off a little bit here in the playoffs. On the other hand, you had a team like Furia, who was really rocky through 4, 5, 6, 7 play days of the group stage. It was looking very concerning, but then they turned things around in a big way. We'll focus on them, of course, in our second matchup of the day today, the big major qualification match. But Ike, earlier, dived into this roster a little bit more.
What's up, everyone? Ike here, analyst from the Brazilian channels. Limits are something everyone has, and no matter how far or close they may be, it's inevitable that they show up eventually. And well, that's the case for Furia. So far, the Panthers have been having a season of ups and downs with the title under their belt, the Supercopa do Brasil, but also some frustrations, like their performance in the second round of this stage. By the way, notice how the Panthers' 5th place in the standings makes sense. Herds and Case's team started the regular season by beating MIBR. And until that point, nothing special. After all, Made in Brazil proved to be a rather weak team throughout the competition. Then Furia slipped a bit and started losing important points, being defeated by W7M and Vivo Cade Stars. After that, a quick recovery, but again against a vulnerable opponent and on safe ground. In this case, it was Fluxo on bank. Then the Panthers stumbled once again. A loss against the Cavalry, another against FaZe Clan, and it seemed like Furia had given up on a GSL spot. But almost no one expected a final burst of energy when the team won 3 decisive matches in their last 3 games against Black Dragons, E1 and Ninjas and Pajamas.
Tudo que a Fúria precisava, eu falei, Felipox, o animal e o JV!
That's why, at times like these, even a laid-back youngster like Nade knows it's time to give a serious response on the matter. Check this out.
Foi turno de altos e baixos, começo com o pé direito, umas quedas aí em algumas partidas, algumas dificuldades, mas foi turno de muito aprendizado e muita evolução.
Então, a gente teve início de campeonato aí conturbado, tava meio não jogando nosso jogo, a gente tava pensando em várias coisas ali, daí a gente tava treinando bem, só que chegava na hora do campeonato, a gente meio que fugia um pouco do nosso controle, o que tava acontecendo na partida, mas conseguimos buscar aí a classificação pros playoffs e agora ninguém para nós.
Yeah, that super confident comment from JV contradicts reality a little, because the team was just recently counting points for qualification. But in the end, the Panthers did go far. However, a reminder is necessary. The team has still not managed to be consistent in 2024. In the first round, things also got complicated. They had 5 wins and 4 losses, a final position below expectations for an invitational champion, and a lot of questioning. It was practically a copy and paste in terms of performance. That's why we decided to ask Felipe Sá, the multiple champion twin with W7M, what was going on between him and his teammates that put the team on this roller coaster of emotions in both the first and second split. Go ahead, Nade.
A gente classificou no limite, acho que por conta de algumas dificuldades que a gente passou durante esse split, alguns erros que a gente estava cometendo. Acho que dentro de jogo, em algumas situações a gente não estava se entendendo muito bem. Na comunicação a gente também estava pecando um pouco. Então acho que esses eram os principais erros. Então a gente foi ajustando conforme a semana ia passando, os dias iam passando. A gente deu na vida aí no treino para poder melhorar esses pontos.
Okay. Apparently the problems have really been solved, but there's still one final challenge left. Today's challenge, in this case. And well, it's not like we didn't expect another confident and relaxed comment from one of the team stars. Once again, JV92. What was the expectation for this GSL? Going to the major, of course. Nothing less.
A expectativa é a gente classificar, né, pro Major Montreal. sempre fui para todos os meios desde que eu entrei no competitivo e não vai ser agora em Montreal que eu não vou participar, né?
And with this categorical statement about JV and company's participation in the Montreal Major, I say goodbye to you. Have a great match and may the best team win. Thanks everyone. See you next time.
Well, a great look at what, personally, and I think was one of the most fascinating storylines this stage, because it was a team that you expected to see so much more out of right out the gate, struggling a little bit in Brazil before eventually finding their footing towards the end.
Yeah, getting to the top is one thing, but being able to stay at the top obviously is so much more difficult, because once you start winning these events, you become the #1 target for people to take down. Everyone starts to try and counter-strat you and see what they can do to take you down in the regular stage, in the playoffs. But what we're seeing here is that Furia had that little bit of a dip because they were saying, you know, our communication wasn't going as we wanted to. We weren't playing the game like we wanted to, and they took the time to fix those issues, iron them out, and in that way try and come back towards the top. But one comment that stuck to me that Intero made a few days ago on Brazil was that the incline of this roster happened sort of simultaneously with the slowdown of the meta, which, if you think about it, it makes so much sense because this team likes to play very aggressive.
Thriving in those moments where they can control the pace. Here's an example of just one of the areas that they've been stepping up and improving. Simply their ability to get kills. I mean, this is a stat, of course, combining the kills from stage 1 and stage 2. But after that uptick in performance in stage 2 here, and we're seeing players like JB92, Herds, and KZ, the 3 top players in terms of just sheer number of kills across Brazil.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see that. I mean, specifically for Hertz and KZ, these players are just scary to go up against when they're having their day. We heard players say in the interviews, like, once these two are on a roll, there is absolutely no way of stopping them. And JV92 has been a very clutch player, in my opinion. He's had super important moments for his team. I'm thinking back of that one round on Chalet, where he managed to get a 1v4 that he was absolutely not allowed to get, but still got away with it, really contributing to him being the #1 in kills right now.
There's been so many reasons I think we've pointed to this team as one of the best. Of course, we've talked with Fellapox in those interviews saying how they've really been able to hit the reset button, kind of change their mentality, deal with the problems they've been having, and fix them. And with that approach, it seemed that until they ran into a hot Liquid yesterday, it's been a very good performance from them for the most part. But that will be our second match of the day. So we're going to step aside, give Furia a chance to breathe, give W7M a chance to breathe, and right now focus on the first place match in Brazil between Liquid and FaZe, both of whom didn't have the toughest time in the world getting through that opening round, that semi-final matchup yesterday. FaZe, after doing 2 rounds of play, but FaZe, and winning that in 2, Liquid, they did have to go all 3 maps.
That's true. Yeah, Liquid had a way closer game than that we saw FaZe have. FaZe absolutely came out the gate storming in that game. It was super dominant for them. From Liquid, it was a little bit closer for them. Their match, despite, you know, having that bye going into the playoffs as well, they started on the back foot, having to come back against Furia here. But we're going to talk about FaZe first, because what we saw from them yesterday was absolutely phenomenal. All these players individually stepped up massively. I mean, even someone like Handy, the plays that he got away with, absolutely insane. They won 11 rounds on defense after being down 1-3 on Consulate. And I think it was not just them being better at the shooting department, they were also just dashing out mental hits to their opponents with interrogations, with runouts that they absolutely should not be getting.
Well, you mentioned the defensive success that FaZe have had. Coming into the day yesterday, FaZe was already the most intimidating defensive team in the league with a 73% win rate on defense. That is now a 75% defense rate on win rate on defense, excuse me. But Liquid, on the other hand, have the second best defensive win rate, but there is still a 10% difference in those numbers. Now, that may not seem like a lot, but when you are playing 70, 80 rounds on defense over the course of just this second stage, those numbers can add up quick.
Yeah, what we saw from Liquid in their game was that they kept a little bit of a card up their sleeve, and that card was a lair. They decided not to bring it out in the group stage at all, and brought it out in the playoffs in a very important game. We spoke to them afterwards in the interview as well, where they confirmed that, and it showed that they were prepping this because they were absolutely amazing on that map. I think Liquid just had the basics right going into their game yesterday. Their communication was right. They were having a lot of pressure on attack, using the shields well, just kind of using the way the meta is at the moment to their, benefits.
Well, some of the top guys we've talked about on both of these rosters, I mean, you could mention any single one of the 10 players in this lobby, and you would have an argument for why they are the most important contributor on this team. Today, we look at Palu and Handy, some of the top performers over the course of their last couple of games. In terms of performance in the league as a whole, you've got Palu always sitting in that 1, 2, or 3 position. Handy just behind him in 4th place in stage 2 overall. But you're looking at 2 players who have had tremendous performances and just continue to play lights out day after day.
Yeah, and it might just be that these 2 players will find each other on that entry game, which is kind of crazy to say, right, given that Handy plays these more supportive operators, but he's been getting super active on the entry, and likewise for Palu getting active on the entry. I love to see it, despite him being around in this game for so long. He's still successful on the entry, and this is a battle that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on for this best of 3.
Yeah, good call there for sure, because you're seeing these players go toe-to-toe at the start of rounds, in the middle of rounds, end of rounds. Again, you're seeing teams and players get a little bit more versatile with their roles, with their operator selection. We mentioned Vidiking so much yesterday because you love to see a support player put in a position of power and thriving in a situation like that. But of course, yesterday, and a big talking point was I would say creativity in map selection. We didn't see a lot of Clubhouse, Cafe, Chalet, Bank. We saw Labs, we saw Lair, we saw Consulate. We saw a lot of, maps to keep us on our toes a little bit. Personally, would love to see some more Lair because we were loving the action we got there yesterday.
100%. I'd be keen to see some Lair here today as well. And given the history that these 2 teams have had against each other, I did the head-to-head on Wikipedia yesterday. Apparently they played against each other 40 times, so they probably played off against each other on every single map we've ever had in the map pool. But the 3 maps we'll have for today will this pick. It's a great map for both teams, really. FaZe did beat NIP on it and W7M yesterday, so they got some good positive results on it quite recently. For Liquid, that has been a bit longer ago. Liquid themselves pick Nighthaven Labs. Day 1 at 7-4 versus Furia. A great map for them. It's a bit 50-50 for FaZe, we can say. They don't have any real recent results on it, and I'm just so excited to see this Lair as a decider. We talked about Liquid keeping this as a card up their sleeve, and FaZe are like the Lair experts so far in Brazil League, given that they've played it 3 times so far. Won it 2 out of those 3 times as well, and one of those being yesterday.
Consulate's a scarier one. Gotta echo those thoughts, Anne, because Liquid going to that map after we saw Consulate yesterday for FaZe looked very good. They did not drop a single defensive round. They look extremely clean the whole time. So that'll be a heck of a place to start. But as we say, this is a best of 3, and in Brazil, you can almost always expect these to go the distance. Well, to call our action today, we once again welcome in Lynx and Stokes, who did such a great job covering those crazy games yesterday, and we'll be back again today. Lynx, I know we were talking a little bit before this, but energy's up there. Teams are feeling good. We're feeling good. This is just gonna be a big day.
It is. I'm feeling very good personally, mainly because when you're in the finals, obviously, I think it's very exciting. And sometimes when we have matches that don't necessarily have major qualifications on the line, we as casters always say, oh, teams might not try, the teams might not do whatever. But when it's the final, when you're fighting to be the best in Brazil, the ego comes into play, and teams get excited for that reason. And me personally, I'm excited for this because FaZe might get their 4th first place finish in Brazil since, I believe this is correct, since Blast entered the ecosystem. FaZe have won every stage in Brazil, I believe. So
that's
a lot on
insane.
the line for them.
A lot on the line to keep that streak going. Of course, as we said, they both have made the major already, Stokes. But last time these 2 teams played, which was the very end of the group stage, it was a similar situation. It was ended up 7-1 FaZe, but it was also Clubhouse and a situation where both teams were already locked into playoffs. Do you think that matchup is going to be looming in the minds of either of these teams right now, the last time they faced on that map, even though that was a best of 1?
I don't really think so. I mean, best of one's just so different, Jonah, right? I mean, there's so many things that can happen inside of that, a lot of ways that you can get away with things. And a best of three, it's just a longer series. You have more chances to adapt. You have more chances to overcome at the end of the day. So that's what I'm going to look here, towards today. Who's going to be resilient? Who's going to be ready for those long, grueling games when we eventually get to land?
Alrighty, well, last order of business is to send things over to you guys. Have fun. Best team in Brazil. Let's figure that out.
Thank you very much, Jonah and Ann. Appreciate it very much. And we have our top two in Brazil to watch and enjoy. Sam, FaZe versus Liquid, a rematch of the Stage 1 finals all the way from last year in 2023. And personally, I think if there were ever a time for Liquid to break that hot streak of FaZe, it might be this stage where they very much seem like the best team in Brazil.
Yeah, most definitely. If you would have talked about Liquid a year ago, a lot of people would have been like, they're kind of in between right now. Things aren't exactly coming together in the way that we're used to, but they're a lot more comfortable in their current iteration. And honestly, I'm a lot more comfortable putting my confidence in them as well, especially with that man right there, Maya, helping direct around a lot of Liquid's
Sam, I hate to break your
plays.
streak. I'm sorry, but you're muted in Discord. I can't fake it any longer.
Well, I was going off there for a little bit, buddy, but we got things fixed. Either way, yeah, what I was getting at, Lynx, is that Liquid, fantastic in this current iteration. If you would have talked to me a year ago about things, they're kind of between, right? But as of now, they feel very confident in this, and I feel confident putting my confidence in this squad, especially with Maya now in this roster. I think they've been playing extremely well. Now, here's the thing. We talk about FaZe. We talk about how unbelievably talented this roster is. And the main thing is, for me, guys, is that this roster is coming in with a chip on their shoulder. They have been the bridesmaid, not the bride, so many times throughout 2024. And it's high time that FaZe gets something for themselves.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Brazil has been one thing, but getting that major, getting that international title, I thought Manchester was their event with Furious sort of sliding down. And it wasn't. Obviously, it wasn't BDS's either. NA on top. Big dog, dap me up, Sam. Just want to get that out of the way. But of course, will FaZe be able to get that victory in Brazil? Will Liquid be able to knock them off? I'm sure both these teams are very excited to see who will be the best. But to figure that out, let's just talk to them ourselves.
FaZe Clan tá complicado aí nos últimos dias, mano. Eu não lembro quando a gente ganhou dos caras mais, mano. A última vez que eu lembro, acho que foi eu Coping, mano. Sei lá, FaZe tá complicado aí. Os caras estão jogando muito. Vai ser um jogo difícil e tal, mas é sempre um jogo pegado.
O jogo contra a Team Liquid sempre é um jogo muito difícil, jogo pegado, né? O clássico do Rainbow Six. Não vai ser diferente dessa vez, vai ser um jogo difícil, mas a gente vai acabar levando a melhor aí.
Na FaZe Clan, acho que é o Thiagão, né? O Range aí tá desempenhando muito bem. Mano, tipo assim, carregando os caras num nível muito absurdo ultimamente. Então, acho que o Thiago.
Quem tem que ficar de olho na Liquid atualmente é o Resets, vem se destacando bastante e acredito que ele seja o principal destaque atualmente.
Vamos farpar os caras que nós não ganhamos. A gente vai farpar os caras que nós não tá ganhando? Não vou, foi mal, o bagulho tá zoado pro nosso lado. Essa aí você deixa quieto.
O que eles falaram? Não vou nem discutir, o freguês sempre tem razão.
Well, is the customer always right when the only thing FaZe are selling are knuckle sandwiches? We shall find out. Will they keep their streak? Will they be the 4-time champion of the Brazil League? We will find out as our first map is Consulate, FaZe's pick. And Sam, we saw a masterclass in this map yesterday, and Liquid, they're good, but FaZe are really good.
Yeah, they're very dynamic, especially when it comes to their defenses. I don't think we can highlight that enough. And you'll probably hear us touch on that ad nauseum here today throughout this series. But obviously, FaZe is going to be starting on their lesser side. So we'll see if they're able to pull things across the line. That's going to be the other focal point for you and I throughout this day. What does FaZe Clan accomplish on these offenses, especially as Liquid is trying to hamstring things just a bit with that Monty ban, trying to slow up a little bit of that shield play from Vita King. Really like this ban here from Liquid. Monty, obviously a huge piece of the puzzle when it comes to the meta anyways, so good to limit it there. Ying's going to be the other offensive ban. We'll have the other ones pour in, Azami and Fenrir. Pretty straightforward when it comes to the defense, if you ask me.
Yeah, FaZe seems to be pretty flexible on their consulate bans. They've always typically banned not only a different attacker, but a different defender as well. Whereas FaZe, they don't like the Ying. They don't like playing the Ying on this map, even though it might technically hamstring their attacks. FaZe's strength on the defense is their setup. It's not like Furia where they go for these big roams. It's not even necessarily the gunplay, despite the talented fraggers that they have. It's just how well this team can hold down the site. And what is the antithesis to that? Well, a couple of Ying Candelas thrown in the middle of things. Azami being taken off the board is important as well, obviously, because it's Azami. You know exactly why that's a problem.
These are these operators links where it's just mutually assured destruction, right?
Yeah.
You're just like, all right, nobody hit the big red button. One of us is going to remove one of these, and we're just going to continue on with our day.
And also just to set the stage, I think to be fair for both teams, because Liquid, I think still, even in some people's minds, as we get into the specifics, need to be a little bit differentiated from that stage 1 team, because they're obviously guaranteed second here at a minimum. They have made leaps and bounds in performance since that stage. But looking at stage 1, Consulate was a pretty middling map for them. But as we get into not only the off-season, but specifically stage 2, where they haven't actually played it yet, in the off-season by itself, Liquid are on a 5-game win streak on this. FaZe might have only lost it twice in the entirety that New Consulate has been in the pool, both in overtime. But Liquid are on a bit of a streak themselves, so don't count them out, especially as they get the starting side or defense.
Yeah, it's a proper battleground between these two. You know, right when we ended up seeing the map ban phase, it's like, oh, this is definitely going to be interesting. You know, both of them feeling confident on this map, but somebody's got to be the victor at the end of the day. So we'll see which way the ebb and flow goes. Some angles built up here on the top floor that the offense is going to be a little worried about. There's really nobody in the vicinity, though, except for Palu, who's actually on the same floor, still putting up utility 45 seconds into the round. This extension is something that FaZe will continue to have to try and hold on to and make sure that Liquid do not get a solid wrap. Gonna try and get that hatch open, but now this aggressive stint here. Palu right around the corner, and this could be our first bout already in round 1.
Yeah, probably glad he placed that busy utility late, as it reveals Cyber's position walking up. Definitely a battle that we're going to see is Cyber fighting anybody off-site. Like you mentioned, not only in this round, but Cyber will likely be the guy to try and deal with that early. But his position being noticed by that Banshee, he decides to back off, try to find a bit more information. Nesk has also come to support him, and Maya as well. Obviously, it's basement, so they have all these players have pretty easy paths back, whether down Visa or Spiral Stairs, but shows that they're ready to challenge this threat, but also are worried about it. Dokkaebi call has gone out, as FaZe are still probing all around the map. Look at how spread out this attack is. They're trying to find their way into the building.
Yeah, they're trying to find this angle to try and sucker punch Liquid. They want to get away with something for free here and do some damage while doing so. Soul's downstairs. I will say this, Lynx. Liquid has done a seriously good job of limiting their deaths here, trying to play things out to the limit. Will finally get them punished as Lagonis will be found. FaZe Clan continuously churning to try and find new angles, but resets will battle back. Have one over near yellow as the collapse will start to come in.
Nesk spotting the buck. Souls moving down in through the server very early on, try to cut off those roamers. Cyber's the one who capitalized off of it, but it's the other side. Cyber cut down on the back, of course, but now KDS on the front cut short. FaZe are keeping things pretty even. Vidaking, talk about a standout player, unleashed off the Monty. Him and Handy both getting 2 in that late round push. I was kind of confused. FaZe are all over the place. Little did I know, that was the strategy all along.
That was some controlled chaos, right? I mean, they finally got the full wrap around Liquid. And just started, you know, on that first domino. That was the big thing there. They find that pick, and yeah, it goes traded by resets, but you got to think about the space and what FaZe are now capable of taking control of. And that's where it comes into, you know, crunch time for Liquid. There's really not much they can do when those angles start to pour in, as FaZe just winning fights left and right, and makes things difficult for the very core of that defensive setup, as Liquid is completely bowled over, not feeling confident in that basement setup any longer either. As I will say this, they did a very good job of delaying things out, but FaZe knew what was necessary with that controlled chaos at the tail end.
And I also just like, obviously you talked about controlled chaos, but dealing with the roam just by getting everybody into seemingly the exact position to cut things off on that backside, really, really good stuff. Always, you know, it's fun to watch sometimes two teams just collapse head on into each other, but that quieter, more strategic play can be quite satisfying. CEO defense now coming up from Liquid. No Amaru on the board, sadly, but the Amaru rush isn't really exactly FaZe's MO when you think about it playstyle-wise, but a Blitz, a Capitao, They're okay with that. Scopo's also in the cards. And it's pie vending machine, of course. Where else would it be?
Yeah. You have that shield on resets. No nitro cell for him, so probably going to be another deployable either there or somewhere around one of the stairwells, I would assume. I've been seeing that quite often here, especially over towards yellow, but obviously they have free will, so resets and Liquid can put that wherever they want. But as for FaZe Clan, this strategy is just speaking things to me right now, Lynx. I'm thinking some admin side shenanigans, maybe trying to get rid of that shield over there with the Roteros or maybe some of the Capital bolts, but it already seems like FaZe Clan want to try and work their way upstairs. They are aware that there could be somebody in this mid floor. You all saw those broken down walls over near the very core of this map. So that's why we continue to see Cyber kind of check things out, see if there's anybody patrolling around these bottom 2 levels.
He'll probably try to go for that lurk later on in the round as well. Once Nesk and the rest of the defenders around the long desk are focused on trying to fend off Handy's push in through admin. You predicted that there'd be some admin shenanigans, and I certainly agreed, but normally when we see the blitz, it usually is just a hop down yellow, so I thought maybe it'd be kind of a feint of pressure on that side, but no, the bulk of the push really does seem to be admin, even with that blitz. All the Vulcan canisters popped very early. Thank you to the Twitch for that one. Very good utility clear. And this Scopos, what do you know? Unshielded behind the vending machine, but she can teleport out at any time.
That's going to be the beauty of the situation here.
Oh.
Past that, it's going to be Palu with one and Maya with another. That's a beaut for Liquid to start things off. Almost gets the third as well, but that'll be Reset's job instead. And they'll put FaZe Clan under their hind legs. Not really much here for them to do now. I mean, they can try and work off of Handy, but this trade game is going to have to go absurdly positive for FaZe.
And especially when one of those players is the blitz, he can make the space, but getting trades, Souls might just have to work off the chaos he creates as best he possibly can. 3 players around Spiral, make that 2, almost make that 1. Very nice snap to the head right there, but the shots go wide. Silver lining, you can pick him back up. That 417 is such a lethal weapon. Even on low HP, Souls might be good for one more. Never mind, Palu has the more favorable angle. Souls can't even see him. Palu can't even see Handy through the smoke, but that doesn't stop him from putting a bullet in his head. 1-1, tie game, 2 rounds in.
He keeps getting older, but the skill stays the same. That's the craziest thing about Palu. He's practically the LeBron James of Siege. It's just like, isn't this guy 40? It's craziness. Liquid's going to get their first one. Palu, triple kill. Those two things usually go hand in hand. And Liquid's going to be happy with that top floor defense. Now, what do they want to do? At basement defense, I like the extension links. It usually begs you to do so on a consulate basement defense. You want to try and slow up the offense, especially on this mid-floor clear, as this verticality is an absolute nuisance if you just give it up for free. But Liquid, they don't feel like going back downstairs. They don't feel like the roam game was exactly applicable to their current situation, and I have to agree. FaZe Clan have done a very good job of keeping things slow, steady, and winning the race in a scenario like that, and they've continued to do so throughout this entire playoffs. Don't give them a chance like that. Convert over to something else, a newer look. Make them try and problem solve something that's fresh, and that's exactly what we're going to do. The top floor available to Liquid to try and hold things down over this bomb site, and that's what we're going to build upon.
I also think when you look at the roam that Liquid are running on basement, they had 3 players around the Visa position, but they didn't have anybody directly in server. They had somebody rotating there late, but nobody actually inside of that position. And server can be a bit difficult to keep a handle on. Hello, no analysis
well
because Cyber just Gara hooks in and Nest completely caught off guard. Very nice opening pick acquired by FaZe. And as I was about to say, well, on X position, there's not really a position like server that might feel a bit awkward to hold. You can easily put somebody on yellow with a shotgun, have players holding CEO while keeping an eye on, say, bathroom, and then, of course, the site is 1 floor below. Pretty easily to keep consolidated on the opposite side of the map from admin, over on that yellow side. But unfortunately, as Nesk has fallen, now the manpower is a little strapped. 3 players up top and 1 directly spotting Palu. Somebody thinking about creeping up to that barricade right now. Who else could it be but Cyber? G8 as well. No shotgun whatsoever. Double automatics. Maya now just around the corner. Might look to take the engagement. Oh, Cyber caught on the timing. And Handy caught on the spray transfer. That is the Maya we needed to see on map 1 yesterday, but the one we definitely saw on maps 2 and 3 against Furia.
Yeah, with that starter there from FaZe Clan, the spearhead of Cyber once again coming through. Something had to go the way of Liquid. It had to be a clip. And that time around, it was Maya as he was able to pick up 2 in a pretty fancy way there inside of Checkers. I do know he's in behind vending, but I don't know if he's going to try and give up the goods. He'll give up the position at least. Now, Maya, a known quantity, and behind the vending machine. But what a way to fight back for Liquid. I ended up finding that things are coming in from admin, especially with that pick onto Nesk early. They try and put some chips down in this area, and it works out. Checkmate for round 3. FaZe Clan trying to find a way back in now with a minute remaining.
They have one Dokkaebi call, so could find some information on anybody playing down below, but again, there's only one. It's just one guy maybe around the site. Doesn't even seem like there is one, but he might be over by main lobby side. KDS could run into him pretty quickly. They'll start rotating up spirals. Souls takes the fight with the guy vending machine. They are trying to pinch Maya in this position, or maybe find the guy behind long desk. Vidiking taken down by Palu. It's looking rougher and rougher for FaZe. A triple kill for Maya. Give him 4 at this point. Resets just with the ego hop out. Very nice defense from Liquid, and got to give a lot of credit to Maya in that round. Obviously triple kill, but takes a very, very big gamble on himself to win those 2 gunfights, and wins both. Still being around 20 HP, but a win is a win. I mentioned that Maya not performing super well was important for map 1 against Furia yesterday, because Liquid lost it 8-6 in overtime, Sam. And Palu was 15-9. Nesk and Resets both had 13 and 12 kills. If Maya shows up when he was the MVP on the second 2 maps of that series, that's probably a 2-0 for Liquid. That's how important that player can be.
100%. And, you know, that's why we kind of highlighted him initially. Maya coming into this Liquid squad is what's given people a lot of confidence in the fact that Liquid could win something very major, you know, in the coming months and potentially throughout 2025. But when he's missing from the server and nobody's really able to pick up the pieces, that's when things struggle the most for Liquid. But hey, we're seeing it here today. Sometimes Liquid needs a hero, and Maya happened to be it in round 3. Liquid's going to pull the lead here now on Consulate. So they're trying to put together a couple more of these defenses. A mid-floor defense here now for them as they'll continue to try. Oh, I lied. I thought we were, for some reason, in the middle of the building. But either way, downstairs, and they're going to extend things up top.
I don't know what it is about Consulate, but I feel like I like mix up like calling the sites more on this map than literally any other. Like, I never have the problem anywhere. And then on Consulate, for some reason, I'm like, is that exposition? Is that basement? Second floor is pretty easy because it's like two feet away from the camera, but
yeah, no, it always messes with me as well, just because, like, I don't know why, but sometimes, like, the old Consulate is just like speaking to me like the Green Goblin mask, dude. It's terrible. It's terrible, but I digress. Liquid, I really like that they're now leaning back into that basement defense. You know, these defenses have been quite solid so far, and they don't really feel as though they need to go into that split setup, as things can get pretty risky with that thing, Carter. We've seen it go awry quite a few times in our day, especially just because you can prioritize things in that server and find so many areas to plant.
Yeah, dodge those C4s, dodge a whole lot of stuff. Nesk looking to dodge his 3rd death so far, 2nd opening death in a row, and it will not go his way. You can take solace in the fact that he died to Cyber within 18 seconds in the previous round, and Liquid still won. So Nesk dying early is not at all an indicator that things might go awry. Lagonis holding on to the yellow stairs close with a shotgun might be the contender to bring this back into a 4v4 for Team Liquid. Can be a difficult position as an attacker to try and take yellow when a shotgun can peek up the stairs, peek down the stairs, rotate up, and have the exact same advantage gunfight with that close quarters position.
Oh, I'm loving this Jackal play here from FaZe. Bringing this in on Handy might be one of the biggest deals to clearing this roam. Cyber's going to get one. Handy will get traded out by Lagonis, but the lead's still maintained by FaZe Clan. You know, somebody's over on yellow. These smokes constantly pouring in. KDS isn't going to get much just yet as the rotation doesn't come through. In fact, Lagonis doubles down. He moves in piano, holding on to this verticality, but FaZe Clan, they've got a second layer to this. Up top, they hold some angles too, and this hatch that could be the escape hatch for our Team Liquid player might end up being his demise. With less than a minute remaining, Team Liquid trying to make sure that this basement defense ends up on the right side of history.
Lagonis on low HP could be very, very difficult. Paul and Resets will hold down the site as FaZe have the time, have their pick of the litter when it comes to where they want to push. The Lagonis, he is just waiting upstairs with that shotgun. Oh, he'll be revealed by the drone, though, and just tries to escape outside the building. Oh, Resets with the flank upstairs. FaZe try to pounce on that play, and Resets is able to capitalize off of it, but a key trade by Souls. Time being wasted, though. Paulo might be on low HP, but look at how much small amount of time that has taken away from FaZe's attack. Palu down, though. Souls needs to put this diffuser on the floor, needs to even get close. We've only got 1 second left, and he just gets into position, but Lagonis doesn't have the information, and Vidiking has the exact angle. Bit too close for comfort, if you ask me, but FaZe win Garage both times.
Yeah, Liquid probably a lot more happy with how that defense went, but still the same result as the first time around, just not nearly as punishing. Getting it down to the 2 versus 2. Palu almost able to hit the shot there at the bottom of Spiral as well, and that more than likely would have spelled disaster for FaZe Clan's second offense. But instead, FaZe Clan capable of taking things a little bearing 9 action after that clear ended up going at least positively enough for them to transition into the basement. Now, in round 5, Team Liquid will go to the split site for the very first time. We officially have all the sites played here on Consulate.
Always appreciate that, and I suppose bit of a shock. Only 3 C4s instead of 4. I mean, I don't know what we can do about that. Market's tight, prices are rising, you know. Inflation.
This inflation, man.
It's
I mean,
bad,
we just can't afford another nitro cell.
In this economy, I don't know. 3 nitro cells, of course, will be perfectly fine to get the job done, especially as you have the Maestro. You can place the Evil Eyes inside of the teller's site to see if anybody actually tries to go for a plant in that position, or just force out more utility clear from the attacking side. No Flores brought by FaZe, though, so when it comes to the utility to actually clear it, the Brava is actually going to be the main source of it, and what do you know? Gets one right off the bat.
Yeah. Common Day Siege is a heck of a lot different than what we used to be doing, huh? These Evil Eyes no longer safe, and it's not just explosives you got to worry about. You got to worry about Bravo rolling a drone in here and stealing away 2 of them. Maestro probably not going to be too happy with that, as these are fully under control of the offense now, and he can even use it to get rid of the default camera. They've got some really good oversight of some key positions here too, Lynx, as you can see towards front desk. Not only that, but you can probably keep track, at least partially, some of the players there inside of tellers. So very well done to FaZe with that knee-jerk change, moving over to Brava, being able to soak up some of this utility. Now, the key thing here for me with FaZe Clan's operator choices overall is that RAM, they're more than likely going to want to implement that on the top floor. We usually don't see them try and go for that mid-floor execute and try and rip up the teller's flooring, just because a lot of the times this defense usually leads to some players up top inside of admin. We'll see what Liquid want to do with this and how FaZe respond. It's going to be FaZe to get the very first shot off, and Lagonis to take down Vidiking.
There seems to be some action happening, though I'm not entirely sure where. It might be around the
that's the
basement
Ram
position
gun,
or
too.
Yellow. Yeah, and I was actually going to ask about that Ram. Where did the boogie drones go? Nice find by Cyber, but Vidiking was already down to 1. Use them somewhere, and it seemed to be on the opposite side of the map, but FaZe get the man advantage, so I doubt they're really missing those boogie drones all that much. Worthwhile trade. Ooh, another one tries to duel Cyber on this main door. Still 100 HP, and Palu made very worse for wear. Only got 1 Evil Eye remaining that he can necessarily control, but, well, he decides to retake that engagement, and he will finally be the victor against Cyber. Liquid able to retake that lead, but Handy KDS surround the site. KDS looking for his first kill in the final 55 seconds, and Handy doing double duty on both these potential angles. His first target rears his head, and he presses on for the kill. Second just around the corner. Softened up so early. Handy didn't even need the headshot he got it with. Lagonis will go for the flank, spots one from behind, but reveals his position. A key miss spray, and I think FaZe will rotate down in response. Yes, indeed. KDS might hold up top, but the diffuser being planted down below. FaZe have got the 3 attacking rounds most teams need to take a regulation win.
Yeah, there was so many things going there for Liquid, but Handy just runs amok of the whole situation for them. He's like, well, if you're not going to pressure me, I guess I'll pressure you. And it works out for him ×2. Not only takes out that player on the teller stairs, but also takes out Palu there near the front desk. And now FaZe with a potential lead here at the half if they're able to get round 6 too, but they'll be happy with the split. These offenses have been going very well. Even the rounds that Liquid has been winning, they haven't been over the top. FaZe has at least had something to say, and it's made things a little worrisome for Liquid, especially as we're about to go into the favorable side for FaZe.
Well, if you didn't watch the game yesterday, once FaZe hit that side swap, I mean, it wasn't even close, like, on that W7M side. Now, to be fair, W7M ended up having quite a few issues on their attacking side when it came to FaZe's pick of Consulate and their own pick of Lair, so could end up being more of a W7M problem than a Liquid problem necessarily. As I mentioned, Liquid are on, I think, a 5 or 6 map win streak on this map, so they do have a good record on the attack and the defenses, but FaZe... that 75% is still looming large. That defensive win rate that no team wants to face against, especially on a map as good as Consulate is for FaZe.
Yeah, you can see why they leaned into this map choice as well. I mean, it just makes so much sense. Liquid trying to get something going for themselves as they obviously chose defense first, but nothing doing. A split is not what they were looking for here. You do not want to be giving up 3 rounds on Consulate, especially up against FaZe when you have to go into the offensive side after. Now that Nitro cell ripped, Palu and the rest of Liquid looking to see if they can at least ensure this tie, because the only thing that could make matters worse is a 4-2 split in favor of FaZe as we get over to that defensive half. This top floor getting held down by Team Liquid, trying to make the most out of a dire situation, as this middle bomb site will be their last stand.
And Liquid holding strong, just like FaZe would on this top floor. Not trying to push too far, trying to force FaZe to clear them. To be perfectly frank, I think that might be the solution here, because FaZe has been able to move around the roam, navigate around it, but when did they struggle the most? On that CEO bomb site the first time, when they had to push the vending machine and they got cut down at every turn on X position, when basically the exact same thing happened around the exact same position. You'll force FaZe to expend utility. 3 Bs launched by Vidiking with minimal follow-up, though that could change momentarily. Lagonis does spot one moving down below, and it's a very quick execute for FaZe off of the back of it. Look at this utility usage, perfectly staggered to wreak chaos in the ranks of Liquid, as Soul somehow sneaks in down below, puts the diffuser down, and they get away with 2 kills on top of it. Now the defense has to rip down their own barricades and retake the own bomb site. One spotted all the way in the basement, so Resets will go hunting. Barely even does any damage with that lengthy SMG-11 spray. We're playing the defense with a shotgun in the offense, cowering on the yellow stairs at this point. A 4-2 half is beyond likely for FaZe Clan. A flawless round even, as Resets could find one impactless frag, but while he might, that's a great way to end your attacking half.
100%. Find the gap, exploit it immediately, and get away with 2 kills. I mean, here's the keys to the bank, Carter. I mean, what else do you want? You want me to open the vault for you too? Like, I don't know. It's pretty crazy. But FaZe Clan, they're gonna get away with practical murder here on Consulate. And yeah, it's their map choice, but it might be FaZe's world. We really don't know. We move into Nighthaven after this, and the big thing is here as well is that Nighthaven, a pretty positive map for FaZe Clan, and they're going to be starting on the defensive half there as well. It's going to be a tactical timeout here for Liquid as they try and figure things out before they end up switching sides.
Yeah, Hugzor will talk to the team. Coach, that definitely came under a bit of controversy in Stage 1, given Liquid's very, very poor performance. Then again, most people on Liquid came under a lot of controversy, except Maya, because he just came off a ridiculous stretch of good performances. But everyone on Liquid redeeming themselves, and Hugzor in particular redeeming themselves with this guaranteed second-place finish, and taking the tactical timeout at the 4-2. It might seem a bit odd since you played no attacking rounds. You don't know what Liquid have to offer, but I think everyone right now is recognizing that FaZe are really good on defense. Consulate is really hard to attack. Let's just try to get the game plan ironed out right now. Let's not leave any room for error. And if we have to take a tactical timeout at 5-2, we'll feel really silly if we didn't try to get ahead of it.
Yeah, I mean, the craziest thing about this entire thing to me still is that FaZe is winning 3/4 of their defensive rounds. 75% of them go the way of FaZe. And especially when Rainbow Six Siege is a chess game with guns where things can just happen in a moment's notice. And you're like, oh, well, nobody could have predicted that. they're still able to get it across the line in such a convincing way. You don't see that ever so often. I mean, usually we're singing people's praises when they're near 60%. These guys have an extra 15 on top of that, which is just absolutely absurd. But to get more into the nitty-gritty of what the heck we're going to see here in round 7, an extension strat from FaZe Clan usually begs you to do so when you're downstairs. We touched on that earlier. But the key thing is that they're going to implement the Solus as well as Mozzie. We don't see Mozzie all that often, but when we do, it's all about denial. They want to try and deny that info game away from Liquid. And Carter, as somebody that's seen a lot of Liquid gameplay in my day, this is the thing that they probably lean on the most. They need that info to try and propel themselves forward. FaZe Clan know this. They're trying to nip it in the bud.
I mean, when your roster has so many star players on it, you got to set them up with as much information as possible. Unfortunately, resets, well, maybe fortunately, if you want to set up your star players, now somebody has to sit on drones for the remainder of the round. But resets that Nomad will be taken down quite early on with a C4 from Cyber, who's looking for the second on a potentially an even more impactful operator, Palu with the Hibana, who's only used 4x Kairos so far, but there's no need to get aggressive right now. You don't need to swing this window. Need being the very important word there, because the want sometimes override teams' instincts in these particular situations. Nesk 0-5, by the way. Border yesterday was a close OT game with Maya and Lagonis, obviously at the bottom, and now we have a similar situation repeating with Nesk also putting an 0-5. If yesterday was rough when one of the star players from Liquid couldn't show up, same situation starting to rear its head.
Liquid's going to try and take their time after they got punished a little bit earlier on with that Nitro cell. The FaZe Clan have done a bang-up job of bringing things back to bear downstairs. Nitro cell up, it'll get pinged out here, and the Yokai will move. And yeah, might be moments away. Probably going to count to 2 or 3 and blow that thing. And yeah, it won't catch anybody, but we'll make some new verticality here for the offense, although probably not going to get too much. Frag grenade in, they're going to try and catch that Electro Claw, and I think they caught it on the inside there. Oh, let's have to see. He's trying to go for the edge. He'll be able to find that at a bare minimum, but look at how much time sink this is for Team Liquid. They're going to get this hatch open at 45 seconds. And from here on out, it's all Liquid and all trying to get this crunch to go on inside the garage.
There's also still players, still defenders on the top floor that could try to retake at the moment the XQ goes down.
Oh,
beautiful swing by Souls, times it perfectly. The Maya and Palu both with key trades to make this a 3v3. The Yokai in a good spot, but there's enough time for them to hunt this down. Oh, good reaction. Maya decides to get aggressive and stop KDS on the retake, but Vidiking has finally worked his way above. And do Liquid know about it? He's low HP, but depending on where Lagonis plants, he might be able to see. Can he thread the needle? No, he's got a drop, and Maya can see it. Another big performance from Maya that round, meeting the retake head on.
I mean, it's just so complicated downstairs once, you know, the flooring gets peeled up and you have all of these angles working against you from the defensive perspective. Really, really hard. And we saw the same thing from Liquid's defenses. I mean, the first one, not so much. FaZe Clan were able to just get the wrap on him and start getting some really big frags and just really overwhelm the defense downstairs. But that second time looked a lot like what we just saw out of FaZe Clan. A good, solid delay, get the pick, work downstairs, and then see if you've done enough in order to get the offense to kind of slow up a bit. But as soon as Team Liquid starts to get into dire straits, that's when Maya stands the tallest. A triple kill for him on Ram with that R4C. And that's all she wrote for round 7. It was the story of Maya and opening the floodgates for Team Liquid.
And a really, really strong start for Team Liquid. They're able to win that first attack out of the gate. I've said multiple times that FaZe 7-game win streak, 8-2 on this map historically, but in the past 11 months, FaZe have won every single match 7-1, 7-2, 7-3, with one notable exception. One notable exception, a 7-5 win, regulation, but all 12 rounds against Liquid at Manchester. The closest consulate game that FaZe have had in the past year has been the very team and the very roster they are playing right now. It's important as Liquid sure might lose the opening pick, but with that strong attack out of the gate, look to this second round. If Liquid are able to tie it up, we might just have a situation where they could be, again, the only team in the past year to keep FaZe close on a map that is so, so good for them.
Liquid at least able to get the first one under their belt. Starting off strong on these offenses up against one of our most tenured defensive teams this stage. Now Team Liquid really liking the strategy that we're bringing to the table here, especially with the gridlock working her way in. This map, a lot of stairwells, a lot of space for those track stingers to try and do the most. Slow up that defense. Try and make it to where FaZe Clan can't swing as confidently. Metrocells prepared, arms bared. No Team Liquid, though, on the other end, so probably won't see too much action here for just a little bit, as Liquid is trying to pressure in on this yellow stairwell with the Blitz.
Once that shield gets activated, though, that's when things might start kicking off. Lagonis hops down. Just getting the vibe of things so far, figuring it out. Now the Deimos joins behind him as more bees land. Blitz spotted, but Souls with the wrap finds the Blitz first. Not the second pick, that's the first player he shot. Flicks to the Deimos behind him, and now two helpless Souls try to take their place. Nesk 0-6, put to 38 health. There's his first of the map. And Palu's third this round. You'll now have to find 4 to tie the game for Team Liquid. 1 EE1D, 2 drones, and a nade remaining. KDS has already used his C4 to cut down Nesk. This is as winnable a 1v1 for Palu as I could possibly think, especially with the time, Sam. Are you kidding me? Final EE1D will go out, and down Palu goes. Into the site with the diffuser. KDS has the benefit of the long angle, but he's got a wrap around the piano. 4 kills for Palu. A failed entry, a almost failed follow-up, saved by the Lion to tie Liquid's attacks.
That's the crazy thing about players that are just unbelievably talented, right? I mean, strategically, that round was terrible for Team Liquid, wasn't it, Carter? They did not get a single thing that they actually wanted off rip there with that strategy. The Blitz goes down, the follow-up as well. All to Souls swinging in proper time. And then Team Liquid are like, all right, well, it's already all gone awry. We got to try something. And that something was Palu decimating FaZe Clan, not only on the top floor, but also clutching things out inside of the 1v1 downstairs. The bait with the case and a mixture of a nice angle being taken with that DMR will tie things up for Team Liquid. As, you know, it might not be strategy that gets things across the line. It might be a lot of grit and a lot of heart, but it's working so far for Team Liquid as they tie things up against the best defensive team in the world right now.
And Palu 12-5 today. Really, really strong performance. Things have started slipping just a little bit. Resets not up to the other 3 players at the top, or not one of those 3 players at the top like we saw on Border yesterday. It has been the Palu and the Maya show to get to this point. So you'll need a bit more to guarantee Consulate over FaZe, but Palu being able to show up in that round so important for their chances. We go to CEO now. No Amara execute again. I really, really love it. It's one of my favorite executes in the game, as I always mention it because I do get a little sad, but we'll have the buck likely going down below, as Palu always seems to do, no matter the operator and no matter the strat even.
Oh,
hello.
Quick play here from Nesk. 1-7 right now, but I think it's worth the risk. Gotta have some sort of confidence here for your player, and these Grishmot mines are immediately going to give him up. I think that smoke's coming out too. He's just going to get influenced and murdered immediately. And that's the thing about the common day of Siege. It's just not nearly as easy to try and find these true gaps like that with just the plethora of operators that can stop you. You've got Banshees, we saw that earlier. You got Grishmot mines. There's, you know, goo mines on top of that. So many different things that will just give you that little bit of info, and that's what ends up, you know, spelling demise for you.
And it's a small thing, too, but, I mean, think about the barbed wire change. I mean, before, you know, maybe if the comms are really loud for FaZe, which they're probably not, this is like one of the calmest teams in the world, but if they are, maybe Nest can squeak by, but they do damage, the operator lets out a sound from it.
Yeah.
Anybody on the planet can hear that, especially when they were right around the corner. So, Nest trying to get mobile, completely shut down by FaZe. I mean, not even a factor, unfortunately, on that Nook. And Liquid now have to go with the rest of their take in a 4v5. It's actually resets down below, looking to take advantage of that vertical control, though Palu is around the corner over by main lobby. Looking to get a close plant on the CEO window. It's why the air jab, I believe, goes out on the interior to stop anybody from swinging.
Well, I mean, there is a couple positives for Liquid. They've got Palu and Maya, aka Lethal Weapon.
True.
And that's the main thing, right?
Good bait. C4 baited out. Very, very nice win for Liquid right there. Only one.
Okay.
One smoke remaining. Able to go around. Lagonis sticking it. Beautiful play for Liquid. FaZe, I think, maybe getting a little too confident in their post-plant denial. So now Liquid can all hop out the window. It might be a 4v4. Even Liquid might be softened up, but this retake is so, so hard. You've got to time the jump outs, time the gunfights expertly. They're all hovering around resets in the bottom floor, but Palu plays the patient game. He's the master of it. He started it. He tries to maybe take the second. Handy could finish that off, but resets. He's taken notes from the master. He's copied his homework. He's stalled out long enough. Vidaking will just send himself out the window. It's a foregone conclusion. 3 attacks in a row for Team Liquid. And I think Rafidel is about to take a tactical timeout.
Yeah, you have to here. You have to here. We have to see the tech timeout. There is something that is going so unbelievably wrong. And you can see Hugs. He was just staring across the line. He's like, call it. Call a timeout. Do it right now. I'm ready to flip this mic down. And there it is. And the scoreboard speaks for itself, folks. We kind of talked about it in the round there. Palu and Maya have been leading this team to victory, but inside of that round, just being able to take away a lot of the utility game from FaZe. You know, I think Carter put it the best. They were relying a lot on that, you know, defensive utility to try and stall things out for that window play. But what are you going to do when you don't have any smokes? There's really no Goyos in the area any longer. Somebody's got to take a challenge, and then, oops, I forgot. Nobody's got the verticality downstairs. You're able to just hold on to that too. It complicates things too heavily for FaZe Clan. And although, again, one of the best rosters, especially defensively, that we've seen in the world so far, things are not going well for them. They have constantly had these first picks, and consistently, Liquid is bringing things back into their favor in a very dynamic way.
Liquid have now taken the lead in a map where they have gotten the opening pick one time in round 2. Round they won. Palu able to get it onto Vidaking, and since then, it has been FaZe every single round. I mean, Nesk literally did nothing that round. He walked in and died. FaZe's setup was completely intact, and yet Liquid have the confidence and the ability to perfectly execute that 4v5, bait out the necessary utility, time it perfectly so FaZe are caught off guard by it, and then play passive as FaZe try to go for that retake. Beautiful stuff. It cannot be understated how good that attack looked. And even if the other two weren't the best, you had that Maya 4K in round 7. You had the Palu 3K in round 8. The individual performances from some of the key players are there. And as they intentionally wanted to dispel our doubts of what they're capable of, we have that actual 4v5 execute team victory to force that timeout from FaZe.
Yeah. And, you know, this is just something that we really haven't seen from FaZe so far. This, you know, I almost said this event, but this stage. It's just been something that's kind of been a foregone conclusion. Okay, FaZe is going to get the defensive side. They're going to rough up the offense, and things are going to get just way too difficult, probably overwhelming for the offense not really be able to do too much. But for Liquid, it's been a completely different story. They've been taking FaZe Clan to the cleaners, and in a very convincing way as well. I mean, these rounds have not been easy, as you stated. A lot of first kills go in the way of FaZe Clan. In fact, the whole lion's share, like 90% of them throughout this entire game, yet Liquid continues to persist. And like Liquid, they will just go right around FaZe Clan and continue to try and prosper here into round 10. They could be the first ones to reach map point. And if they take away Consulate, I mean, things could get a little crazy once we get over to Nighthaven.
Oh, for sure. I mean, listen, FaZe have great streaks on a lot of maps, but as Ann said, Nighthaven is the closest we get to kind of a 50-50 for FaZe. Still one that they win the majority of the time. I mean, you're likely going to have a positive record on most maps when you've won Brazil 3 times in a row, but still, Nighthaven, not Consulate, not Skyscraper in FaZe's pool. They've lost it quite a few times in some big moments, and Liquid looked very, very good on it against W7M yesterday. FaZe need to win to close out in regulation, need to win 3 rounds in a row just to match that Manchester Major scoreline they took Liquid down on. As they creep further down into the basement, the Roam falling back, now giving Liquid free reign, the middle floor.
This is where things get scary. They've got the Ram again. That's what Maya just confused the entire defense with the last time as he barreled through that basement. They got 3 separate players that were all trying to play time. Things just not exactly working out for them. Hatch working on getting opened. Liquid still in decent timing. I do have a minute remaining, but the only key difference here is that there has been no volley of frags in between the two. No ounce of damage taken on by anyone in the server right now. But as soon as I say that, it's going to be FaZe to strike first with the Nitro Cell from down low.
Another FaZe, 5v4. No guarantee of a victory, unfortunately. A similar start, though the opening kill was 2 minutes and 20 seconds. This time, basically, the entire round has gone. When that C4 blows up and takes away Nesk, still having a very rough game, unfortunately. But we're looking to Palu and Maya to try to bring this back. Air jab goes out and Lagonis goes in. No hatch plant this time. He's run in through the garage breach. Yokai still a factor. A little less time to deal with them and a little more angles for FaZe to work with. Vidaking retaking the top floor again. Far more impact this go around than previously. Palu in a much worse position as a result. That Solus is so happy she actually had a chance this go around.
Oh, absolutely. And that was the big benefit there for FaZe. The mid floor gets completely left out in the cold by Liquid. I think they got one player there trying to occupy the hatch and all that verticality. And there's just too much going on for that singular player. You got to worry about flank. You got to worry about your team trying to roll through that basement and get that plant down while everybody's pressuring those angles. It's just too much. And they end up losing that position on a nice rotation out of FaZe Clan. Some big kills going their way, and it mattered most in that moment. FaZe Clan able to tie things up and finally find their first defense here on Consulate.
Yeah, first defensive win this half. I mean, definitely some star power brought it back in the first couple rounds, but FaZe, after the tactical timeout, needed to recover the mental a little bit, need to recover that momentum. A rare position, especially given their performance on Consulate yesterday. So good round for them to pick up. Exposition and Piano defense now to follow that victory on basement. And maybe similar to that previous round, we'll see a bit more of a passive roam on the defense because everybody fell back except Vidaking on that Solus, who did go for the late retake. Instead, focusing to let Liquid set up and C4 them from below could be why we see FaZe with 3 C4s in their hands when I believe before might have only been 2. No, they had 3 still. Never mind.
They had 3 because
it's the Sentry. I'm always like, what do they have? But obviously they have a C4.
I was gonna say we made the joke about the economy.
That was split. That was split. Different site.
He's right, guys. He's right. I'm wrong. Sometimes I'm forgetful. That's why we have Carter here. These EMPs are gonna pour in. Won't forget those. Very important to the overall story here as Lagonis is trying to break up some of these electrified walls, make life a little bit easier for our Selma wielder. And speaking of making life easier, Resets is going to have an easy time working his way in the building on that Nook. Doesn't have to worry about the cameras so much as that piece of utility will prosper in moments like that. Still have that Nitro Cell game to worry about, but Liquid going to start working their way into the building here with the first minute expiring.
Appreciate Nesk still being so confident on this entry despite lack of success so far. Important position for Resets, by the way. Given the prevalence of C4s in this lineup, Resets able to take that position early on, and I think he's unknown as well. Good nice C4s when they rotate from below. Huge pickup for FaZe Clan. And he just swings the window and eviscerates the best player in the lobby on either team at the moment. C4 flies out in response. Nesk trying to wait, and Souls just deals with him. He's won that connector fight so many times. And it's a completely different FaZe Clan after the tactical timeout, not breaking a sweat match point in no time at all.
No, big pickups there. And that's a big thing. FaZe Clan are finally finding these moments where they're capable of shutting down Liquid's initial look. And that's a big thing against Team Liquid, Carter. I mean, we've seen this throughout the years, not only with this roster, but practically every single iteration. If you're able to smack Liquid in the face just a little bit, you know, nothing crazy, but just at least get that big pickup or stall them out in some way, a lot of the times they start to fall to bits. That's why we need these hero plays like Palu, like Maya, where they bully their way in and have these big highlight moments. But what happens when these players are the first picks or they can't exactly get a fight going for themselves? Well, we see the result that we've seen so far from FaZe Clan.
And also just continuing with that opening pick, still absolute dominance in the opening round. I mean, what is that? 8 rounds in a row? 9 rounds in a row? They've been able to get that opening pick. really, really, really impressive stuff. Obviously going a bit to waste in round 7 through 9, but
hey, you know, it happens. Like I was touching on, Palu and Maya, man. Like, sometimes they're just going to have their moment, you know, and you got to wait things out. And fortunately enough for FaZe Clan, they had a very solid offense themselves, so they had that nice little padding.
Yeah, good players find ways to win rounds. Great players just win them. Just win them themselves. The way is your gun. That's it.
Sometimes you just got to shoot straighter than your opponent, Lynx. And Palu's definitely preaching at that all today.
Cyber might be too. Station at the spiral main stairs double door, looking to go for a run. Oh, impact EMP missing. Always a bit brutal with the introduction of those impact EMPs. They can.
Is he out? No, he got one.
He's got one. The radius can always just be so small, but when you've only got 2 EMPs, you got to be careful where you spend them. So Maya might just be backing up and waiting to expend it when they know either that wall is the target they want, or if there's anything else he might need it for. Because now it's a bit of an important bit of utilities to miss the first one.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, wow. What? Yo, Lagonis has, like, spidey senses or something. That is absolutely absurd. There's no way they didn't have a drone on this guy. That is wild. He's watching that front door. But Liquid's going to get a kill gifted to them by Cyber.
First opening pick since round 2 comes from Lagonis, of all players, but he's not going to complain. Getting that bit in the stats. Nesk's woes continue 1 and 11, unfortunately. Being the one to erase that lead. Amar about to go in. Best team attack from Liquid was CEO, and they were able to waste all this utility, but the C4 is pre-placed this time instead of thrown late. So resets pays for his insolence. Lagonis now moves in. 1v1 given to Souls as Palu is in position late. Slow slide since that lead taken by Team Liquid. Can't even get the kill off the air jab, unfortunately. And he wins the fight through the floor. You like 3 rounds in a row for Team Liquid? Well, I'm sorry to say you've come late to the party. A nice pre-fire from Palu will pick up handy, but just as Souls eclipses Palu's kill count for the first time this series, FaZe's streak on Consulate remains unbroken. 8 wins in a row. And in that history, 2 7-5 victories over Team Liquid.
Well, something that was a key difference here for Liquid inside of this map was the lack of Nesk. Could not get a single thing going for himself, Lynx. I think he was 1-11, 1-12 by the end of that, and that's just not something that we've seen this entire stage. I mean, yeah, he's one of the people that takes the most entry duels on his squad, but he's only -4 in that regard. This time around, I think he went like -6 just in one map.
Yeah, it was really brutal. I think 1-11 by the end of that series, 0-4 on the entry, but similar to the Furia game yesterday, if he shows up or even resets pops off a little more, if you had that poor performance from Nesk and you still went all 12 rounds, there is a very winnable game in there for Team Liquid, especially how that final CEO attack looked, Sam. But unfortunately, they lose, but they still keep it close on a map that we basically had given to FaZe before the game even started. So this is the one you're expected to lose, and you still put a good showing out.
Yeah, I think it definitely goes to show just how solid of a squad Liquid is right now. I mean, those offenses were looking so very good before that FaZe tack timeout, but once FaZe started to get the ball rolling and start to get those frags in a more convincing way, that's when things really started to change up. They were able to bring that strategy back to bear and really complicate things for Liquid's lives on that offensive side. Now, the key thing is what's going to happen on Nighthaven Labs, right? I mean, we just saw a lot of different changes throughout that consulate. We saw a pretty solid side from Liquid on offense. I'm excited to see what's in store.
Me too. Let's see if Nest can bounce back on map 2, because Liquid's pick, Nighthaven, is right after this.
Vamos ver como é que vai ser aí esse trabalho dos jogadores da BD nesse fim de round. Ainda assim complicou pra NiP, tá?
E 20 segundos.
Pois é, nem chegou perto do bombe. Psycho sozinho, cadê os outros jogadores? São 4 jogadores, mas já avançou na área aberta, é isso mesmo? Olha o Pino no ADM, pode tentar varar, Psycho... Psycho consegue eliminar, mas o Nuzg e o Esk vão diminuindo aquela vantagem numérica que existia para Black Dragons, para Ninjas e Pijamas, na verdade, com 4 segundinhos. Eles vão tentar avançar para tudo. O Esk sozinho. Meu Deus do céu, Retalha! Nos últimos milésimos de segundos, o Esk sobrevive! É muita C4 para pouco espaço aí do ataque, Retalha. Vai ficar ruim. Esk gasta sua última colmeia. Vem pro plant, tá difícil. Esk cai, Muzi consegue eliminar. O Loira também do outro lado. Pino. É uma eliminação para cada time, mas ainda assim a vantagem numérica aí do tempo é da Ninjas e Pijamas. O plant tá acontecendo. Eu acho que eles realmente não ouviram. Retalha, pegou na C4 no ar. Belíssimo trabalho. Condes volta. Pega aí a proteção para tentar fazer rotação. Tem marcação ainda por cima da área aberta. O Guto fica quietinho, escondido para tentar surpreender, Retalha. Numa subida dos jogadores. O Muzi não sabe da posição. Espera na maldade o Guto. Nas costas. Rolou a eliminação com sucesso. Ainda assim o Nuzga por trás da área aberta. Surpreendendo todo mundo, Retalha. 15 segundos, Flório com mais uma. chamas!
Closer than expected, but still a FaZe victory nonetheless. 1-0 in the grand finals of the Brazil stage. But Liquid have a couple comfortable maps coming up. I am Lynx, joined by Stokes. And it might have been closer than we expected, like I said, Sam, but those final three defenses from FaZe, that's the FaZe we saw trounce W7M yesterday.
Yeah, 100%. We're going to roll the highlights for you guys if you're trying to get caught up. It was an absolute bloodbath on both ends. And really, I think the most surprising factor was how dominant Team Liquid looked on their offenses initially. But you said it, Lynx. As soon as that TAC timeout went in, FaZe Clan completely changed up the script. A lot of those early engagements that they were getting, just, being able to build off those finally. That was the key thing. And not only that, but finally being able to stand up to Palu and Maya as they were just constantly running a mech of everything across that entire side. But once FaZe was able to get that under wraps, things looked a heck of a lot better for their consulate, and they were able to take things still in regulation.
And now with, to be fair, the benefit of hindsight, looking at these FaZe rounds, one thing that is noticeably lacking from what you'll see in the 3 Liquid wins we saw is multi-kills. Souls got 1 3K in the round that you're seeing, I believe right now. I thought it was Souls. Might have been Vida King, actually. But either way, a 3K from FaZe in round 4. But beyond that, it was a very consistent team effort on their attacking sides, especially Server that we're seeing right now, and Exposition Piano right after this. Whereas Liquid's 3 wins, they had a great one in round 9, able to win CEO, but a Maya 4K and a Palu 4K 1v1 that he had to win ended up being the 2 of the 3 attacks Liquid wins. Certainly a great showcase of individual skill, but and with the benefit of hindsight, FaZe overall just playing the better team game on attack and defense, as we saw.
And that's one thing, right? Those situations, they're going to get you some rounds, but they're not going to get you the important ones. You need to be consistent as a whole, and that's why FaZe Clan ended up pulling it across the line. The TAC timeout obviously helping them, calming the nerves a bit, but they still stood true to what they were bringing this entire time, which was a solid game plan to their defenses and being able to keep Liquid at the gates. We see them find some consistency in those opening frags throughout the entire game. Once again, able to build off those there for those last 3 defenses. As for Liquid, though, looked solid across the board, walking into Consulate, especially up against FaZe, who has looked so very good on defense throughout the entire stage, let alone that, but the playoffs too, and kind of a boogeyman in that regard, but Liquid still able to get some very key moments that definitely made you sweat a bit if you were a FaZe Clan fan.
And as we have Nighthaven coming up next, this is a map that is not nearly as strong for FaZe, as Consulate is still a pretty strong record on it, but they've dropped it more than a couple times in the past few months, 6 months overall, and Liquid on Nighthaven have a pretty decent record too. If you look at the overall stats, we got what we wanted from Palu and Maya, and even basically what we wanted from Resets. But Nesk 1-11, definitely the player that has to step it up on the next map, because a 35 EPS, 0-4 on the entry for somebody who clearly every single round was trying to create space and get opening kills, Sam. It just was not working.
Yeah. And, an air of bad luck for Nesk inside of that game as well. We can definitely say that, right? A couple of the Nitro cells just finding his feet off of just audio cues and that kind of stuff. So, I will definitely give Nesk his flowers in that regard. He was definitely trying, and he was playing off of his team to try and make them space, but we expect more out of him. We expect more of these engagements to go his way, and honestly, in another world, Nesk is more than likely the deciding factor of this game, and Liquid ends up taking it. You only need a handful of kills to really impact a scoreline like this, and Nesk just wasn't able to find his moments, so FaZe Clan able to at least, keep things going long enough to be able to stave off Liquid potentially taking their map choice.
Yeah, and of course, FaZe or Soul 16-8, definitely a big reason why FaZe were able to stave off Liquid taking their map choice. Maybe a team game by and large beneath him, but 16-8, you got to point that out, as basically whole rounds are going FaZe's way.
5-0 on entry, by the way. Come on.
Ridiculous stuff. But you said that in another world that maybe Nesk is the deciding factor in this series. We could still be in that world. We are only 1 round in, and yesterday, I said it before, but let's take a closer look as we move into map 2. Maya had a very, very poor performance on map 1 in a close game that Liquid lost. And then what happens? Maya, Resets, Palu, Nesk all show up either putting in the average performance with a 100 EPS or far more than that with Maya at 13-6 to win that map, and then same thing on map 3 to close out the series 2-1. If Nesk is able to get involved and everyone just maintains that performance, that's all that Liquid needed yesterday to win the series, and that could very well happen here.
And the Maverick ban is going to come out once again here on Nighthaven. This has been something that started to bubble to the surface here and really the last month, Lynx. I mean, we've been playing Nighthaven for some time, but it seems as though teams are really getting that understanding of how important IT is, as well as the walls downstairs, that Maverick can just torch right through. There's not a single person that can stop him unless, you know, you end up banning him out.
Yeah, Maverick overall, I think, has just been sort of the the lesser hard breach band, it feels like, in the grand history of things. The hard breach bans have definitely become less and less common as time went on. It felt like there were maps, especially like Clubhouse, for example, where you'd always ban, say, Hibana, or even when Villa was in the pool, Hibana always felt like she got banned, or Ace got banned. But now there's just so many other strong operators, Dokkaebi, Ying, one or both shields, Monty and Blitz, that you want to take off the board, that hard breachers in general just have a lot more free reign than they might otherwise. But on Nighthaven in Brazil in particular, you're right, over the past few months, it has become a very, very common attacking ban, more so than most other regions in the world. So a very recent development in one particular region. They decided to start banning Maverick on this map. The other bans, of course, Castle and Azami, I think a bit more standard. Azami, don't even need to talk about her. And Castle, the operator that is everyone's favorite for extending and creating fortresses around and off the bomb site. You'd rather not deal with him when you're starting on attack.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we saw a castle ban yesterday in our layer game, and I thought that was very intelligent as well, just because, you know, it's a very large map. There's a lot of areas to try and break things up and hold on to some key moments inside of the map. But castle being banned out, especially on a map like Nighthaven, that's definitely going to complicate things, especially for the roam game. So we'll see if this is a hindrance to FaZe Clan. I don't exactly think it will be, but we'll just have to see. As for what we are going to be seeing throughout this game, though, we did not get a Bandit ban. We've been seeing those start to pop up not only in Brazil, but also in NA, as a lot of these maps that have these exterior walls that are of the utmost importance, Bandit is so darn good at holding these things down, especially with Tubarão in tow. Bandit can kind of do whatever he wants. He has free will over a handful of walls, especially on a site like this, and if Tubarão's capable of icing up a wall and allowing him to rotate or just have an easier time getting rid of that utility, well, I mean, it can be a very key benefit to the defense in winning their rounds out.
Yeah, so long as Cyber is able to evade any bullets or explosives in that position, indeed. So you will hold on. Worried about the barrels window, as anybody trying to play hard breach now on that breach is aware, whether you're actively playing it or not. Could just be throwing Zoto canisters or electric claws, the other two forms of hard breach on the defense. You still got to be worried that somebody could shoot them from that window. Looking to throw the EMP on the opposite side, maybe looking to destroy any magnets or anything to allow for that Candela to be thrown over. Lagonis will send one forth. Nothing seeming to come from it, just maybe trying to force anybody or make nobody hop off that window in case they're trying to time it. Once Resets actually puts the exothermic down, Skeleton Key so beautifully timed. The Zoto canister might go in response, but the objective of pushing Cyber off is achieved.
They should end up getting this IT wall now. I just got frozen again. We'll just have to see soon, but we do have another duel going down low. Yeah, another one of those Zoto canisters comes out, and KDS is going to get lit up. But the key moment here is Handy downstairs up against Palu. That Sixth Sense, though, it works out, and they trade. The first bullet out of each gun tagging the other's head. What a moment in between these two. A 4 versus 4 now. Liquid have the IT breach open, and they still have those Candelas to try and work off of from Lagonis.
They do, but Handy's already placed his utility, so being able to take the only semblance of vertical pressure for Team Liquid, that is a massive win for FaZe Clan. Palu's always down below, typically trying to do double duty, covering himself and using those vertical angles. So all of FaZe Clan's positions in the site can only be disrupted by that Ying. No skeleton key pressure from below to bolster it. Cyber's rotated to the opposite side. FaZe covering all points of entry. Oh, but the glass is run out at the exact wrong time. Vidaking will recover, refresh, and reset as he cuts down the thermite. Might be traded out, but FaZe have the advantage. All the angles and positions come alight with gunfire. Maya is known, very known on the electrical door, and too little time remaining. KDS makes it easier. but it's just BM. FaZe Clan taking the W on their first Nighthaven defense.
Command center's a 50-50 unless you're FaZe Clan, right? Then things go a little bit into your favor, but just the strategy really standing tall there for FaZe Clan, keeping things kosher, especially when it came to the IT breach. Locked that up for quite some time. Liquid constantly having to flirt with things and being able to break even. But as you pointed out with that initial engagement, that's exactly what you want for FaZe Clan. You get rid of that vertical pressure getting built upon by the Buck, and really all you lose is a person with a gun. The Banshees are already down. You don't have to worry about things too much. You're just setting up your team for success. And FaZe Clan, they keep those reins for the entirety of round one. Past that, into round two, though, they're going to head downstairs to Assembly Tank, which has the best win rate of any bomb site here in Nighthaven Labs at a 70%.
It's always those basement sites. It's always the basement sites. Got to go for the full clear. Worry about not only one, but 2 floors. Thank God Oregon's not in the pool for that reason. At least there are ways into basement sites now, aside from praying Ying and Grim are both available at the same time. Because they are in this game.
Yeah. I mean, always have the shield option too, you know? That's always a good way to get in there.
I try not to think about those. Try not to think about them. No thanks.
Only nightmares about those things.
Yeah, Monty is banned, of course, but the Blitz has been available both times now. On console, we saw Liquid bring the Blitz a few times. Saw it quite a bit on Border yesterday against Furia, but now we're into the shields right now. Instead, go for hard breaching, immediately back off.
Yep. Not a bad showing there from Liquid. Get things dealt with immediately on the double wall. You know that there's verticality here, though, and it is all the way up top. I mean, this is all the way up in electrical right now with this window that's being held, and these are the cheeky things that you can get away with in Siege, and really Siege alone. This, you know, this built upon here, not only in barrels, but what we just saw. So both of these things being held down, and that's going to force Liquid into this clear. They cannot just go bullheaded and try and fly in through these angles.
And he's also just set a bunch of F-Knots on that top floor to basically reveal if anybody actually tries to push him or Cyber at any point. One over by Connector. We obviously see the one activated on Aqua there. So a loose hold at the top floor, but with very strong utility. Try to keep it intact. Liquid have understood this, though, and so they've moved down below. This is always sort of the bind you have when you are defending these basement sites. If you want to extend to the top floor, if the attack is able to acquire a strong foothold of the middle, your retreat is cut off, and Vidaking is pushed back. Cyber, KDS, and even Handy on a bit of an island.
I thought they were playing the timing here because you really just want to try and deny this top space here from Team Liquid. Keep these players up,
not again.
Keep them alive, and keep them delaying. Yeah, do we have another spill off the roof? That's what I'm questioning right now. But Vidaking's going to take a spill against Nesk. He can't find the fight. Now Liquid head on man count, at least if they're able to get Palu up.
You kind of want to get Palu up. I mean, one doe could be called. Do you really want to sacrifice that, especially when you have 55 seconds remaining? Yeah, timer paused. Palu back online. So 5v4 confirmed for Team Liquid. And that one of the players that died was on the site, as you saw. So Handy, Cyber, or Souls is actually one on the top floor. 2 roamers, 2 anchors, as one has been able to get back to the site. Liquid are letting a lot of time slip away now. They might have control bottom EXO. One air jab to stop the rotation, but that C4 goes out, and Ness can't react. Shielded by the wall, and Handy's retake perfect with the double. Thought it might be a bit harder than that, in all honesty, but not so for FaZe Clan. 2 in a row, and that basement site, a lot more defender-sided than 50-50.
Yeah. A beautiful defense there by FaZe Clan, honestly. I especially love what we saw from our player trying to just deny that other space from Liquid. They were really focused on trying to get a hold of that stairwell that leads down towards EXO, and just really couldn't get things going for them. A nice denial by Kaid as he's constantly soaking up that clock by Liquid, but never really gives them the kill. Carter backs up towards the site, forces them to go for just an off-kilter take, as there's just so many different ways that FaZe Clan can break things down with not only the man count that they've now garnered, but also the positioning with all those players still on that roam. And Liquid, I mean, they just don't really have a dog in this fight at all. There's really nothing that they can do as they're constantly berated left, right, and center. And FaZe Clan will take their second defense because of it. They're going to work towards the mid-floor site now and try and get something going for themselves when it comes to storage and control room.
I was going to say, if we're going to see a Blitz or a Ying or both on any site on this map, it will be storage and control. And what do you know? We do, in fact, have both. Ying probably the more likely of the two, but that execute in through the single window is just too tempting, isn't it, Sam? Everyone always seems like they got to go for it at some point.
Yeah, it's honestly paramount to success when it comes to this site, right? I mean, it's 90% of the time the execute, or at least the plant spot that we see utilized by the offense once things have dwindled down. But that does beg the question, how's Liquid going to deal with this top floor setup? Because we know how important IT is when it comes to this bomb site too. It completely oversees barrels. You really want to make sure that that verticality is not allowed on this top floor.
And even, I would even argue the garage wall in some situations. It might not always be the most impactful if that guy IT, has a long angle, it could keep watch on garage. But if there's somebody to your left, you might have a problem. In this case, there is one right around the corner, but Lagonis gets in unscathed. But Nesk is planting right in view of it. Will Cyber be able to take the angle? He's just protected. C4 flies out. Another 5v3. Make that a 5v2. Lagonis, he did so much work. He made so much space. And when he needed to be gun and shield forward, his back is to the enemy. Liquid might have escaped the building and put the diffuser down, but 4 players all coalescing around this diffuser. Down goes 1, second 2. It's a 1v1. What? How has this happened? But KDS somehow wins the final fight. I didn't even realize it had come that close to the wire. But that is where FaZe thrive. Cool, calm, collecting round 3. A flawless rotation.
They did what was necessary. Had all those bodies to expend. They knew exactly where the position was going to be. And to your credit, Carter, Garage really could have helped Liquid there. There could have been a lot of things that went down if they were able to get access to that wall. It would have freed up a lot of space over there that FaZe Clan would have had to been cognizant of whilst trying to go for that post plant. I do respect it, though, out of Liquid. They saw a gap, they exploit it, they get the case down and put themselves into a really strong position to try and take that round. It's just unfortunate FaZe Clan still had so much value in their pockets, right? I mean, Mr. Moneybags over there with all those people to be able to throw at the problem.
Yeah, not to get on my high horse, but I do think sometimes that garage wall is a bit of an undervalued piece. Of course, it does open up another angle that the defense could peek you from while you're inside, so it is a bit of a risky situation, but you may be able to open up a small hole, shoot the C4 in the back. There's other opportunities. It is not a necessity, but in that case, Cyber was able to get that C4 off and escape unscathed. 3 rounds in a row for FaZe will force that early tactical timeout from Team Liquid. They took it right at the side swap last time and very clearly paid off. 3 rounds in a row. They started on the attack on Consulate, took the lead. But then once FaZe took theirs, it collapsed. So taking it so early here might be problematic, but they're retrying sites. And they know FaZe are going to go back to the second floor. They know that choice, unless they decide to go to kitchen, but which I think, Sam, feel free to back check me. I think it's been played once?
Yes. Yes. It has been played one time. And Carter, do you think that bomb site was won?
By who? Well, by the defense?
Yeah, do you think that one attempt at defending kitchen went well?
I'm gonna say no.
No. No, it did not. It did not go well. It's a 0% win rate right now.
It's not a good site. Not a good site.
Yeah, and when Night Haven Labs is on its 9th play in Brazil, and it's been played one time, I'll just let that speak for itself. But yeah.
It's not like a master bedroom office on Skyscraper where, like, it's the worst site, but there are good things about it, compounded by the fact it never gets played. The problem with kitchen dining is if you just literally open that bottom house wall, it's like, oh, you see the entire site.
Yep. You have a direct window into kitchen too, that hatch that you can get it, but everybody knows about that in the common day now. So everybody just brings proper hard breach and you're basically screwed unless you want to put yourself on an island inside of conference. Nobody really wants to do that. So instead, just go to something that's a little bit easier. Oh, Liquid. Oh, no. They know where he is, but he can't win out the fight. The pre-fires come through, but it's still FaZe Clan all day. FaZe up, baby. This is a 4-3.
All right, misdrones happen, but if we're doing a garage rush through a window, you gotta check for the frost, Matt. I know it happens. I know frost is annoying, but it's after the tactical timeout. We took the pause. We hit the reset button. Thank God Maya was able to cut down Cyber on the IT wall. They know where he is exactly right now. Zoto canisters dissuading Liquid from pushing any further. Oh, the voices are calling to Handy. He wants it. Maya wants that too. Sees the player behind the pillar, sees another head, but zooms over that one, unfortunately. Souls blending in with the background. C4 out. Palu in. Backstab on Aqua Stairs has made Liquid competitive. It's not the frost mat next to him that's put him down. It's gunfire from within the site. And a shotgun. One pump gives FaZe their 4th in a row. Timeout ineffective.
Yep, but you don't need a fortune teller to tell you how that one was more than likely going to go. Nighthaven Labs is 60% defensive sided, and FaZe have looked incredible on their defenses. I know we've touched on it a lot, but really Liquid being the gleaming example of being able to shut down FaZe, at least for a little bit before that tag timeout came in. But once the tag timeout happened, FaZe Clan have been picturesque. They've been perfect throughout all of these rounds, constantly being able to nip Liquid in the bud, or at a bare minimum, put some complicated obstacles in front of them to make it to where they have to try and go for more heroic plays. And they have just simply not been working out. I mean, even in that round right there, Carter pointed it out. They fly in these windows. Not a single person knows that this frost mat's under here. They don't properly scout things. They just think, hey, they've prepped this window. It should be free for us to hop in and take some quick gunfights here in Catwalk. And they're immediately eviscerated for it. FaZe Clan are constantly just, not even neck and neck. They're just constantly putting a wall in front of Liquid and being like, do you have the capability to break this down?
And unfortunately, they do not. Unfortunately, they do not. 4 rounds in and poor performance continuing for Nesk. Only 2 kills between the 2 maps so far, but not really his fault at the moment, as Liquid as a whole are really struggling to get things started. I mean, Palu, really good backstab on Aqua that round, bring it back in the 2v4, but it was already a 2v4. Not much he can do at that point. It is a bit more of an across-the-board failing right now for Team Liquid. Shockingly on their map pick. Kind of similar to W said on yesterday. We're like, all right, you know, it's less a solid choice as to what side FaZe are going to pick on a map like Nighthaven as opposed to Lair, but you know they're probably going to go defense with a record like this, and the struggles they're having. FaZe are performing very well, but definitely that round's just a bit unfortunate. Maya now creeping forward. Hot drone in front of him, trying to get him active. Does spot the Legion around the corner. And Palu on the cutoff. Dokubi called too. KDS in a very, very rough position at the moment. Will he stand tall? Dodge the flashbang. Huge moment to keep his gun up as the gunfight from Maya is impending. 1 player to trade. KDS turns his back, able to turn around, but look at this recovery. Souls provides support. Cyber provides the 3rd. Liquid cannot get anything on Nighthaven.
It's so hard, Carter. It's so hard. They think they find the ISO here inside a command center, right? But clearly not. I mean, or rather control room. But still, at the end of the day, FaZe Clan, the shoe's on the other foot. I mean, they are constantly and consistently assisting each other with these crossfires, and that's just another gleaming example of that, right? They try and work in that, you know, initial frag doesn't go Maya's way, but the trade does, and then immediately Souls is showing up to the party. He shuts down that mid-floor clear, and FaZe Clan, then, I mean, they're just able to put things on cruise control. What's Liquid going to do when they've lost 3 people in comparison to 1 body there inside of, control room?
Also, wouldn't be the most dominant victory for FaZe Clan in BR finals ever. E1 last stage will still take that cake, because it was a FaZe Clan 7-2, 7-3. Very, very one-sided game, that one. But this is starting to mirror quite heavily the Liquid rematch or the FaZe Liquid rematch I mentioned at the top of the show in stage 1 of last year. That was a 7-3, 7-5. First map was a stronghold for Liquid, or stronghold for FaZe. Oregon at that time, obviously out of the pool, Consulate now. Though the second map was a 7-5. So the parallels don't exactly overlap as much as I would like. But we are starting to reach that point where FaZe are running wild with this. And Sam, I'm going to ask you, are we going to see the 6-0?
Let me do the mental math real quick.
It's supply right now. First floor site. Not doing the blitz rush. All the help you get.
I honestly don't think they have it. And honestly, I think it's going to come back to bite them about this top floor clear. I think this is going to be a little bit more complicated just because they really have the Thatcher and the Thermite alone. That's perfectly fine, but they don't have anything else to really assist with this in a very creative way. You know what I mean? You don't have the Buck here. You don't have a lot of different things that we usually see to try and assist with these kind of ordeals. And this is going to be a high priority for Liquid. They have got to get control of this. I know we touched on it last time, and obviously FaZe Clan didn't exploit that area in the way that we usually see when it comes to this bomb site, but still, I mean, they're able to pull things across the line just because of the frags that they find throughout the round in general. FaZe Clan, though, they're still keeping things consistent on this top floor, still have bodies in the area, and it's something that Liquid's going to have to worry about. EMP's out, but doesn't really affect that Zoto canister, does it?
And they've soaked up every EMP as a result because the Zoto canisters could maybe prolong the timer, allow the Electroclaw to reactivate. So all your EMPs gone. Maya still has his first shock drone, second still in pocket. So a lot of utility here. Maya thinks he's found a gap even. Hopped into garage. This is what Liquid need. Yep. I was about to say an opening, and well, that's even gone FaZe's way. Oh, he spots the Cade. Look at this trigger discipline. Resets with one. Maya finally coming alive! KDS caught with his pants down at the bottom of Aqua's stairs. Vertical angle still strong. Maya finished off, but Lagonis should be able to get this diffuser down. Vidaking, the only one left. And even the late smoke is caught on the wall. This is exactly what Liquid needed. They got the diffuser last time, but it was a 4v4. It was even. And now they have the dominant advantage they wanted. Vidaking will try to take the long fight IT, and Resets knows. He doesn't have to peek. He doesn't have to do anything. This is all for ego. All right, well, you look a little silly now, but thankfully it's still a 1v2. Vidaking hops down. One outside the building. Vidaking knows that fight is here, but the time is simply too low. Lagonis just baits it out. Waits, forces Vidaking off, and the time has now passed. Nice effort by the smoke, and after all, it's still a 5-1 for FaZe Clan.
So what's the key difference here? Well, it's Maya finding the gap over on Fork Hallway. Without that, there's a lot of things going for FaZe Clan in that position. But just while we're on that subject, with Maya, able to work his way in through that single window and get into Fork Hallway, just the understanding of the strategy of what like the default is for that bomb site, Carter. He kills the man in barrels, turns on a dime over towards the other stairwell. Look at this once again. Watch this. He knows exactly where that other body is. There's no drone in that area. He just knows. He's like, by default, there's usually a person around here. And he gets the kill. They needed that to be able to open up this bomb site. You saw how complicated things were for Liquid in that moment. And that was like their dying breath as Maya tries to work his way in there and get that big moment to go their way. He'll at least at a bare minimum make just a little bit of rub there for FaZe Clan. They have to go for 2 rounds instead of 1 on this offensive side. And for everybody's hopes and prayers from the Liquid camp, you really hope these defenses go the same way that FaZe's did.
You really do. I really thought this was going to be maybe as competitive a grand final as the FaZe W7M1 was from stage 2 of last year. The only final FaZe has been in that went all 3 maps. The E1 in stage 1 and the Liquid one in stage 1 of 2023 both just ended after a 2-map affair, FaZe asserting their dominance. Liquid need to recover these defenses if they want to truly, I think, take the spot opened up in Brazil, left by Furia slowly falling off. FaZe have been up there. We know FaZe are a top 2 team in Brazil. They solidified that with this placement, but Liquid's still looking to bounce back completely from stage 1. Being able to take that spot away from Liquid, or even just push, or take that spot away from FaZe, and even push this to a 3rd map would be so, so nice.
100%. You really want a full-on series out of this game, especially with these 2 teams, right? I mean, it's almost an expectation when you have Liquid and FaZe in the same lobby. It's like, all right, this has got to be an OT game, right? There's got to be some sort of magic that we see, but the only magic that we've seen at all is FaZe Clan's ability to not only stump Liquid, but specifically Nesk. 3 kills through 2 games right now, and it's constantly been FaZe Clan finding that consistency throughout these rounds that's been thwarting the game plans of Liquid, constantly putting them into these moments where you really need a big highlight reel play from somebody, and those 2 players have been Palu and Maya throughout this entire series.
Maya will stand behind the connector wall as it is opened up, backs off. Once the exothermic is detonated, FaZe taking quite a bit of time to open up that initial panel. The Selmas have all been used. Didn't see a lot of Deimos play, if any at all, I believe, from Team Liquid on their attacking half. Brought up by KDS immediately. Trying to open up a full panel of IT. Palu taking a rough shot to the shoulder. And it's just made him angry. Looking through the vertical hole now. The Deimos backs off. KDS not finding anything. I will say, FaZe are looking a little stalled on this attacking side. They look to the Yings. The Candela's held by Cyber. Barricade still open, will be shut down. Candela moving in soon after. Cyber still waiting for the call. And now it goes in. Him and KDS take control of Aqua. Handy and Souls over on the IT side. But Vidaking, the first to fall, the final piece, the backstab of Garage as the Liquid firing line all hits true. C4 might go out, and it'll save Handy's life. Hello, 2 kills with each weapon. But Liquid, that is the exact round we needed to see.
Most definitely. Yeah, the breaches come easy, but they're not really able to work connector in any convincing way. And this is something that we see from a lot of offenses attacking this top floor, right, Carter? If you're not able to really influence the backside of that server area, then things become really difficult. It's basically just a bastion for the defense to stand 10 toes on. And there's really not much you can do unless you get just a solid shot into there. But instead, it's Liquid that's shooting straight throughout that entire round, dusting FaZe clan members left, right, and center, especially when it came to the push that we ended up seeing over towards blue. Liquid deal with that very handedly, and they will quickly transition us into round 8 after the failed launch from FaZe Clan in round 7.
And Liquid's defensive side on Nighthaven has always typically been the stronger one, but the odds right here still remain very, very tall. But such a nice performance in round 7. I mean, basically a flawless round. I always say it in the 1v5. I refuse to let the KD dictate whether or not that icon appears on screen at the end of it. Beautiful stuff. So on basement, this is what I want to see, because you have so much star players. You got Maya, you have Nesk, who are going to want to get aggressive. I mean, Nesk has been solo roaming on Valkyrie. I think he did it like every round on defense on Consulate. But are you going to play a little bit more consolidated? Well, no, it appears not. 2 players in the top floor, 2 players on the middle floor. Liquid are going for that round.
When it comes down to it, it's almost a necessity. You don't want FaZe Clan to be able to process the map too quickly. If you do that and you let them build up on execute with a powerful man count as well, even if it's equal footing 5-5, it's just not a world you want to be in. It's like, hey, here's a bat, beat me over the head with it. It's really the situation you're presenting to FaZe Clan. I'm going to try and take this, at least in decent timing. Not want to overstep their boundaries, keeping these drones active. Know that somebody's potentially around blue, but they haven't sussed him out just yet. But there's the yellow ping now. He'll find the angle, but Nesk finds the kill. Oh my! Cyber wants that one back. FaZe Clan's going to try and double down. Nesk is still going to try and stand tall here on blue as he's soaking up a lot of this clock, but on the peak, it's Vidaking this time around. And KDS, he finds Maya through the wall. The drone matrix, it's too powerful. And they won't find what is necessary to put FaZe Clan on their hind legs.
I was literally thinking to myself, geez, Cyber dying. I mean, kind of wish he shot those bandit batteries so you can open up IT breach. And FaZe were like, well, not only will Vidaking shoot them, he'll also find Nesk.
Oh, wow.
And KDS will find one through the wall. Resets with a nice fadeaway frag as he retreats down Exo stairs. He'll minimize that advantage just a little bit. 2v3, a lot easier to crawl back out of than a 2v4. Especially when Palu recognizes that he can hold on the top of cargo stairs and just wait. FaZe might have, still 4 drones remaining, might have a minute to drone, but if he's able to get ahead of something and maybe find a gunfight, could be a 2v2.
Definitely could. Especially that they got these drones in here and they're able to kind of work the space. That's a key thing here. Big benefit for them. Got case under wraps too. But as of right now, the big thing is that they have to be able to suss out these angles from Liquid. A drone, that's what it's all going to be about. You can see Palu, though, currently slipping through the cracks, although Nobody really around him to exploit as of now. More than likely, will start working his way back to site at some moment in time, but like waiting for Reset's call on that. We do see him eventually come down the stairwell. A nice shot out of Palu, as he will try and back up Reset's play. Down to 15 seconds here for FaZe Clan.
Resets loses his engagement. It's all going to be on Palu to stop this match point. That might just be enough. The last one looking to carve that same bloody path down Exo stairs. And Palu does what he does best, and that is survive. One of the highest survivable players in the entire world. That is what he does.
And you know what else he does? Wins rounds for Liquid. That's the thing, right? I mean, he is always that moment in time that Liquid can just hope for and be like, all right, well, at the end of the day, Palu's still up and there's a chance. And he makes his presence known yet again in the server. 3-5 now as FaZe Clan will call their timeout. These offenses not coming as easily as they would like and feel as though some adjustments are necessary. And honestly, I think it's a good time to try and get things under wraps.
Is good. You don't want to let that lead get too close. I mean, 5-3, that could turn into 5-4, which is basically a tie game, or 6-3, which is like, oh, FaZe Clan are dominant again. They're back on top. Can not only change our perceptions, but also even the feeling for the team. It's 2 rounds in a row. FaZe have been very, very slow, which is not abnormal for FaZe Clan, if we're being objective. But when they actually tried to push into the site, Liquid were completely ready for it. The actual dislodging inside of it was not all that strong. Cyber trying to push Aqua, no Candelas necessarily actually being used to disrupt the angles inside of the site in round 7. And then when it comes to basement, and that kill got by Resets early on, making it a 2v3, ends up being very impactful, sets the stage for Palu, able to make that massive double kill or multi-kill in the late round. So FaZe taking a long time, letting defenders get set up, and even then not disrupting their positions necessarily. Will be the tertiary site, and probably Ying's best if you do want to bring her. FaZe only did bring her that first round, and seems might not be the case here.
Yeah, she definitely provided some benefit. Want to try and break things up, specifically over near that blue stairwell, but things just not exactly working out in that regard. At least positively enough for FaZe Clan to build a round off of it. They'll try and build that home here in round 9 instead, as that tack timeout is more than likely going to be highly assistive into round 9. You have quite a few operators here, some of quality merit, especially as we have that Deimos coming back in, trying to assist with finding those big picks, or just at least being able to suss out a few moments in time from Liquid. We do have one of those positions being garnered here inside of Barrels, a Nitro Cell in the hands of the Valkyrie, as Lagonis is looking for a second frag here in the game.
KDS just considering using a Death Mark just to power that Valkyrie, charge her, take the 1v1, force the engagement. But he'll hold for the time being, as they are bigger fish to fry. Much more boring ones. I'm not catching any, like 30-pounders. We're just opening IT breach. Nothing crazy. But important work nonetheless. Talked about how important it is when Liquid were attacking this. Lets you stop anybody retaking those vertical angles, though there don't actually appear to be many in the floor of IT if Vidiking's point of view right there is anything to base it off of.
Patience out of FaZe Clan, building things up with this info game, trying to make sure that they know where these positions are from Liquid before something ends up going unchecked and they get punished for it. You can see they're building things up around the garage. Everything barricaded up when it comes to Barrels, and the window being overwatched by Lagonis. No Nitro Cell in his pocket any longer, but still a lot of payload in Liquid overall. Death marker in, and something going off on the top floor here. Seems like a breaching charge or something of the sort, as that flooring will start to get broken up, and FaZe Clan starting to break down Liquid in a very convincing way. It's all down to Palu inside of Fork Hallway. He'll get some damage off, but that case going down, it's hot marked. But how quickly is he going to be able to arrive? Not quickly enough. This case now signed, sealed, delivered, and a round all the same for FaZe Clan.
That's basically what they tried to do in round 7, just on a different bomb site. All 5 players set up in a different position, then all move in at the same time. And boy, oh boy, did it go a whole heck of a lot better. Everybody winning their gunfight when they needed to. Really good stuff from FaZe Clan. They open up the garage wall. They've opened up IT. They used 7 drones to get to that point. 7 drones to find all of that information, droning even up until the last second before they call the actual execute to get everything figured out before they all go at the exact same time. It's why FaZe, when they are performing like that, can be such a dangerous team. They might not necessarily have somebody that is as flashy to watch as Herd, so they have plenty of players who can get the same numbers, or not necessarily as insane as KZ, but that team coordination is so good. 6-3 now, tactical timeout working, and FaZe looking to close out Liquid's pick even more dominantly than they did their own.
Yeah, break up a little of that momentum that Liquid's building on, bring things back to at least common ground, and just reach in your bag of tricks, pull out something that you figure is a default, something you guys are confident in, make it work. All those things, green lights for FaZe Clan. So we'll move on into what could be our last round in between these two. What a short-lived best of 3, if so.
Yeah, really, less one, or I suppose less even than I thought and hoped it would be. I mean, Palu's still doing quite good in the series overall, but Nesk has picked it back up, Resets and Maya picked it back up. This is just starting to look more like a bit of a team diff, unfortunately, on Nighthaven. Nobody lacking necessarily. It's just FaZe are outdoing Liquid more consistently. That first half to be certain, but have yet to actually do it on the second side. Liquid have still technically won more rounds on the defense than FaZe have won on attack. It's just the problem is FaZe close it out in regulation, they'll just tie them, and that'll be good enough. Electroclaw spotted down below by the IQ. The Ying has traded hands, Sam. It was on Cyber last time, but now he's on more comfortable territory, the Buck, an operator that even as a fan, I associated with Cyber.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he practically started playing this operator right when it came out. You know what I mean? Like, we're talking prehistoric era of Rainbow Six Siege. So definitely in solid hands here in the likes of Cyber. But same thing could be said for the Ying with Souls. Big moment here. Who's going to find the frag? It's not going to be Liquid just yet. They thought they had Souls there dead to rights, but clearly not. As Selma charge out, the second one's going to smack the door frame, but he can pick up and try and reconvene yet again here. Liquid's going to have a decent bearing as to what FaZe Clan want to go for here, and quite a few angles to try and work off of, especially with this wall now being broken down.
Kind of crazy Souls got away with that. I don't know if it was just like screen shake or actual just inaccuracy, but that DMR looked like it had him, and the Ying surviving now can throw the Candela through this drone hole as FaZe push forward. Huge fight for Palu to win, redeeming himself from that earlier loss on the Ying. Nesk finds Cyber, and if FaZe were all set up and prepared in round 9, well, round 10, it's on Vidaking to bring it back. Palu cut off by Handy, and it's all even, all Liquid in fact. KDS losing 67 HP in an earlier engagement. Now worse than both remaining defenders. Diffuser conquered by the defense too. No information. 2 drones, but very little time. He spotted that bandit close, but he's trying to bait out the swing on far. Resets too good with it, and Liquid weathering the storm.
Yeah, and that's really what it was, right? I mean, FaZe Clan, they kind of get bullied there initially, but they're able to bring it back in the middle of that chaos at the tail end of the round. But Liquid able to at least capitalize on a couple of these more aggressive antics. They're able to find that big moment, knock it down into the 2 versus 1, and they play that picturesque. I mean, there's nothing really more that you can ask out of our lone soul from FaZe Clan, trying to bait out the angles, trying to bait out the 1v1s, but Resets consistently swinging into that fight and able to finally find it. This FaZe Clan are going to have to look for one more round as Liquid moves us onto the basement.
Moves us downstairs, or Palu just ran back into the recesses of the bomb site to close out that round for Team Liquid. The closest round probably this entire half so far, where FaZe could have very well had a victory. So a make or break moment for Team Liquid now. FaZe are looking improved, though not flawless, as the Retrieve Command Center does not go the attack's way. But how will Liquid improve their defenses this go around? KDS found Lagonis so early on. FaZe overall had a very good advantage pretty early on in that round. So Liquid looking to have a bit more success in the early game with Lagonis on the Valkyrie this go around.
Denial for downstairs, displacement for the case, and Nitro Cell to boot on Bandit. So got some layers of that, as well as a little info game to assist them with this clear that FaZe Clan will more than likely be presenting. A solid strategy out of Liquid, but they still got to get the kills to back things up. FaZe Clan will be looking to try and thwart this extension out of Liquid, not only through EE1Ds, but through that blitz on Handy. They want to try and make some space here for this ramp.
Try and push the defense back. Cyber taking a hell of a lot of damage from an engagement through the single window. KDS looking to support from the bottom of house stairs. Pushes in from the lobby. Drone finding intel on Lagonis' position. He'll freeze during the EE1D, but he has plenty of support. Maya on the back, but same can be said for the Blitz. Able to dash on in. And Palu pushing forward. Ooh, you've got to be careful here. One wrong step, and you've put Liquid in a 2v5. Nesk 2 even getting aggressive. Be careful to overplay your hand. The shots all go wide. The Lord intervenes and blocks all of the shots. And Nesk is given a second chance to fall back to barrel stairs. Remain alive for 1:30.
Liquid. You know what time it is. You see the adjustment here before Hallway Carter. Something has to give. They have to go for something, and it has to be now, and it has to be successful. Otherwise, FaZe Clan is probably taking this round. They've gotten too much value. In the swing, it doesn't go well for resets. He asks for it, and he receives a kill from Cyber. And now Palu and Nesk, the only two that remain, all hands on deck to try and deal with this blitz that's now put Palu in such a terrible position. He's smoking himself. His last-ditch effort to try and make some space from this shielder, but Nesk is down. The hopes and dreams of Liquid are all that remain, and FaZe Clan get things done in this best of 3. 2 maps is all that it takes to crown our kings in Brazil.
4 stages in a row. Back to back to back to back.
There it is.
3 of them 2-0s as well. If you had any doubt that FaZe still remained the best in Brazil after having a drop-off in performance from stage 1 Stam, instead of winning every game, they dropped 2 in the group stage this go around. And then they got to the playoffs and they what is that? Did they not drop a single map the whole time? They 2-0'd W7M yesterday, 2-0'd NIP the first day, now 2-0'd Liquid today. Yeah, they still got it.
Hey, I got one thing for you, Lynx. FaZe up, baby. FaZe up. That's all I got.
I can't do the symbol. My fingers don't work that well, but.
The dexterity, huh? I mean, it is a little complicated. All right, I wouldn't expect you to be able to do that at a moment's notice. But hey, I will say this one thing though. You know what's not complicated? The breakdown of this series, because FaZe Clan was just greenlit across the entire board. I mean, time and time again, when Liquid was called up to the plate, it was one player trying to make the most of a situation, and that's when Liquid got their rounds. Past that, FaZe Clan, a star of consistency throughout the entire series and throughout their entire roster.
And that's been the name of the game for FaZe in all 4 of these stages so far. Has been Souls is certainly an outstanding player. Handy's an outstanding player, but I mean, you still got Cyber, you still got KDS, and you still have Vidiking. Like, any of these players can be the best player in the world on a given day. Like Furia is just a roster of talent, top to bottom. Liquid, you could say the same. Lagonis might not have the best individual performances, but Resets has bounced back this stage, and Nesk, Palu, but specifically Maya, all looking really, really good. But in this series, on this particular day, FaZe Clan doing even better than the world champions Furia were able to do against Liquid today, because 5 rounds in a row on the defense, when Liquid picked this map and probably could have predicted they were going to get attack on the starting side. If that isn't evidence enough, I don't know what else will be.
Yeah. You know, FaZe have proven once again, Siege is a team game. And if you're able to shut down any player on the opposite side consistently, things are not going to go well for that squad. And that's what we saw in both of these maps, Carter. You think back to map 1 on Consulate. Who wasn't there? It was Nesk. He could not find a single thing. 1 in 11, 1 in 12 in that map. Doesn't matter. Barely anything happening for Nesk because it seemed like he was just a martyr to FaZe Clan's efforts. And in map 2, that was Lagonis. I mean, look at the bottom left of your screen right now. 1 in 7 through round 8. Just Liquid always playing a game where they're down a member of their team.
It was, and that is a big thing. Just so down on the entry consistently. I mean, it wasn't as bad as it was on Consulate when Liquid, you know, literally only won the opening engagement twice. But still, they only got it 3 times here. Nesk once, Poly once, I suppose Nesk twice overall, but FaZe so consistent on the entry. Not something we often see from that team. Not that they're bad on the entry, but their structure is so good. They can win rounds in a 5v4, a 4v5, or a 4v4. But when you give a team that is so good at setting themselves up for executes and creating plans, and they constantly are at a 5v4, and it's rarely getting traded, it's the exact kind of thing they need. But FaZe are your champions of Brazil Stage 2 4 times in a row, as they have, both teams have already qualified for the Montreal Major, but the #1 seed now confirmed that we will see in Canada. I don't know. Listen, I predicted they'd win Manchester. I obviously looked very silly. I was really confident in that prediction. I don't know if they will win it here, but I still think, because even though the game has slowed down, I still think FaZe are just the same team they have been for the past year or so.
Yeah, and you know, I think the one thing that has been a consistency for FaZe Clan is their dominance across these last 2 years in Brazil, right? So it's hard to not be confident in them, especially when they're coming out of a region that a lot of us hallmark as the best region in the world. At least they have been throughout 2024, right? They're our chapter that we're constantly going to go back to and read through, as they've been so solid. So we'll see what they can do here when it comes to the Montreal Major. I'm happy that they're along for the ride. We already punched that ticket yesterday, but to constantly wear that crown in such a competitive region, it's definitely going to be something that we will continue to talk about as long as FaZe continues to reign champion.
Well, he walked into the server a 3-time champion today, and he will now exit it with a 4th. Jonah and Ann will be talking to KDS about that victory.
Well, thanks, Lynx. Thanks, Stokes, as always. 4 times in a row is absolutely insane to fathom. Ever since the new Blast R6 format has come into Rainbow Six, we have seen FaZe win the Brazil League every single stage. That is unbelievable. We'll welcome in KDS here as we get a chance to chat with him one final time this stage and close things out, hopefully, for FaZe with a bang. Let's see in. I know he's waiting in the wings. KDS, once again, my friend, I feel like I've talked to you so many times now.
Yes.
Parabéns, congratulations to you. 4 wins in a row, the best team in Brazil. How does that feel?
Amazing, because we work a lot and we like to win against Liquid, because they are the El Clásico here in Brazil, so very cool beat Liquid.
Yeah, you two are no strangers to each other. Parabéns on an amazing stage. It was absolutely great to see you here. And now that we're finishing the stage, is there anything that you look back on and a specific moment that was your favorite moment this stage?
I think the final moment of the stage, because we are better with the team, the communication and the plays, because the start of the stage we are very often these things. So I think this is the best. This is the final stage.
Well, KDS, I asked this question to Liquid yesterday. I think I'll ask this to you now, right? Is there any team you're looking forward to, any moment you're looking forward to at the Major coming up, anyone you're looking to take down?
BDS, because BDS is the best team in the world right now. So this is the team we are looking to beat in the final, the Major.
Amazing. All the way at the final. You heard it here first, folks. KDS, thank you as always. We'll see you there.
Bye-bye.
All righty. The best team in Brazil, and 4 times in a row. I know we've said it a couple times now, but it is so crazy to think that despite all the chaos that takes place in this region, despite the talent, the variety of different world champions that have come out of this same region, FaZe are still the best team domestically every single time.
Yeah, and FaZe are doing more things good in a row, specifically on this map or this match in general. It happened yesterday where they won like 11 rounds in a row. This time as well, between these two maps, 8 rounds in a row. Once these guys get rolling, there is absolutely no way of stopping them. We're seeing it here again as well. And what we're seeing from FaZe on their attacks, for example, once again, the information game coming out with the Deimos, it is just so nice, so exciting to see that here. Earlier on their defense as well, it did not matter what Liquid was trying to throw at FaZe. FaZe was prepared for it. That super quick execute that we saw in round 3, where they just hopped into the window and tried to get the plant down, I love the idea from Liquid. But unfortunately for them, the execution just wasn't there. They didn't have enough bodies to cover the plant once it was done. So it was great from FaZe to be able to adapt to that. Like I said, prepare for everything. And it also helps in their case that certain players on the side of Liquid just weren't having their day today.
Well, you mentioned the defensive run that FaZe went on again. Crazy that they've been able to do this now 2 days in a row. I will say, on Consulate, though, there was a moment where I thought this would be a pretty even fight. We were looking at that defense on Consulate for FaZe. Liquid had won 3 attacks in a row, and we were saying to ourselves, you know, maybe this is going to be a Liquid match. All of a sudden, the defense that was so strong for FaZe just yesterday on this map was starting to falter, but then guess what, right? They take that time and eventually they kind of find that footing again.
Yeah, and a timeout as well. I mean, that's what started this 8-round win streak in a row. That was a timeout that we saw on the very first map of Consulate. To then win 8 rounds in a row, I mean, very impressive. We have to keep on reiterating that. And, you know, 4 times in a row, winning Brazil League definitely is not easy. I love to hear from KDS as well in that interview saying that, you know, they did change up a few things near the end of that stage. They did start to work better together. That's what we're seeing here as well. I mean, they got all of their angles covered. It is so difficult for Liquid to go and separate these FaZe players and try and isolate gunfights against them, because FaZe have all their angles covered and work together so very well. And like KDS is saying it, they have been improving, and that's what you need to do if you want to stay at the top.
Well, as we've talked about before, everyone on this FaZe team could be the best player on any given day. But today, you can make an argument for Souls, Vidiking, Cyber, Handy. It's going to be Souls, though, your match MVP, just doing a little more than his teammates, especially in terms of that entry game, setting himself apart from the rest.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, if you create these openings for your team, and if you shut down Liquid early on when they're trying to go for these funky kind of executes, that really throws a spanner in the work for them to be able to execute successfully. So, very good to see that here from Souls. He's actually tied with Handy in the most MVPs so far in Brazil League. And, you know, we hyped up both these players coming into this game. We hyped up Vidiking as well. Like you said, it's just any player that could really step up when they need them. That's not so much what we saw happening today on the side of Liquid.
Yeah, it's funny because Liquid is something we give them praise for constantly, that they have so much depth. So sometimes it's Palu, sometimes it's Maya, right? Even Lagonis has his times where he's able to get in the building and stay alive, but that right there was one major issue where Souls was especially impactful. Lagonis, he's on the blitz, he's trying to get something done, and Souls is just there to shut him down right away. So consistent for FaZe across the board, and I don't think it's a surprise that we are once again crowning them the best in Brazil.
Again, yes, very true. I mean, now that we got the winners out the way, this gives them a little bit more SI points, a little bit more prize money as well. And like we said, you know, the bragging rights of being once again the champion of Brazil League. But I'll be honest with you, now that we got this first game out of the way, I mean, that second one is going to be something.
Yeah, I know, even though this one was exciting, El Clasico right here in Brazil, this was just a warm-up today, because the more important game, the final spot from the playoff bracket to head straight to the major, is still up for grabs. And Furia and W7M, well, boy, you know that they want that spot badly. It is our grand finale, a major qualification matchup coming up next.
Sabia a posição, ainda assim teve eliminação. O Totes do Shaiko consegue e X devolve rapidamente. A briga continua em cima do Iex, gás tóxico. Teve que pressionar e foi pra trás, Getalha. Sobrou apenas o Dó. Dots, junto com o Rari, de montanha. Dots corre, não tem muito o que fazer. Ele vai atrás da eliminação. Dots fecha mais um round para W7M. Vamos que vamos.
Did you like it? Then buy it.
À esquerda, ele ainda não viu, vai tentando esperar para ver se vai rolar o plant. Mitrix com... consegue pegar o Wizard, já conseguiu marcar para tentar finalizar pela Smoke. Olha o que a Solis faz. Hash pega boas eliminações, Lukid também junto. Muzi e Psycho tentam diminuir, mas estão com poucos segundos. O Psycho vai ter que arranjar um lugar para plantar. E o lugar agora foi lá do outro lado na sala de ventilação. O Muzi já ainda conseguiu surpreender. Pode ter marcação em cima do jogador, tá muito longe o Mitrix. Ninjas em pijamas ainda garante. Muzi terceira dele. Mitrix vai tentando fazer o clutch. Psy com o animal! Destemido, sem medo de ser finalizado, ele encara na trocação e leva mais um round.
Well, the game at this point is simple. You win, and you're going to Montreal. You lose, and you have to fight your way through the LCQ like Liquid did in Stage 1. A hard road for anyone sent down to the last chance qualifier, but glory for the team to be the third team sent directly to the Montreal Major. That is exactly what Furia and W7M have on their minds here, and it has been a long time coming through now 11 playdays here on the final one of the playoffs. Either of these teams have a very realistic shot at winning this matchup.
Yeah, and I know what you're saying, Jonah. It sounds so simple, but I think these teams and their fans wish that it was only just so simple. A best of 3 between them to separate who's gonna get that major ticket and who still has to go for a second chance through the LCQ. So a very tough matchup with a lot on the line for these two teams. And like we said, they have already played against each other in the group stage. They're no strangers to each other, but we can see who's gonna win it out today.
Well, for those of our audience tuning in for the first time today, we'll give you an idea of how things have shaken up thus far. We'll take a look at our playoff picture right now. And with, of course, FaZe taking the win for the 4th stage in a row here in Brazil, that's put them on top of the region once again. But the most important thing now is that match you see on the bottom of your screen. Furia and W7M, both teams who lost in their respective semifinals and now have one final chance to make it all the way home. Both teams came in with a good start. W7M, they had a bye right off the bat because of their seeding out of group stage, and Furia, oh, they wiped the floor with E1 to start. But when it came to the semis, they just could not pull all the way through. Now, hoping to learn some lessons in this qualification game.
Well, it tells a story, though, if you're looking at the both semifinals. Furia has had a way closer game against Team Liquid than W7 had, despite them having the bye going into the players, like you mentioned. It was a really tough game for them against FaZe yesterday, whereas with Furia, I think there were moments where it looked like they were going to win that game and immediately qualify for the major.
Yeah, Furia, I mean, a team built of world champions. You expect them to be competing with the best of the best. And as we've talked about before, and this team has gone to international events on almost a streak now, not having missed an event in quite some time.
Yeah, it's about 2.5 years they have made every single international event since the summer of 2022. So for them to miss out on this one would be really unfortunate, given they've got themselves in a pretty decent position with that first major. You'd imagine SI is still on the line for them, but hey, it's Siege. You never know what's going to happen. They might as well just not make SI if they don't make the major.
Yeah, you never know. And with these two rosters, you just never know who is going to step up on any given day. We've talked a lot about these teams in depth, but some players we obviously want to highlight today. #1 player in all of Brazil, and that is, of course, Volps. He's been the #1 player for a while now, and he has been in that conversation even when he is in that 3rd spot. But on the other side, and this is very important for Furia, someone like Herds, who is capable at being the best player in Brazil, is not having the stage 2 to remember.
Yeah, there's so much we can say about this graphic and these two players. For Hurt specifically, he cannot be the avatar today. He cannot be the one person that they need the most and then to just disappear, because he hasn't been having the greatest of stages, but we know he can really show up and really perform, and that's what we need him to do as well. And for Volps, I sometimes can feel a bit bad for Volps, given that he was always on the roster, got kicked off the roster, and then that roster went to do something very well internationally. So you could say Volps has been continuously missing out on the international victories with the roster that he's been on, but this time around he's been doing so well. It would be so deserved to see him do so well at an international event. He is second as the top EPS as well, just following closely behind Palu, and like we're saying, it's such a consistent stage from him, and he's been time and time again putting it up, whereas we're not really seeing that yet from Hertz.
Well, it's funny, the top 10 EPS, this actually switched minutes ago because Palu, his performance in that last match just took him above Volps. But if Volps has anything to say about it, he'll be claiming that top spot again in just a few minutes. On the other side, though, we mentioned Herds. And even though Herds has not been having the best stage 2 as a whole on the year, opening kills is where Herds has thrived. And as we know, as these matches can get so explosive, so cutthroat, opening kills, those entry frags, it's such a great way to dictate the pace, get your team off to a good start.
Yeah, and that's where it could either be very hot for Hertz or very cold, because that's what we saw yesterday as well. I think specifically in Border, and despite Liquid losing that map, we saw quite some instances where teammates of Liquid open up windows, and then Hertz was sitting behind that window and they were able to shut him down. The recipe for success, I guess, for any team that goes up against Furia is once you shut down Hertz early in the round, he cannot do what he does best, and is create those openings for his team and be successful in the entries like we saw.
Yeah, you mentioned that it hasn't been going as well, and you're absolutely right. In the entry department in this second stage, it's actually KZ who is leading that in terms of the Furia side. JV92 who actually comes up in second place. You look at the numbers right now, you would think that Herds is in the lead, but again, these numbers between stage 1 and stage 2 tell a very different story than are just stage 2 numbers alone. It's very key that obviously Herds has a good support system and we're seeing these other players step up, but if Herds can click at the same time as JV92 and KZ, and you gotta think this team cannot be beaten if that happens.
Yeah, I'm looking at a repeat from last stage here, potentially. I mean, we saw FaZe win out the stage, and then we saw Furia win the major qualification game against W7M. So there is a chance that we see exactly the same happening here. Obviously, if Furia want that to happen, because their game against Liquid was close yesterday, they probably feel like, okay, we maybe could have won that. Whereas for W7M, their game was absolutely not close at all. They lost 11 rounds in a row. Players are not having a great day when it comes to fragging-wise. There were moments where they let players on the enemy team get away with massive glitches where you're like, what is going wrong? Something is absolutely not clicking, and that to me is kind of scary going into today. You have less than 24 hours to fix whatever happened that was going wrong yesterday, and that's not a lot of time.
We look at this roster and we always talk about the depth of these top teams, but you look at someone like Dots there who's been so consistent at even getting that diffuser down, so valuable when it comes to that supportive role and just getting those plants done. So vital when this entire team is clicking. W7M, much like Furia, we had that opening piece on them to start the day, but W7M also had a so-so start to the group stage and really kicked it into gear in those final few play days. But at the start of the stage, that is when these two teams actually faced off in a best of one. And can we learn anything from that best of one going into this best of three?
We can learn that it might be a very close matchup, given that this was a 7-5 when it initially happened. Furia coming out not successful. I was going to say, I was looking at the stats here wrong. W7M coming out successful in that one. We're talking about teams having a so-on, so-off stage here. A close map on Nighthaven was what we saw from them, but that's been about a month, and a lot has changed for Furia. And we heard them say, you know, specific maps that came down. We worked on those a lot, we learned a lot, and we have been improving ourselves.
Yeah, I think Labs is one of those maps in particular that Furia prepped very specifically against one of their opponents. I think maybe E1 a little bit later in the stage and had a very good showing on that. But let's find out where this one is going to end up going today. Maybe it's Labs. Maybe we do see a little bit of that revenge story here coming in for Furia. To start at least, we are going to see Clubhouse and Skyscraper right off the bat, eventually going to Labs as that decider. Quite an interesting combination here. Clubhouse, our first map, and what do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, Nighthaven, if we go there, but Clubhouse for me, I think for Furia, it's not statistically a great map from them, but we heard Felipox say, okay, we learned to improve ourselves on this map, we learned a lot of things, and we really got a lot better at Clubhouse. So bringing them out here, they won it against E1 in the deciders as well, so I like that they're bringing it out here. We got W7M with the Skyscraper pick. They already beat Furia on this map, like we said, in the Super Copa. It's a comfortable map for them. They got a win versus NIP on it, but it is also a pretty good map for Furia. The decider, like you said, Nighthaven Labs, that was the map that Furia lost to Liquid, the map that knocked them down to the lower bracket, and for W7M, they won 5 out of 6 games on this map. W7M, like we said, beat Furia on this map early in the group stage. So for me, this whole veto is about potential revenge for Furia. Can they beat their opponents on maps that they've lost to them prior on these maps? Because if you want to take down your opponents, you gotta do it in style.
Yeah, but it is interesting, as you mentioned. I'm looking at the W7M map history on all 3 of these maps, and it looks like so far this stage, those 3 maps, they have not lost on any of them. They have, what, 1-0 on Club, 2-0 on Nighthaven, 1-0 on Skyscraper, right? Those are intimidating stats to go up against here. So for Furia, I agree. Revenge story proving that, well, their past results and maybe their opponent's past results will not dictate the ultimate result here. Well, so before we get into this one, we will of course welcome in Lynx and Stokes as we get into the nitty-gritty of our final few details before this match gets started. I mean, we talked about this one being the game of the stage, the major qualification matchup. Lynx, clearly, we're ready to go.
We're doing jazz hands.
Jazz hands, what do you got for me? What's the most exciting thing about this match?
The most exciting thing about this match for me is, personally, I think there's a good thematic element with Furia picking Clubhouse first, because Anne is right. In Brazil Stage 2, this is not a good map for Furia. They had an 8-map win streak going into Brazil, and bam, they lose it 7-2 to Black Dragons. Then they lose it 2 more times in regulation. But they bounce back, and they beat E1 7-1 in deciders. Like Furia, Clubhouse, an old favorite of them, is looking to be redeemed, not only in their eyes, but our eyes. And for that to be our first map, I don't know, as someone who likes stories, who likes poetry, that seems very nice to me.
Well, Stokes, are you a poetry guy as well? Is that kind of what's catching your eye here, or is there something else you want to focus on?
Well, I might not be that big of a poetry guy, but I can definitely tell you we're going to see some poetry in motion between these two. I mean, when it comes down to it, W7M and Furia, you're always going to have a game between these two, let alone, I mean, the history with the Furia roster and this organization, right? But also that chip on W7M's shoulders. I mean, as well as, I'll just tell you straight up, I was at EWC, I talked to W7M. They don't like these guys, man. They want to beat them every single time that they play. So I expect that to translate into the server. We already saw it inside of the best of 1 earlier this stage, and now we get a full-on best of 3. I mean, come on, man. It's going to be fun. That's all I know.
Right, this is hopefully should be, sorry, I mean, like the best no holds barred matchup we've seen yet. I mean, this is the last straw. Of course, the LCQ exists, but you just don't want to have to worry about that. And when you have a chance like this to win right now.
It's poetic. I mean, to be or not to be at the Montreal Major is the question that we have for these teams here with that major qualification game.
I caught that. You can't get one over me. Also, I gotta say it. I'm sorry, Jonah. I gotta say it. I was a hater yesterday. I'm gonna continue to be one today. W7M might be serial chokers. That's also on the line today because they
choke watch.
Oh, dude, it's choke watch right now. Let me tell you, I got the Heimlich prepared. W7M lost 2 BO3s in playoffs, get knocked to the LCQ, lose to Liquid in the LCQ last stage. Now they're on their 2nd BO3 this go around as well. Are we getting number 5 on major qualification opportunities to lose, perhaps?
Could happen. Very well, because, I mean, look, this is a team that you generally expect, the team that has the bye, who can sit back and prep their opponent to be ready for that game when it comes, and they were not ready for FaZe. Stokes, are they ready for Furia this time?
You know, I think this might be one of those situations where the lights might still be a little too bright for W7M. They're going up against a tried and true Furia, a roster that just this year picked up a hammer. And, you know, it might not have been the easiest road post-hammer, but I will definitely tell you this. When it comes down to it, when it comes down to these games where there's a lot of emotion, a lot of things riding on the line, Furia have constantly and consistently been the victors. So for W7M, it's going to have to be a big moment here for them today. They can't, you know, simply break down the China shop. They got to make sure they keep everything clean and kosher up against a very consistent Furia.
And you really hope, by the way, like if they're going to break down the China shop, I'd like to see Herds, like the #1 bowl at the moment. That was like on W7M. I checked the stats, by the way. Talk about entry, plus 22 at SI, plus 3 in stage 1, and since then it has been negative for Herds on the entry. Like, if anybody's got to come back, it is this guy. It has got to be Herds.
I mean,
but just real quick, I just got to say this as well for W7M in that regard, right? Volps He's 20-6 on entry this stage. Just absolutely disgusting stuff. And I mean, you said it yourself. We might need to see some bull in a china shop-esque plays, and I think Volps will definitely be that number to be called upon in that regard.
And we will find out for the final time today. Ann and I will step aside, give you guys the floor. A very simple game. You win, you're going to Montreal. You lose, and it is the LCQ for you. Have fun.
Thank you very much, Jonah. And I mean, you and I were already started yapping anyway a little bit too much. Jonah's probably all right. The extroverts have taken over the conversation. Great. Another W.
I mean, when they were scouting things out, Carter, they were like, 2 yappers? Perfect. Pair them up.
Listen, okay? Free thinkers like to talk, okay? We do our own research and we speak our own mind. And that is why I am I'm laying it down, Sam. Choke Watch has arrived. We have Beef Watch in the NAL. We actually have the Beef Watch rematch today for the finals. You should tune in Sonics vs. Dark Zero later. But W7M right here, I am being completely honest. A lot on the line right now, because if you 2 stages in a row get second and drop BO3s, 2 times in a row, by the way, to the team we're looking at right now, allegations will not be beat.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. I mean, not only are we on Choke Watch, but you're also up against a team that has constantly been on the delivering end of said choke. Furia has been the demise to a lot of squads, including W7M. It just seems like they can never pull the wool over their eyes. As Furia, they know W7M extremely well. They understand this play style, this roster. Although with a new organization, they're not new at their core. Their expectations and what they deliver in the server has always been something that Furia has been privy to, and we're going to see if that's going to be the case yet again here today. W7M right in front of you, folks. A lot of positivity out of this roster. Dodez, a newer face to this team, but the rest just consistent when it comes to their fragging, and they have been so far again this stage, but once again these playoffs starting to escape them.
Starting to escape them, but you do have to give credit there, which you did. I mean, Volp's highest rated player, or second highest rated now, thanks Palu, shout out to that. Second highest rated player in Brazil, insanely good entry stats, and really for me, oddly enough, like normally the 2 players, I'm like, we got to see more from her Dots and Dash is part of this equation, but I want to see more from Loban. I was in Atlanta. I remember the crowd shouting his name. I remember one of the greatest duo performances, Loban and Maya, that I've ever seen at an event. I want to see that Loban on W7M today. I want to see a W7M that can realize that potential and live up to the 3 stars on their jersey. Let's see if they match my confidence.
Cara, o jogo contra a W7M vai ser um pouco pegado, mas a gente vai ganhar. Eles só ganharam um mapa nosso, que foi um chalé que a gente entregou os rounds, então não foi mérito deles. O resultado já está escrito.
Rivalidade full, por causa dos caras vieram daqui, a gente tá aqui agora no lugar deles. Eles terminaram um ciclo. E a gente tá começando o nosso. Acho que vai ser jogão.
Cara, tem que ficar de olho no Lobex. Ele sempre tá jogando de boss ali no Vigil. Essa arma tá pelona.
Eu acho que hoje o Poco tá se mantendo desde o início, tipo, sempre evoluindo. Isso que eu acho top, assim, absurdo dele.
Um recado aí pros torcedores da W7M. Eu sei que vocês estão com saudade do ex, né? Mas agora eu sou Fúria. Então, vocês vão chegar na final que nem na Arábia e vão perder agora, pai.
Pô, vamos acordar, né, galera? Ganharam 3 campeonatos aí, mas já era, tá ligado? Acabou.
W7M saying it themselves. They want to live up to the legacy left behind by their very opponents today in our final qualification match to Montreal Major in the playoffs. Remember, anybody who qualifies in the playoffs, if you're from NA, EU, or Brazil, congrats. You find yourselves in Phase 2. You don't have to play, you don't have to play Bleed or Elevate. You just get to go straight with the big dogs and chill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes life a lot easier, right? Especially because you get to see a little bit of what's cooking for people at LAN events. Maybe some things that your team didn't really consider, maybe some things you can use down the line as you have to play against a couple of these opponents, right? And everybody begging and pleading, really, at the end of the day, Carter, to not have to go through the LCQ, because it's the Wild West out there, man. You never know what's going to go down. We've seen teams lose to just the craziest named squads under the planet where you're like,
Sam,
I don't even know a single one of these guys.
Sam, Fluxo, who didn't get a single match in like the group stage last stage, was in the finals of the LCQ in stage 1. That's who Liquid had to beat. Like, anybody can turn up in LCQ. Maybe if you're like the most consistent, you win. Liquid benefited from that this stage, but W7M found themselves there last stage and they lost to Liquid early on, more early on than the finals. Fluxo were able to get there by the end. That is what they are fighting, not just to be the first time this year that W7M make a major, but also just to make their path a whole lot easier than it could otherwise be. For Furia, I mean, I'm kind of like talking about the W7M pressure, but really I'm being a little unfair, because we got to be honest, Sam. 2-time major champs, world champs, top 8 at Manchester. If they lose this one, if W7M realize the potential that we think that they have, this will be Furia's first LCQ in a long time.
Yeah, most definitely would. I'll tell you this, at a bare minimum, there's been one thing that has always been true about these moments in any esport, and it's that pressure makes diamonds. If you can get through moments like this, it means quite a lot for your future. And just as a reminder to some of those of you that might forgot, because in esports terms, it's a millennia ago now as we are at the tail end of the year, Furia went through the lower bracket to win SI. They were just molly-whopping people left and right, just beating them over the head. And it all happened once their backs were against the wall. Once their stock count reached 1, Carter, that's when they popped off. And this might be another moment here for them up against W7M. I'm extremely excited either way you cut it. I mean, we're looking to W7M to try and find some air of consistency in moments like this. And for Furia, well, we know what they're capable of when the pressure's on. And now we have a best of 3 and a server warmed up to try and figure out what's going to happen.
Just to remind you guys of the maps, we've got Clubhouse up first, Furia's pick, Skyscraper the next, W7M with Nighthaven Labs at our decider. I can remember a Furia Nighthaven decider that was at least a little bit interesting to watch. But Clubhouse, as I mentioned during the desk segment, great map for Furia, fantastic map for Furia, up until EWC closed quals and Brazil stage 2. They were on an 8-game win streak. 8 games. The only game they lost, by the way, that was a brief interruption, when they got sent to the lower bracket by Wolves in that first round. It was an 8-6 victory for Wolves on Clubhouse that sent Furia to the lower bracket, where they began the run that Sam just mentioned. But not only did Furia lose 7-5 to Liquid in Brazil stage 2, or 7-3 to Liquid, excuse me, not only did they lose 7-5 to Vivo Keyed, they lost 7-2 to Black Dragons? Black Dragons who couldn't win a game this stage? Come on. I mean, we have better recent results with that 7-1 over E1 at the start of the decider, but an old favorite has fallen into disrepair, seemingly, for Furia, and they're still trying to build back that reputation.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I think that especially post-SI, everybody just continued to have these bright lights on Furia because they were constantly that team that no matter what event, no matter what stage you were in, you're like, all right, this team is top 4, and if we're being honest, they're probably top 2 every single time that they show up. But now, you know, they've been on this run for quite some time. I mean, whenever you guys see the W7M jersey, do you see those little gold stars above it? Yeah, that's the Furia roster. That's not the current W7M roster. They're the ones who ended up doing all of that for this organization, and they're trying to continue on this journey now under Furia. And obviously, it's been a little bit of a rocky road, at least in their terms, right? For a lot of others, that's big success, but they don't want to continue on this journey of being second fiddle. They want to get back into those bright lights and have those highlight moments and be the squad that we all know is so very dominant from Brazil.
We're still waiting to get underway as both teams.
Yeah, I said the server's warmed up. I lied. That's on me. I apologize.
I'm starting to listen. We try to prolong it so Sam and I don't just start, like, I don't know, messing around and saying nonsense. Sun's getting real low. Sun's getting real low, unfortunately. Actually,
Sun's getting real low, big guy.
one thing I will say that has been a pleasant surprise has been Dots' performance, at least yesterday. Even though they lost to FaZe, Dots performed pretty well individually overall. Dots and Dash have always felt like sort of the weakest links on W7M, especially, unfortunately, like when you compare it to Volps. Like, are you kidding me? But Dots had a pretty good performance yesterday, even though W7M didn't end up taking the win. He was the highest rated on Consulate against FaZe Clan, and I think second highest rated on Lair, though that didn't really mean a whole lot when the team didn't really load into Lair. That actually, another thing to talk about, Sam, their map pick really went horribly yesterday, didn't it? What does that speak for this series?
Man, I mean, honestly, I think it's a little bit of a different story up against Furia, but we'll just have to see. It definitely makes me worried a bit, but at a bare minimum, the thing is that they walked into Lair, which you and I both highlighted as a map that is kind of up in the air right now. So it's leaning defensive favor. It just got put in. It's a fresh map, and you choose to pick it up against FaZe Clan, who I don't know how many times we have to say this, Lynx, but they're pretty darn good on defense.
Hey,
I don't know if you know.
Locked in now. They are done. Locked in at, I think, 75%. See, this is the problem with when you're at the top like that, because that 3-6 half actually kind of killed their percentage on Consulate, and then the 5-6 brought it back a bit, but they do, I think, finish at maybe a little under 75%, but still basically at that point. But
we'll give it to them. We'll give it to them.
Like, what the hell are we going to do? Liquid are the closest, and they're 12% behind them. So, whereas for this particular game, W7M rocking at around 60, but both of these teams struggling on the attacking side. Furia with the worst rate, 43.5% going into today. Might have a better defensive win rate, but attacks in general, obviously very hard. There are very few teams in Brazil overall that have a positive rate. Ironically, given the loss we just saw, it was actually Liquid going into today, who had I think one of the only teams with a plus 50% win rate on the attack. But it's the weaker side in Brazil as a whole. So what are you going to do? Ooh, okay, artist. Okay, Michelangelo, I see you.
Got the sketch pad out. Brought it to the event. Not only that, but look at the signed jersey as well.
You know the best part too? If the name wasn't there, I probably still could have figured out that was Volps. Speaks to the quality.
100%. Not only the drew the face well, but the glasses as well, a hallmark of Volps' look. He's got to have those circular glasses on. And they're just moments away, folks, from getting into this. As you can see, Norris and the rest of W7M not really too concerned right now.
Do you think Norris is actually dozed off at this point? Do you think he's just
I was going to say, have you been noticing him just laying back there, just trying to keep his...
Norris is actually one of my favorite coaches to watch for this reason, because I have noticed him doing that. But I love it because, one, he's doing that right now. But if you also notice that even back on Los, he always kneels down when he takes tactical timeouts. Every time. And initially, I thought, oh, it's a Brazil thing. He doesn't want the other coach to read his lips. But then he was doing it on stage at Atlanta, where the team was there was a wall separating them. So this guy... Norris just tries to get in the zone when he crouches down on the ground. But we are finally in the zone here on the English stream, because Furia W7M on Clubhouse is loading in. This is Furia's pick, old reliable, but they are 1-4 on it in recent history, just in the past 3 months. So not the stronghold it once was.
Yeah. I'm happy that you bring that point up too, because I noticed that he'd been kneeling a lot for those kind of things. And dude, it reminds me of Pep from Prem, dude. He gets down there. He's got to get down, in the thick of it with his players, and a lot of conversations with the hands as well. You and I actually had a moment yesterday during their W7M series where they were talking about crunching things down in the site, and just from the hand gestures alone, you and I are like, I think I know what's happening here. I think I know what's gonna go down.
That is true. I'm sorry to say, Sam, I have no idea who you just referenced. I don't know who that was.
That's okay. You don't watch soccer.
Like UK Prem?
Yes, UK Prem.
Very
famous coach.
Eminem, Doki, like Doki.
Like Doki?
Yeah, like Prem.
No, I mean
not the T3 competition from 2019.
No, we're talking about Prem Soccer, buddy.
Oh,
Premier League.
Okay, got it. I didn't know that. My bad.
Yeah, no, this would be like the pro league, not the not the tier 3 league of soccer. This is a whole different thing. Prem is like one of the things where it's like all the real important people. Not to say that the other leagues aren't important. Don't fry me in chat. I know. You got Bundesliga and all the other things that I can potentially mess
Not
up
convinced
saying.
you didn't just make that one up right now.
See, I'm saying you get an American saying some things and things are bound to go wrong. But one thing that I will say is true and brings us back to Bear here in round 1 is that Clubhouse is one of the maps that everybody has to have in their arsenal, and we're going to see it pour out into the server here with Furia and W7M to start. And not only that, but we also have a guaranteed skyscraper. I mean, boy howdy, Carter, we have a slobber knocker in front of us.
Indeed we do. I want to see how Furia are able to do on Clubhouse. Talk about the bans a bit, by the way. That's your ban. Not something we see all that often anymore. It used to literally be the only attacking op that got banned half the time. But that's years ago now, so all those EMPs taken off the board. Ying and Azami for Furia, pretty standard there. So what tools do we have left available to us? Well, we've got the Dokkaebi, which I don't think, given both these teams having quite a bit of an aggressive streak, loving to let JB92, Herds, KZ, even Fellapox. They want to lurk. They want to hit that Dokkaebi call and run around with the SMG-12, and you don't think Dodez, Volps, or Lobin want to do the same thing?
Well, hard to say at the current moment. I mean, still a lot to be said with this game, right? W7M starting off with a nice little roam strategy. We've been seeing them build on this throughout not only the prep phase, but the action phase a little bit here too. Now the first Dokkaebi call is going to go out for Furia. Already have some people based over inside of Cash, and the first kill will go the way of JV92, as this entire stage has as well. A way to start things off, and what a way to build off that first call that comes through. JV92 will find the follow-up as well as Nade tries to flood in through the Logi hatch. It's going the way of the offense for now.
That is a one-man double kill roam clear of the top floor. JV92 did that basically by himself. There was one guy on the hatch that tried to support and certainly distracted for JV, so not a completely solo effort, but when Furia are on their game, that is the worry that you have, is that you can just have some of the best players, and JV92 definitely the best player on Furia this stage, constantly being the one that, when things were getting tough, was oh so consistent, and is one of our highest rated players at this stage. Fellapox, you'd say the same for himself. Such a strong backline player for Furia. Will fire a couple shots through the roof, but all the roamers have made it back. So in this final minute, Furia actually have a fair bit to do.
Yeah, when it comes to this basement offense, things are always a little complicated when you start leaning towards things at a minute remaining, especially the given man count. Although W7M only have 3 bodies, right? It's still a lot to be said when it comes to this basement setup. You're pretty tunneled when it comes to trying to work your way in. Those funnels do not really work out into your favor, and that's what W7M is going to look to exploit. You can see Furia trying to build up at the gates. They're going to get a nice pick, though, in Herds.
Oh.
I mean, count your lucky stars, man. It's falling right into your lap. He almost gets a third as well, but this is practically just a moment away from being a Furia round, and KZ will reach out and grab it.
That was a Furia round. Not just in one they won, but that was like a Furia are doing Furia things kind of round. JV92 just hits a Dokkaebi call, EMPs like a prox alarm to walk through construction, gets 2 kills, then Herds walks down bottom main, is either red and wins the fight, or finds a gap, which either way, that's indicative of Herds returning to form. And we even have a little bit of Furia luck, just free-firing through the wall, and on the last bullet, the defender walks in, and now the Maestro's in a 1v4. Very good start on the attack, and basically just Furia doing what they do best.
Yeah, I mean, for the script that W7M put forward, Furia did a really good job of reading it, right? I mean, that top floor setup, they know that they're more than likely going to have to get some semblance of a roam clear going, at least to get some pressure to get these players to move off that top floor. Maybe get a cut off here or there, something that works in their favor that way, but you don't really need that when JV92 not only gets the first frag clean, but is able to get the second on a trade, and that opens up the entire mid floor to Furia's control, as well as W7M do not want to try and end this round just strictly on that roam game. They want to try and have some sort of backbone downstairs. Just doesn't really work out for them, and Furia clean up shop. Into round 2 pretty quickly here, I would say, as we're going to get the last little bits and pieces built up for W7M. It is going to be somewhat of an extension over towards Master, but as we've already seen from Furia, they are no stranger to trying to deal with these extensions.
Not scared by them whatsoever. They have to open up the plat wall first before they could just send JV92 in, clear out the construction room, and you're not worried about anything. But you do have to do a little bit of due diligence here. That one is very important. What we just saw, the Kludge drone hacking that prox alarm, and nobody on W7M is going to necessarily be aware of that. You can see Dash is concerned. I mean, maybe he actually heard it. So I might stop a little bit. Well, now he's aware that somebody's going to hit that gap. That's exactly why I said Furia could be in a good position, because when you hack the prox alarm, you know Herds is going to fill that space in a nanosecond, and Dash actually read it, and Herds, unfortunately, taking another of many entry deaths this stage.
This is what we need to see from W7M. Answering the call at the proper moments, properly controlled aggression, and Volps finds one from the garage window. Kind of an unsuspecting angle sometimes. It's kind of a 50-50 on if the defense usually puts a body there. This time around, it'll be green lights for W7M and a kill to boot. And now they'll slow down Furia. What we saw in the previous round was W7M trying to pick up the pieces from their defensive end, but this time around, the offense is the one left in the dark. There's really not too much to build off of right now. They're going to tag up Doc, but that's just a means to an end for Volps. He's going to dock himself right back up. A frag grenade in as the defense is trying to get something going for themselves even further. They'll down the sledge.
Oh, Dots.
Philippox will actually get a kill as Dots. He starts to fling himself out the window to get that kill. Doesn't think that somebody's in the area, but Volps right around the corner almost catches one. KZ will crawl himself off that roof, and probably the smartest play that he's made so far.
Able to recover, so 3v3 established, but any damage done for the defense can be restored by Volps, and they maintain the current HP advantage. F-Not right above that breach. Difficult for Nade, so he'll have to rotate across. Furia have not even the bare minimum. They try to take the garage, but Dodez makes the right play. Firebolt goes out, but Philippox able to win the re-challenge. So garage control is Furia's control. A very, very key gunfight for Philippox to win. Look at all that damage he's losing for the goo mine. He doesn't want to take it out and potentially avail himself to the boost angle. We know nobody's taking it. Volps has instead moved to something lower. Spots the head of the Capital, but instead looks to challenge onto the Thermite. Z-Pings ringing true. 3-piece for the Doc, and W7M tie it up.
It gets a little scary there for just a second. That's the one thing about Furia, right? It's the same thing that we noticed with their SI run. It just seemed like in rounds like that, where the big pick goes the way of the opposite team, Furia is able to find a way to claw themselves back into the ground, and that's another example there, Carter. Get it down to the 2 versus 2. The position's just a known quantity from W7M, and they deal with it in strike contrast to what Furia really wanted to, have that round end in. But now, W7M able to at least get one round to start us off on this defense, as they'll continue to look to try and get in the way of Furia consistently on a round-to-round basis.
Try their best, and to put a bit of a finer point on it from what we saw at the beginning of that round, Herd's obviously trying to find the gap, but Dash is able to just shut him down completely. Now minus 16 on the entry in Brazil Stage 2 so far. On the desk, as I said, he was well over plus 20 at SI, but ever since that event, even when the differential's been positive, it has been a pretty steady decline, not only in terms of the entry, but also in terms of the rating. Herds has been in a bit of now an almost 8-month slump, being sometimes even the lowest rated player for Furia. I believe at Manchester he was, when they went out in early in top 8. This is not just a meaningless player. Nade can afford that. He's on hard breach. Even Philippox can afford that. He's a backline player. But when Herds, just like Nazca, I think we saw in this past series, Sam, is wanting to take those entries. He still wants to play that play style, and he's getting punished so consistently. It's easy to see why Furia are struggling so much.
Yeah, 100%. And that does present an issue to Furia and might be another reason as to why we see such a just like atmospheric pressure out of the other players from Furia, right? I mean, they are at just such a crazy height when it comes to the kill department. And it might just be the fact that some of those are more readily available than what they used to be. I mean, the one thing that we noticed out of Furia at SI as well was the fact that across the board, it seemed like no matter who you were taking a fight against, you're more than likely going to lose. And not the same can be said, at least through this stage. Volps is going to find Herds. That's a nice find as well, as that's one of their ways of dealing with those castle barricades. They have already broken up a few, but Furia is going to have to try and second guess how they try and work on this top floor.
And to be fair to Herds there, that wasn't even him necessarily trying to find a gap. That's just the highest rated player in Brazil right now, peeking outside of the CC window and winning the 1v1 against him. So definitely more of a plus in Volps' column, unfortunately. Hibana gone too. Curious how many castle barricades he was able to destroy with a mute on the board. But Furia, 2 rounds in a row now, trying to push in a 4v5. Volps is reaping far more than he even has to sow. Furia are just walking straight into his crosshairs, and Volps is ready to shoot. Montaigne on the board. Bellapox has solo dropped into Logi and is screaming into the radio to back up to get any sort of support from main stairs. One will crest the top. That was JB92. He's dead, if you didn't notice at the top right of your screen. I feel so bad for the IGL of Furia right now. The police sirens ringing, and they've come to take their criminal.
Oh, poor Monty, man. Just let me tell you something, please. Let me tell you something.
I've got information, please. I'll tell you where Herds will be next round.
Oh, man. Can we not all just be friends? I mean, come on. Guys,
hey,
this is actually just a demonstration. You don't have to shoot me, okay? Like, it's all right. It's okay. Tell you what, we shake hands. I go back to my side of the field. How about that? I mean...
Yeah, hey, take the shield. Take the gun.
All right, you guys want to go to dinner, something like that? No? All right, cool. Well, Furia not getting the things going on these previous 2 rounds. I mean, the second one, definitely a chance for Furia to pull things across the line. Had some opportunity there, but just were not able to work out that frag against Volps at the top of red. But this time around, W7M all day, Carter. All day long.
And Volps especially all day long, getting both of the first 2 picks that the W7M acquired in that round. Did really highlight W7M's track record on this map in the Stage 2 or the offseason, because really there wasn't one all that much. W7M didn't give this map, I think, any play in Stage 1, or at least none that I was able to find. And they only started playing it around the Open qualifiers and EWC itself, and won it twice, lost it once, but have only played it that final time, that win against E1. That's the only time they've played it in Stage 2. So this might be very, very well known for Furia, but W7M could have a lot to offer. Volps taking a lot of damage. 3 opening deaths in a row for Herds. At a certain point, for somebody who has such high standards as well, this has got to be tilting.
I mean, I hate to say it, though, but kind of par for the course for the stage. I mean, 23 and 38 on his entries. He's negative 15 right now. So more often than not, just not really working out into his favor. And he's also consistently the one taking the most opening duels, and it's by a country mile. So for Furia, kind of a thing that they're a little used to, Carter, at the end of the day, but hopefully something that they can work out this time around, because this lead is starting to build for W7M.
Yeah, Volps is so consistently winning these early round 1v1s, and 7-2, he has built a very comfortable nest egg for himself. Nobody even really needs to put in that much work. You can understand why. Just convert the 5v4. It's a basement defense, so you just rotate back down to the bottom. Most of the roamers now down below. Think back to round 1. JV92 ran in, killed 2 people, and then Herds was able to have a 2-piece in the late round down below. The only 2 kills Herds has this game so far. What a complete polar opposite round this time, as W7M get the first pick in, everybody's on the site.
JV92 will finally answer back to W7M as he'll take down Dots. Still some solid work to be done from Furia, though. This checklist is not completed up until that hatch has been broken open. We've heard Nade hitting up some reconstructive surgery when it comes to the kitchen space. We have Monty to build off of as well. So a lot of positive things working into Furia's favor as of now, especially given the fact that they still have this minute to burn. W7M need to wait at the gates here, need to make sure that this utility goes off without a hitch, especially for Dash. He could be the deciding factor here if this plant starts to go down, but Furia more than likely going to look for a positive entry to try and start things off in this dying moment.
That's why you got two people about to stomp down blue with only one gun actually on the dirt kitchen side. You're going to need that blue position to go your way. So the Bees go out to facilitate Nade's push, the flashbangs too, to blind anybody actually inside of the site. But he's playing so patiently, trying to wait and hope Dotas actually ends up taking the engagement. Instead, KZ drops down Oil and takes the fight himself, takes matters into his own hands, but the other side has completely fallen. Bellapox and JV92, the kitchen push is gone. And so it's on Nade and KZ to bring this round back. A deployable shield in their way. Loban has the advantage, and he somehow loses it. Throws away a winning hand, but Dash, big brain play, has rotated upstairs so early on and wins the round on time.
They don't have the case, so he doesn't show face. Very well done. And the saving factor there really is, I mean, Furia just looking to bully their way into that site there. You know, not really capable of finding the kill, though, as the player had already scampered off towards kitchen. And Furia, or rather W7M, with some very solid defenses up against Furia. And making the most out of these situations, especially for Volp's sake. I mean, 7-3 right now. The star for W7M throughout the stage, as well as in these playoffs.
No tack timeout. I know it's obviously, you know, only to the benefit of maybe 2 rounds, but kind of surprising with how lackluster these 3 attacks have looked. At least Furia got close to an execute that go around as well, but the Herd's entry is not really working these past 3 opening deaths in a row. Then after that, failed 4v5 conversions every time. Historically on Clubhouse, Furia consistently get 3, 4, even 5 rounds. Recently, obviously, a little bit less so, but still kind of surprised, because if W7M keep having this kind of dominance, especially they can't shut down Volps, this might, like a 4 or 5-1 half is not out of the realm of possibility. They really have got to prove themselves in round 5.
Yeah, this is where the rubber needs to hit the road for Furia. Need to get some traction here, need to stop the bleeding, because W7M, they're starting to feel more confident. That's the one thing about this roster. These playoffs have been a heck of a time for them routinely. And if Furia is able to exploit that, if they're able to start putting the pressure on, and we could see the house of cards start to crumble for W7M. But as of right now, those things are, you know, completely glued together practically, as things have been going very, very well for them. Now leaning back into a very similar strategy to what we'd seen the last time, but Furia is recreating themselves just a bit. You can see the Capitao now working his way in. Could potentially have some firebolts headed the way of our dock, and we most definitely do.
You can't heal through the nade, unfortunately, Volps. Hey, and there we go. Herds gets on the board. Now taking a gunfight this time, working in tandem with the rest of the team. Throws that nade up. Very good counter strat by Furia right there. Say, oh, we'll throw the firebolt, make him stim so he's stuck, and then throw the nade up. Really, really smart play to get that 5v4. Gotta give credit where credit is due to Furia right there. Also, Herds getting his first opening pick of the game so far. The second for Furia overall. An advantage they sorely needed, because now they still have a firebolt to try to clear out rafters. They even have the advantage to just try to trade out that position if things get a bit hairy. This is the best they've looked so far without just JV92 running in and killing 2 people.
Yeah, that's the thing right now, right? They have so much time to continue to process the map, so they don't have to go for something more direct. They can actually take on this top floor as a whole. They've gotten that pick on Volps. This is going to soften up Garage. They know there's more than likely still one inside of Rafters, and there's somewhat of an extension made out by W7M as well. So get that far tub wall open, get these drones in here, see if there's anybody else that you can try and exploit on one of these crosses, like, oh, I don't know, maybe Loban is mute over inside of Cash, but you still have to have things go your way at the end of the day in the fights, and they're most definitely not. The SMG 11s come to play, and W7M pull it back across the line when it comes to the man count. The aggression, it's just at the proper time, Carter. They deliver an uppercut, and they've knocked Furia out.
Now, Bellapox is about to engage in a 1v1 for control of the diffuser. Not even really duel of the fate around 5. This is already slipping away. Bellapox will try to peek around the corner. His teammate now falls. 4 HP on the initial swing. His pre-fire may be more effective in the long run. Because of that 4-body lead on Furia, Dash is fine sacrificing his life for 96 points of HP on Felipox. That's okay. One close, tucked around the corner, another on the far angle. It'll be that second player to get the win. 4-1. Good start. But I bet you're wishing you finished stronger.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for Furia, that round looked like it was building up to be nothing but a success. They get the pick on the player in Garage. They open things up across the board on that top floor, and life was just looking grand, right? Furia's going to proc this time out. And I mean, I think this is the proper time. Things are not going well for them. W7M are looking not only confident, but consistent in these moments that they're choosing to take. And I mean, Furia is not going to be happy with the results. I mean, they get that entry frag. They start to try and work the rest of the map, Carter, and somehow, some way, it comes down to a 3-body problem for Felipox. That is not something we can have happening.
And I guess Furia with this tactical timeout really betting on their defenses being as strong as they think they are. I mean, to be fair, Furia have a strong defensive win rate like most teams in the Brazil League up until this point. It's north of 60%, a little percentage points higher than W7M, but both these teams very good on the defense. But Furia take this tactical timeout to not only calm the nerves, but set the stage for this final attack. I assume just Igor thinking that the calling that Furia had leading up to that round was going to be good enough. And then to be fair, they did get that advantage, and then W7M just swung them 1v1 and just won 3 in a row to make that a 4v2. So could have just been individual play.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing right there. A little individuality from W7M, but you could say the same thing about Fury, and I think that's what gets them punished. They don't really choose an area to consolidate and try and make the most out of the advantage that they built up, right? They break open every single wall across the top floor, which, hey, very smart, but they don't bring everybody to bear in a single location, try and get that ISO pick working for them in that moment. It's a lot of just 1v1s, mono-y-monos, and W7M, they win them across the board, and sometimes that's just the way that it breaks down. Unfortunately for Furia, they were on the receiving end of it in the previous round.
Post-tactical timeout, just looking to get a 2-4 half. That's it. They've already lost this first 6 rounds. They're just trying to minimize the damage. Jim Bedroom will be the defense from W7M. The one round Furia won was Basement. The first round of this map, a complete contrast to how the half has gone since then. W7M won Jim Bedroom in that third round. It was a Monty push. Now I don't see a Monty anymore. And that's probably good, because considering Felipox was left alone to die in the office as the last one alive, Monty pushing was not exactly Furia's forte.
No, definitely not. I do like the fact that they brought Deimos this time around, though. Definitely have some exploitative angles you can take with him. An old fan favorite, the stock room. Usually where we would end up seeing Buck in his heyday, especially with the frag grenades, right? Trying to blow people sky high around green box, but don't see that too often anymore. Definitely something that we could see out of Deimos, though. AK in hand, trying to make the most out of this position in red. They've got garage control, which usually means you're going to have some success in this clear. And it's working so far so good, although JV92 will get tagged up a little bit, still alive at the end of the day, and that's really all you can ask for.
We'll have to see the same parity on the attacking side, but W7M are looking very confident. Even when they're not necessarily getting kills, they want to take those fights. They want to try and catch Furia off guard, which is a bit of a contrast to their phase game yesterday, where they were playing a lot more scared. But Dash marked by the death mark tracker, and Furia take the time out of their day to go pinch that player. And 3 players on the problem, 5v4 established with a minute 15 to go, Sam. You can't really blame them, and Herd's now trying to fill a bit of a gap left. This is what we need to see! Winning 1v1s, he might get traded. Dots might shut him down. There's still 2 players inhabiting this cash position. Furia will try to collapse upon them. Volp's stuck a little bit right now, though, with some support in construction. Flashbangs go out. The round is looking like it will be won or lost in cash as the Cade refuses to cede any more ground. Zoto goes out, and he gives away the game. Swings into JV92, tries to play his life. Now W7M have to retreat.
Yeah, an awkward challenge there on timing. I think he was just trying to catch Furia off guard, but there was a firing squad when he picked that, Carter. I don't think he's getting away with it. And I don't think we're going to see too much more antics out of W7M, at least in this round. They're going to try and slow things up, try and lean it onto the fundamentals, wait for Furia to try and work in. That, Ice going out might end up helping Ice out. Furia in construction.
No way.
Loban will find another one. And we're down to 10 seconds, Carter. This is anybody's ball game. And once again, we might have this Ice put them down with minimal time. Somebody's got to start the case. Something's got to give. They'll pressure instead, and Felipox works it out. It was down to the wire. But Furia, they prosper in moments like this, and they'll take the round.
Such a key play by Felipox right there, pushing deep. They did not have time to put the diffuser down, and if they did, Loban could have very well stopped it because of that Zoto canister slowing their entry into the doorway. So Felipox getting ahead of that, taking the SMG-12, taking the fight to Loban, who was completely focused on trying to deny the plant itself. Huge individual decision-making by the IGL of Furia, but Herds, a bit of a return to form. The first kill, anybody could have gotten that as 3 players were pinching dash down below, but that second one, just taking the heads up 1v1, the 50-50 against the guy construction and winning it. That is the Herds we need to see, just finding himself in a situation and bailing himself out. Furia get the round. It was a lot closer than we thought, almost a 2v4 from W7M, but they needed a lifeline, and they somehow managed to grab hold.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all you need. You know, you can strategize as much as you want to, but it's an FPS, man. At the end of the day, you got to kill somebody. And sometimes you got to do it in heads-up gunfights like that. And at the end of the day, Furia has set a precedent throughout not only this year, but the last couple of years, that they're one of the squads that can make the most out of situations like that. And that's why we constantly lean on that, or rather look into that when it comes to this team. Yeah, they're very strategically sound. Yes, they play off of each other very well, but at some moment in time, it's going to come down to a moment like what we just saw. And they got to turn up. They do in that round, and they pull it across the line. Very well done to them. I especially like the fact that they didn't try and go for the case plant there. Things would have got a little worrisome if they end up trying to go for more of a hold strategy there at the tail end, right? Instead, they just go right at W7M, go right for their neck, and they're able to get the frag.
W7M's first attacking strategy to put your top fragger on the Monty. To be fair, he does play Monty at least a little bit. See, I made a whole point, talked to some people on the Reddit, and I was like, you gotta keep Dots. Dots is the shield guy. Well, he's not playing a whole lot of shields now, so I suppose.
So you don't have to keep him? No, I'm kidding.
That was a joke. He's doing he's been doing very well in the playoffs, despite the loss yesterday. So he's starting to earn his way back. He has really distinctive hair. Not a point of fact. I don't know. He's a very distinctive looking guy, and I mean that as a compliment. Minute 15.
It's the beard for me. He's got a really good beard.
Kind of. Oh, hello. There's not one, but 2 players in this position. Nade will attract a lot of the attention.
Oh, come on.
But that is likely the intention. Oh, nope.
Oh, no.
Oh, nope.
Hey,
well, they knew.
Common day shield play, huh?
8 and 5.
Yep. That one practically gifted to him on a silver platter. I don't know if it gets easier for a Monty.
KZ vibing in secret right now. Loban on the hunt. Sees the laser. 5 and 4 at the moment. Oh, face checks. Gets the intel. Can always be a little risky, but he doesn't commit to the gunfight. A little bit of back and forth, but the drone clears it out and calls that KZ has left the building, retreated down the stairs. 5v4 for W7M, and now they are just getting started on the vertical destruction and opening up these hatches.
Life easy for them unless you include Ace and the likelihood of getting hatches, as he soaks up 66% of his utility, which is not fun, but hey, at the end of the day, sometimes you got to do the dirty deeds in order to get said job done. So 20 seconds remaining for W7M to try and push themselves forward. Fury have done a bang-up job of delaying, denying, what have you, across the board, whether it be info or space. It's all in their favor as of now. And you can see the Goyo canisters, the Banshees, and everything in between, making the most out of the situation. W7M have got to try and get something going, and apparently it's the pistols. As they warm up into the round, it's going to be the Ace trying to stick the plant. And he's all the way in, I believe, minibar, but it's not going to matter. W7M will get the kill, and they'll get their first offensive round.
Loban walking in with the pistol. I was like, oh, the Monty just got a 3K. I just realized that was Loban. what did Lobin just pull out there? Was that Ash pistol, or was that like, was I looking at the wrong kill feed? I don't know, because that'd be crazy if Lobin on Ash pulled out the sidearm and got a 3K with it. That'd be pretty crazy. But either way, that round was looking not great for W7M. They might have got the opening pick onto Herds, but pushing into the site with 10 seconds left. No, that was Volps with the pistol. I knew it. Oh, no, Lobin did. Ow! I was right. Lobin did get a 2. That is crazy. 4 pistol kills that round? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Yeah, on the entry as well into the site, which is unprecedented. We'd never see that ever.
I saw that first pistol kill from Volps, and I was like, oh, of course I was wrong. Of course Lobin used the R4C. Like, it really hasn't hit me till now. 3 kills entry, 1v5 with the pistol. Like, Furia had everything, the utility, the positioning, the advantage, and you get got by 2 pistols?
Oh, yeah.
2?
Oh, yeah.
What is a
Monty?
Monty?
And not only that, but a peeking Monty. Something that you don't really see all that often, right? But for Furia, I mean, Carter, they're able to build into these moments where you expect Fury to pull it out, as they have so many times. But as of right now, it's not working out right now. W7M are playing a solid enough game, especially when it comes to these mechanics, that they're constantly capable of taking these rounds away from Furia. What do you think they got to do? They got to try and lean into more of a defensive standpoint? Can they not be as risky, or do you think it's just a matter of time?
Oh, I mean, I have a searing hot take personally, but I will save that until this map is done and dusted, and we're well underway in map 2. But as for what they can actually do in this matchup, I mean, it's hard to say when you lose a round like that, when you've got everybody on the site. Sure, you're in the 4v5, but W7M have literally no time remaining. Trying to find a way around this Monty, I think, would be ideal. So you've got the F-Knots, you have the Goo Mines as well to make it difficult for him to push up garage stairs. We're going to call it Monty stairs, like he already owns the place. And I think JB92, as a result, look, he's holding the corner instead of playing along the rafters. Capital Bolt goes out, so he will try to dodge it. Herds sitting behind the pallet, gone unread. There's that Goo Mine, so he will have to fall back. Herds just waiting to activate behind the bike.
They're going to go against it. The Monty walks out. These players kind of shift gears here.
Oh, not again.
Same thing for JB92. Yellow pings in. They seemingly know that there's a player around this bike space. Dots is just going to be annoying. But the thing is right now is that W7M is kind of wasting their own time. They have to make an adjustment, and here it is. I was going to say we have to have something going on this garage, and it's going to be a move, but Dats loses the fight. Things you can't predict, man. That's why we play these things out. It can't be played on paper. You see positions like that, and you go, oh, of course the offender's going to win this. He's got the cross. He's going to cut him down. But no, instead, Furia, they do what they do best, and they find these highlight reel moments. W7M forced into a bad spot, and potentially that Goo Mine, but most definitely Herds a lot of damage getting put in onto the Monty, and now W7M forced to pick up the pieces.
And Volp's got to back out because that F-Knot as well. Officially 2v4 with Dots confirmed. Sitting down on top of the garage stairs. KZ and Herds, both with a crossfire on the garage door. Lobin dismantles one of it after losing his teammate in the process. Nice flick onto Nade in the sight, but just better from Furia overall. If W7M have a little bit more utility, I think that round is very different. There was no projectile denial whatsoever, and they knew about Herds behind the motorcycle. But they used both Capital bolts trying to get JV92. And they had no grenades, and it's kind of hard to, try and flank Herds when KZ or somebody's probably watching Red Stairs. But if you have a set of nades that you can maybe bank in through the hole you made in the garage wall or something like that, you force Herds out from that position, and you can get what overall, as you kind of alluded to, Sam, a pretty easy 1v1. But they used both the firebolts, they had nothing else to make do, and then Herds is having a bit of a resurgence in the second half, so he wins that fight.
And just to bring this up, by the way, because I don't think we've touched on this just yet for this game, but this is Furia's map choice. This is Furia's map choice, buddy.
I mean, you'd hope. You kidding me? You'd hope. Clubhouse? Can you imagine W7M ego peeks you, ego checks you on Clubhouse? And they just say, nah, this is our territory now. This is our home. I'd be shaking in my boots after yesterday.
I was gonna say we've seen it before through history, not with Furia, but with a team like SSG back in the day, right? Whenever Clubhouse gets locked in, you're just like, oh, that wasn't a good idea, was it? But as of right now, I mean, things are definitely worrisome for Furia. You know, just did not have the offensive side that you'd expect out of them here on Clubhouse. And these defenses, they've been hard fought. I mean, don't get me wrong, they've been able to get some rounds, but W7M, they look very solid on this map up against Furia, and it's just starting to become a little pressure, more than likely, building on this squad as they're looking to try and bring things back. That 2-round buffer still in favor of W7M.
And continuing with the Monty push as Furia go back down to basement, saying, all right, you know what the problem was that round? We tried to be cheeky. We tried to have Herds rat in bar, and that didn't work. So we'll put all 5 players on the site this time. But not a complete hard breach denial strategy like we see. There is the Bandit and the Cade, but the Cade is the only thing on those hatches. Sometimes we see the Zoto canisters come and play just to make things even harder. But only one tool for the hatches, and the Maverick is on the board, so he will cut through that electricity. Since Furia have completely left the middle floor, nothing stopping W7M from opening them up.
Get the Roteros in. Try and get this floorboard dealt with. Make life a little bit easier when it comes to W7M clearing out the deeper portions of Armory. Also getting players inside of blue. A lot of different things that you can do with these Rotero drones. So will continue to be applied. W7M looking for their area to try and work in. Life should be a little bit easier with the Monty as well. Once again, those Roteros going to be the key benefactor of all of this utility that's been just breadcrumbed along the bottom floor by Furia. But it's done a good job of delaying Carter down into the last minute, and a lot of this push from W7M, a known quantity.
And they figured out a lot of it, and this is just a very, very different position that W7M find themselves in, purely because they don't have the man advantage. We're getting low time again. The utility is just as big of a problem as it was before. And I suppose W7M still just careened into the site and won every single gunfight, so man advantage didn't really matter all that much. But here, it is equal. Volps hounding the Cade, trying to retreat out. Dots wins the initial fight. KZ just a split second too late. And I'm starting to see a repeat, unless KZ has anything to say about it. Fellapox with the key engagement, though, saves KZ's life, but he's been downed by and finished off by Volps. Pox in the 1v2, sees his immediate foe in blue, but is able to wrap around and get an angle on the diffuser. Flores still survives, and that is the difference maker. 1 HP, surviving the SMG-11 spray. Denies it for Furia, puts W7M on map point.
It is so crazy, the different ways that we've seen these rounds start, Carter, but they always come down to these moments where it's a 2v2, a 3v3, and these teams are trying to make the most of just a round that's on the knife's edge. And usually, like we've been highlighting this entire time, it's Furia that comes out on the top in those situations. One of their players will just kill 2 people, another one will catch one on a trade, and that's the round. But instead, W7M have time and time again have found the consistency to take it to Furia and make the most out of these chaotic moments. Now with a 3-round lead, sitting at 6-3 on Furia's map choice.
Yesterday, it was just complete dominance from FaZe on their pick, and then subsequent dominance from FaZe on W7M's pick. But an almost 180-degree reversal of fortune. W7M by far and away looking like the better team against Furia right now, who've only managed to put together 1 round or 2 rounds of that first half and 1 round in that second half. And boy, did it feel like they were only going to get 1 before Igor hit that late in the game tack pause going into round 6. Now that you don't have it, W7M have won basement both times, the primary site on Clubhouse, both times. It has looked problematic. It has looked very problematic, but they've still been able to win it, and that gives them an advantage, especially as you move to gym bedroom, something Furia have not tried yet.
Blitz in play for Volps. W7M pulling out all the stops. Want to try and get in the face of Furia. Want to do it quickly. And honestly, I like the change of pace. They've been kind of just consistently playing things down into the last minute, using that powerful execute on these sites as you usually do on Clubhouse. And it's been, boding extremely well for them so far. But one thing you do not want to give Furia is a chance. You don't want to have them adapt like what we saw on their offenses, specifically with that garage position, right? But W7M looking to change things up just a tad bit, but still have to stick to the fundamentals as well, Carter. You still want to try and break up these castle barricades and have all these crossfires working their way into the master position.
And Logan will open up the castle barricades and the hatches. Nade goes to the floor, but does not hit the F-Naught, so that will survive and can be activated by Nade later in the round. 1-7 for Nade, unfortunately, at the moment. Everyone on Furia, generally speaking, aside from JV92, all competitive around 8 or 7 kills. It's those small details that I want to say are making the difference, but it's still W7M up 6-3. 4 rounds on the defense and now 2 on their attacks. Minute and a half gone. W7M aren't exactly efficient with their clock, aren't exactly great with the time usage. There's a minute 45 seconds in, and they have just completely abandoned the CCTV and cash side.
Yeah, it really seemed like they wanted to go quickly there, especially just, you know, with everything they were bringing to the table. We're mapping the wall up and we're bringing the blitz in, trying to get some pressure up on this cash side, but kind of a ghost in the shell moment here for W7M as they'll actually be on the other end of things. They've gotten the tub wall open and starting to pressure. They find one underneath the hatch. Nade. He doesn't move.
Hello?
He doesn't recognize the blitz. The blitz didn't even have his shield. He's going to try and bully these players around main. He gets that done. There's a player inside the shower. Nobody's paying attention. Furia, wake up. You're dying. I promise. It's 1 versus 5. Somebody somewhere do something. God damn it. Oh my. A flawless round from the Bulls. What a game. What a clubhouse. Is Furia... I mean, I said a ghost in the shell with that setup there from W7M as they surprised on the other end of things. But speaking of shells, Furia, a shell of their former selves here on Club.
Like, did their game crash? Like, what?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Sometimes from some perspectives, players look silly, but the Blitz literally shot 2 AFK players walking into the site. Like...
Yeah, I mean, listen, the end of that game, I'm gonna need one of those on your shirt links, okay?
Dude,
like, I need one so bad.
One. If that's what map 1, if that's what Clubhouse is like from Furia, I was like 7-1. They bounced back after a 3-game losing streak. I think Furia have got it. 7-3 loss. You can only get 1 round on the defense. Igor took a tactical timeout just to get the team 1 of 3 rounds. And I'm not making predictions, but we got Skyscraper obviously after this, Sam, but like there has got to be some soul searching in the Furia, like behind the scenes after this match, because that team cannot appear on map 2.
Yeah, I'm no weatherman, but to give you a forecast for the future, it's not looking good going into Skyscraper here for Furia. It's not looking good at all.
No, it's not. And I mean, not much more else I could say. I need to see Furia prove themselves on Skyscraper. I'm going to go take a break because I need one. I'll see you after this.
Vai ter a pressão. A subida vem. A bang tá lançada. Nade lança C4. Não pega ninguém. Pino rotacionando. Vai ser forçado o domínio garagem. Olha o Pox. Meu Deus. Olha o Felipox. Olha como ele vem. Quase que ele pega aqui o Nayana. Vem a trocação, ele garante. Vacilo do Pino. Pode ser punido. Musa espera. Olha o Nade. 9 segundos e o Felipox. Com uma rotação milionária garante o round. 6-4. Ponto decisivo para a Fúria.
Did you like it? Then buy it.
Só no aguardo, e o Loira agora cravado no pixel. O Dafodil avança. Vem a tentativa da troca, o Loira vem, consegue levar. Balaça do Loira! Que isso, Loira? Linda balinha, vem em embalo de rapel agora e o Loira já se reposiciona. Olha o conhecimento de jogo. Dafodil com mais uma, é 2x2. Flório e Loira contra a Lenda e Dafodil. Lenda vem pra cima buscando espaço. Loira só espera. Quietinho. Ghost atento na tela do seu jogador. Loira esperou, conseguiu garantir e o Flório pega mais uma! A BD joga no seguro, joga na calma, garante a vitória, 2-0.
Well, if you missed map 1, you could go back and watch it. You really could if you wanted to.
You really shouldn't, but you could.
But you didn't miss much, unfortunately. Furia's map pick of Clubhouse going the way of W7M 7-3. And the first round looked real good. Real good. 4v1, Sam. And it was all downhill from here.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think the start of this game in comparison to the rest of it is just two completely different beasts, right? We have Furia constantly dominating left, right, and center, setting themselves up for those moments that we know Furia makes the most of. But once it started to fall apart, W7M, they just seemed like they couldn't lose a round no matter what they did, Carter. So many moments that Furia had built up to try and find some semblance of success, but none of it capable of pulling them into a favorable position. And you can see that throughout the majority of these highlights.
It was just such a dominant half from W7M. And going into this round, round 6, Igor took a tactical timeout just to try to get an attack across the finish line. And it worked, though. Boy, it came really, really close. Just a couple seconds remaining. But W7M after that, despite the fact that their basement attacks had a lot of problems, very delayed, always rushing in and basically equivalent even man count situations, they won every single fight, every single time. Both times it was like 1v4 by the end. And while Furia picked up one defense, it was nothing in the face of the onslaught from W7M.
Yeah, and the craziest thing is there's probably not a worse time for things to start just simply not going your way in the way that you usually end up playing out these games, right? I mean, we are at the very tail end of the playoffs, Carter. Right here, right now, walking into W7M's map pick on Skyscraper, they have the potential to take away an entire event from Furia, a roster who has been so dominant in these last 2 years, and one that W7M have had on their hit list for a very long time.
They have, and they have constantly been, just as FaZe was constantly living in Furia's shadow all of last year, W7M have been even more so this year, taking up the mantle of this very Furia roster that won a world championship, won 2 majors when they were W7M. They have to get up, put on the jersey, and stare at the 3 stars that do not belong to them. But now they are 1 map away from sending them to the Montreal Major and sending us to a reality in which Furia, for the first time in Blast Rainbow Six since 2023 or last year, Furia would be in an LCQ. If they lose this series, this will be the first time Furia have to fight for their lives to qualify for a major.
Yeah. They've usually been at the very top of Brazil, the buttery cream on the top, but not so far in these playoffs. In fact, even in this series right here, they've kind of taken on the W7M role, which, I mean, at the very beginning of this entire, debacle between these two, Carter, you said W7M was on choke watch, and I had to agree with you 100%. Are we still there?
No.
Do you have confidence in W7M, or do you think that Furia are potentially going to drop the ball?
Oh, Furia have taken their spot. They have said, scooch on over, my friend. This seat looks mighty comfy in the choke watch section, because even with, 80% cost from Fellapox and everyone having impact in half the rounds, it was a team performance from W7M. I mean, obviously Volp's 13-6, but everyone having a pretty consistent impact. And Furia just could not get anything started, even with Herds only going -1 on the entry. 3 and 4, 7 entry engagements, almost neutral. That's unfortunately a win for Herds in comparison to his recent performance. The silver lining, I suppose, Furia can look to is starting out on defense, but we are moving to W7M's pick of Skyscraper. They have the momentum and the confidence. I'm not going to let them off choke watch yet, because they did win the first map against Furia last stage and still ended up losing it in the end, though it was in quite a different and closer fashion than their 7-3 victory on Club.
Yep. Now Skyscraper in front of us. What an interesting map choice as well. 6 plays so far in Brazil. This will be the 7th. 64% defensive overall win rates. And there's only one other map that's even comparable to that. And it's only got 1 play. It's Cafe. And Skyscraper going to be at the helm of Furia here for at least 6 rounds as they try to put together some defenses and starting things off on the karaoke side. Now, we've seen a decent amount of Skyscraper, not only in Brazil, but also in North America, Carter. And it seems like we've still had some semblance of the same issues that a lot of teams suffer on the offensive side. Couple of rounds, though, a couple of halves that you and I were fortunate enough to be privy to, where the offense was able to kind of just bowl things over, continue to keep themselves, pushing throughout that round. That's really what happened with that wild card series that you and I saw, where they were constantly on the gas pedal in a proper way, not getting overly aggressive, just making sure that they continue to look for those advantages. Hopefully W7M is feeling a little feisty in that same way here today.
Definitely, I still think the biggest problem for W7M is that the plan just always doesn't seem to come together exactly how they envisioned it or exactly how they would have liked it to. And because they have Volps, Dodez, and Lobin all on one roster, they can still make it work pretty easily. When they're walking into a 5v5 on Basement on Clubhouse, they somehow come away in like a 2v4 position, or with Basement both times in a row when they basically have 5 seconds to actually win the round. Skyscraper, can you do that as effectively? Well, not really, especially depending on how the defense wants to actually hold this. It is T Karaoke, as I'm sure everyone saw earlier, but no deployable shields in the mix, and no Azami brought by Furia, even though she's left on the board. So two of the strongest operators to hold down the choke points around Terrace and Shrine, not brought.
Well, for Furia, it's a little bit of a different look here in that regard. We're going to try and pile on some different operators, ones that obviously stand in stark contrast to that, or the most obvious one being Mozzie. Trying to steal away a few of these drones, maybe some potential for him to get some Roteros as well, which would definitely be a nuisance to Volps. But so far, it's been so good for W7M on their clear and their delivery, their offensive utility. This entire portion of the building is unoccupied. W7M see this as a green light, will start to work their way in. Loban, although, is going to be working in booths. It's the downstairs restaurant section. This will start to work over towards the stairwell. This camera that Herds has stolen, actually getting a lot of info right now, and W7M not really aware that that's not theirs.
But Loban just around the corner. Herd's got no idea, and that's an easy kill for Loban to find. Really nice lurk by the Dokkaebi right here. Didn't even really know Herds was there, but just by intuition, paying attention to the sound, able to find the Mozzie, blissfully unaware of the presence. Now Dodas will creep forward, trying to make this a 5v3, another 1v1, but a little less active in that engagement than his teammate was down below. Furia fighting back aggressively. JV92 can easily pick up that one as Dots walks into the rotate. Pretty easy for JV92 to kill. 1v3 now. How fortunes can change. Furia needed a strong start to Skyscraper, and they get one.
It was well done. It came down to the gunpowder, and it came down to a little bit of timing there, as W7M just not occupying the angles necessary at the proper moments in time, especially for JV92's position. And Furia will pull that round across the line. Still a solid effort put in from W7M on that clear. I think the biggest thing was just to start things off, that Shrine position that we saw the Ace try and roll into. Just ill-advised. Really no info game in that area. Obviously had no idea that KZ was creeping in over there and ended up getting punished. And the rest of it, well, you guys saw it on full display. It was a JV92 show.
3-piece for JV92, I believe, in that round. So really, really good work with the T5. And Furia just regaining the momentum with a win on T Karaoke. Move to Exhibition and Office now. Furia will bring that Azami. Good to see. You don't need to bring her, but especially on a map like Skyscraper, just makes a good defensive map that much better, having those Kiba barricades shut off the very small doorways and choke points that the attack is forced to funnel into most of the time. So what will W7M bring? The Monty and a Deimos off the board. We have the Ying, but they will forego the Candelas.
Not feeling it right now. I mean, you take out the Grim, we're talking about like year 2, year 3 Siege right now, right? It's just pretty commonplace lineup, especially back in the day when it came to the entry ops. You know, you got the Zofia, you got the Ash. Everybody's happy with the guns they got, but
you put the Ying
Common
in.
Siege, man. Yeah,
That's year 2.
Yeah, exactly.
That's year 2 right there.
100% little Blood Orchid action with that Ying would definitely cap this thing off. Be a nice icing for the cake for this lineup as well. So a little shout there from you, Carter. But past that, I definitely think this is a positive way for them to try and clear out the map. I love the fact that they're not only bringing a lot of displacement with the Grim as well as the Capital, but you also have the Zofia to back that up to boot, right? You have those concussions you can pour in, let alone all the other things you can accomplish with some positive entries.
It's what W7M had the previous round with Loban moving around on the Dokkaebi, though she too is noticeably absent from this lineup. Wolps creeping around in the office balcony as barricades breaking all around the map at the moment. W7M just figuring out where they want to push by the end. Got to keep a handle on JV92 as he's got the T5 2 rounds in a row now. Some intel inside of the site, but we have more than half the round to go, and W7M are only down to 3 drones. Utility going in. Are they just sending it? I mean, it looks like they are. Herds wins the initial engagement, but Volps now hops in as Herds gets 2, just shutting everything down on the Exhibition side. Fellapox with a hell of a long angle is able to make that fact even worse. I don't really know what the plan was for W7M, but Herds put a stop to it.
Yeah, you know, I think at the end of the day, it was just try and kill some Furia members. I mean, they get the wrap around the actual building. They get some solid entry points, but they don't really break down the setup of Furia. They not only have some solid individuals on site, but that extension still stands tall. W7M not really able to pressure things out here on Skyscraper in the way that you would want to, a way that's conducive to success for the offensive perspective. And they're already calling the tack timeout, Carter. They know how important these offensive rounds are going to be to their overall success in trying to find this 2-0.
Very, very smart tactical timeout from W7M. I mean, sure, you lose the 2 primary sites, but after this, you know, it's going to be barbecue, maybe master bedroom, Teams do like to throw that out as just like a bit of a wild card to catch attacking teams off guard who just assume it's going to be barbecue as that tertiary site. But the attacks are not working for W7M. It looked a little okay in round 1 with Loban getting that entry, but round 2, yeah, I mean, they tried to take the fights against Furia with the Grimbees, but it was very uncoordinated, only like marginal support really for the 2 guys actually pushing in. I think we saw one of the guys trying to hold a cutoff and just got like a Kiba barricade thrown in his face, so not really a lot you could do there. Smart call from Norris just to get ahead of this right now, not let the half spin out of control, because as you said, Sam, the attacks are very important on Skyscraper. And if you do not mount a convincing attack, you might have a great defensive half, but even if you only get 1 round and Furia just get 2, they'd beat you in regulation.
Yep. I mean, we've said it for years, right? On these maps that lean very defender-sided, what's the most important thing? It's the offense, folks. Congratulations, you all got that one correct. I know you guys are smart. And that's the thing. W7M have got to get a few of these offenses under their belt, because if they don't, they practically have to have a picturesque side. And yes, I mean, that's great. You're on the favored side now, but you have to mimic what Furia has created. And that's not something you really want to do at the end of the day. If they're able to split this too far, they might have a semblance of a chance to close this out in regulation, but it does start to get a little worrisome just with what we've been seeing thus far. So don't really want Furia to start feeling themselves on this side and then be able to at least equate your efforts when you do end up side swapping. The more and more we play this out, Carter, the more and more it's feeling like potentially a Furia victory, or at a bare minimum, overtime here for us.
Yeah, could be. We'll just need to look at round 3, see how W7M are able to mount an attack. It is barbecue, not master bedroom, so will be the expected site for W7M to play. Nothing really jumps out in terms of the changes of the lineup. Maybe in that there's more just straight up utility denial than execute utility. Capital and the Grim were present last time, but the Brava and the Twitch duo to not only pop those Vulcan packs, but all right, well, there goes one. Try and pop the Vulcan packs. Really no electronics actually for the Brava to hack, so she can just take some of the default cameras, create some de facto flank drones for the attack to hold. Can find some things, but it all is largely physical and mechanical utility brought by Furia. The Kiba barricades, I think, being the the foremost threat that W7M will face, as hers has created a fortress inside a drum.
Yeah, this is a beautiful setup here. Furia extending out that middle ground that we usually see occupied by the defense and making the most out of it as well. Furia going to try and get W7M to sit on this timer. They want this to dwindle down far enough to where they start to get drastic, start to just go for more airbrain-esque things. And as of right now, W7M, the ones on the receiving end of all of this Furia time soak. And at least for as of right now, KZ and the rest of Furia able to stay alive, but now this is where things get risky. Dots is somehow, some way gonna win that one. And not only that, but he's rocking the F2. We just noticed that as well. But W7M, they're gonna get away with murder somewhat. Furia have been able to fight back against the criminals. This is a 2 versus 3.
Air jab shot. Ooh, Volp's ready for this, though he gives up the fight, playing it so safe. I mean, he's only on 2 HP. You got to be careful with that engagement. Dota has a key victory. Shuts down nade support. Oh, he is in a rough spot. Dots winning that engagement on the initial repel-in cannot be overstated with how close that round came. 2 guys sitting inside of karaoke. Not a guarantee, but could have gone a whole lot worse.
That got pretty weird. Let's just keep it frank, right? That got a little weird there for a second, but as I was getting at, that's what Furia's entire game plan was, Carter. They wanted to force W7M to go for something drastic, and that's what we saw. But it just so happened to work out. And again, I'm always going to bring it back to bear on this point. This is the things that Furia used to win all the damn time. Every single time a moment like this happened, it was Furia with the victory. And it's just been in these recent rounds, this recent history for Furia, this has started to fall apart. W7M find a successful round off the back of some creative antics, if you can call it that.
And they got one necessary attacking round, and if they can establish a victory on one of the primary sides, or even just the second barbecue side, you could consider that a win, depending on how these defenses end up panning out for W7M. Taking a win on the primary will, or Team Karaoke, Exhibition, or Office will set them up in such a good position, especially if they might even force a tactical timeout out of Furia, depending on how things go. Probably unlikely, but still would be very, very good. No Azami again on T Karaoke. I am still surprised that they bring it on every other site except this one. I mean, they won the first round, so I'm not going to completely complain. The only change is they drop the Mozzie in favor of the Mute. So effectively the same role and the same lineup, I think, by and large. Though, no, that Cade was not present last time.
No. Gonna be using that to try and hold down these single panels around this top floor. It's a consistent strategy that we've seen get a lot of traction for a lot of squads. It's not going to work out all that much here, as this wall has already been breached. And from the looks of it, no EMPs in the lineup, so it just seems like there might have been a little bit of a different way that they ended up destroying that. Probably the buck underneath or something of the sort. Might not even have had an Electroclaw in this area to begin with. Kind of hard to say. Did not catch that panel, but either way, it's going to be W7M's now. They'll be happy with that, as they have quite a nice cross here across the exhibition space. That might end up leading to KZ's demise if he ends up rotating that way, but he's just going to stick around in Shrine instead. W7M will get back into good graces, especially when it comes to their info game, as a lot of this earlier info is dead and gone. They got to see where these Furia members are now.
The big change really is just Herds, instead of solo roaming down below, is the first point of aggression on that top floor. So a more streamlined setup for Furia on this extension. And Loban doesn't have the same opportunity he had before on the buck this go around. And talk about that attacking change. Dokubi dropped. The Osa coming into the mix usually indicates a top black take or something around Karaoke, usually not the T side. Whatever idea W7M have, they need to start putting one together soon. As you pointed out, very, very low intel. 2 drones now. They will be remove Felipox briefly, put him to 63 HP. But it's still Furia setting the pace, keeping W7M away from the bomb site. Nade will burn even more time with this toxic canister, and Dodas just leaves entirely. Round might be over before he can actually get back in the building. KZ just taking every fight. Dots now falls. Furia have barely even moved in the late round, and Dodas on this lengthy rotation is facing very different prospects for this execute than he did even 30 seconds prior. Firebolts now go through, Flashbang goes out. Does this round even matter? Does anything happen at all in the world anymore? Or is it all just the same thing? W7M taking 1v1s and winning the one, that doesn't matter.
More things change, the more things stay the same. W7M, they get into the starting blocks, but the starting gun, it's never fired, Carter. Big issue there for them is they're really not able to find an area that they feel as though they're comfortable to push themselves forward and try and take some of these fights up against Furia. It constantly seemed like every single time they were warming up to a moment that could be positive for them, Furia was putting obstacle after obstacle in their way until the kills just started coming through, and it was way too hot to trot for Furia for W7M to really ever come back into that, let alone their positioning in the map, right? I mean, not a single W7M member finding any good graces on that top floor. It gets boiled down to a player inside of Barbecue trying to make the most out of a tragic situation, and Furia will pull yet another defensive round across the line. This has definitely got to feel pretty positive for them after what we just witnessed on Clubhouse.
Even if it is skyscraper defense, you're right. Just getting that mental reset, getting back into the feel of things, getting warmed up. I mean, KZ, I think a 3K in that round by the end. So just getting everything moving, feeling good, that is totally fine. Plus, aside from Barbecue, all these defenses have looked ridiculously easy for Furia. I mean, barely any fight on either T Karaoke defense, even less of a fight on the second go around after W7M have burned their timeout. Exhibition also looked basically like how round 4 just went, but on a different bomb site. Want to see W7M bounce back here, but I mean, even the retry of Barbecue might go Furia's way if this is the performance we're going to continue seeing. Everyone holding positions, nobody getting too aggressive. The only time that really we've seen Furia give too much of an opening was Herds in round 1, sitting beneath Exhibition Office, and they've never made that mistake again.
Past that, Furia's Floyd Mayweather, man. They're just going to sit there. They're going to play patiently, play defensively, let you tucker yourself out, Carter. Make all those moves, try all those things, but as soon as it comes to critical time and it's time to actually throw a punch, well, I'm going to get the job done. And that's what we've seen so far. Jammer here for Black Balcony. W7M probably not too happy about that, as Volps is already rolling a Rotero in that direction, so that'll soak up one of those surely. We'll keep a barrier replacement here for this broken up wall as well and towards Karaoke. For W7M, these offensive rounds, they've came few and far between. The failed rounds have all looked very similar. It's been Furia that has been able to thwart W7M and then find these big moments to put them on their back foot. Majority of the time in the kill department, based off of how things kind of go through that utility game, just building off the backs of those earlier strategies. W7M looking to try and find a way through this. They do end up having Fullypox marked by the Bees of Grimm right now, but that's all the way in Egypt in comparison to our current look. Trying to deal with this dragon position, Timer continuously eating at the offense, and something's got to give.
Something's got to break. I mean, Dodas has already used all of his flashbangs. Volps might still have 3, but any value they try to gain from the secondary utility isn't going. We are all just sitting outside holding cutoffs. I mean, you know the Legion's here. You got to. KZ might be supporting him, but, I mean, you're not doing anything. You're not making any progress. Finally, we jump in, and Loban is able to remove KZ. The timing works, but Loban gets the trade. Is there a follow-up? Nope, Dodes remains. Dodes currently sitting outside. Volps instead going for it. He's the one to get the kill. Dash does find one. Side is Expedition in office, to be fair, so Dodes just holding that cutoff, waiting to retreat, and unfortunately he does die the moment he enters the building. Dots is down 2. 2v4 for Furia, looking awfully likely. Hello, Volps! Dislodges Nade from a very key angle, but Dash will reveal his position. Does not know about the Melusi on the opposite side. Oh, Herd sees the laser. This is so easy. Flashbang goes in, but the Melusi, not blinded, will try to take the fight. Dash, little late on the reaction, but there's that second attack they needed. We might have been getting antsy waiting for W7M to move, but once they strike, they are lethal.
Shout out Volps, man. Because Furia there for just a split second, it was looking like a very similar round to what we'd been seeing before, and the hallmark of Furia, as we've been talking about. They're able to bully a lot of W7M members and make it look pretty murky for the way that they're going to get out of that round, but instead what we get is a masterclass and a master kill out of Volps. A single shot heard around the world. Perfect mechanics here. The info into the single shot shoulder shimmy. Something you don't see all that often, but something we will always be happy to whenever it does end up showing. Furia now able to potentially get this to a 4-2 half, but that's all they can get. W7M counting their lucky stars post-tactical timeout.
Finally got that second round. Now at this point, you can feel a little bit more comfortable if you swap to the defense. Even if you end up losing Barbecue, you'll feel pretty good at getting a 4-2 half, though they have fought tooth and nail for this attacking side, given it's their map pick. Hoping things maybe looked a little bit easier, as it has been a really close round. Every victory W7M have had. They'll go to Barbecue, as Furia won't try Exhibition in Office a third time in a row. The side has only been played once, and W7M were the victors by the end of it. Pretty crazy round, though. It just sort of everybody moving at the same time, and W7M winning the fight. So that does seem to be the situation compared to Furia that W7M thrive in more. I'd like to see things played a little bit more on W7M's terms, but if that's what happens again, I doubt they'll be complaining.
And most definitely. I mean, Furia is always good at playing things out to the limit, right? When you think, oh, everything's good, everything's fine, we're going to clear in, we're going to get these big kills. That's when Furia usually ends up striking. But W7M, they've constantly been able to kind of sandstorm the situation and make it to where nobody can see a clear line of sight. Makes life decently difficult for Furia, asks them to accomplish a lot, and You know, when it does boil down to those 2v2s for any squad, you never really have a guarantee in a way that it's going to go. W7M has been in winning out the lion's share of those today. Barbed wire will be destroyed here around Black Stairs. Dodes with a nice pickup, in W7M starting off well here for round 6.
And getting that 5v4. Now, if you do just end up repelling in, the trades will look a lot more brilliant and intentional now as a result. Lubin looking for another backstab, actually. No matter the site, he always seems to like hovering around this bar position. With a barricade behind him, he'll feel a bit more comfortable holding that angle. Oh, KZ might give it away. Instead, walks up the stairs, clearly worried about it, but backs off. This could still swing Furia's way, but with that flash, Nade has got to go huge. What an air jab. Knocks him on the floor. Tries to push forward, but I don't think Volps has any idea. With the pistol, what? Oh my! Wraps around. Nade completely unaware. Gadget in hand. Fellapox trying to survive. An onslaught of W7M forces have ripped control of the top floor away. 2v2. One player on each team with 1 HP remaining. W7M will pause, cover the diffuser, and try and put Volps in position down below.
How the hell do these two teams constantly end up in a tag team match? I don't get it. It's inconceivable. I mean, the ways that these rounds have started, yet it always somehow, some way boils down to a 2 versus 2, a 3 versus 3, and we have yet another one here in round 6. They need to find some place to try and put this case down, and that's going to be Volps' job. And looks like they found some space here inside of Barbecue. They also see a Felipox dashing across the kitchen. This case now being planted. A search here for the ace. He can't find much, but he'll find one. Down to 5 seconds remaining. The player's close, and Furia will win it out this time. A 4-2 defensive half is all they're going to get here on Skyscraper.
With how close this game is probably going to be, that 1v1 could prove extremely important for Furia as we move into the side swap. W7M fought hard for every attack they could get. Even that one that they ended up losing, obviously evidenced by the 1v1 it came down to at the end. But even though Dodas was able to get that opening pick, Furia fight packs, Fellapox specifically fights back really hard to keep the round as close as it could possibly be. And if Furia end up having struggles on their attacking side, just like they struggled with it on Clubhouse as well, this being a little bit harder of a map to attack than Clubhouse, you might be really thanking Fellapox for winning that final gunfight in round 6. First defense of W7M will be T and Karaoke. Don't have that. No, they do have the tactical talent. It's W7M who took it. Almost committed slander. My bad. They do have the tactical talent.
Don't do that.
No. Thankfully, we have the big red X over W7M, so I caught my mistake very quickly.
I really like that about the Brazilian HUD. I don't think we have that in North America. So
I'm a big fan of big red X's.
Yeah, big fan. Big fan of just keeping track of tactical pauses in general, you know? So, makes life a little bit easier, not only for us. I mean, we're the ones that are supposed to be paying attention. Imagine you tune into a game and it's, you know, like 5-5 and you're like, okay, does anybody have a tag timeout?
That's the first thing I always think when I tune into a game. Has Norris taken his tag pause yet?
Yeah, exactly. And, for W7M, won't have access to said tactical timeout here. He's going into the second half, but hopefully won't need it. This is their map choice, something that they were confident in, and obviously when you're talking about Skyscraper, it means you're confident in your defenses. So hopefully for W7M, that rings true. As Carter had said earlier, it's going to be a T Karaoke defense, and Furia looking to start things off, at least for their initial player here, over on the far side.
Yeah, Herd's already moving onto the office balcony. Loban just around the corner with Dodes to support in exhibition itself. So W7M trying to hold on to control to this side. There's actually a third player over here. I didn't even realize. Really heavy roam on this opposite side, and Fury are completely buying into it. JV92's hopped in. What a huge fight to win. Not a difficult shot to land. Herd's faring worse as he takes the 1v1 against Loban. So JV92 feeling very, very alone in the 4v4. Volp swings around the corner, cuts him down. Very low HP, so difficult for even him to win that. Fellapox completely unaware of the Frost, sitting behind Mini. As successful of a roam, I think W7M could have reasonably gotten away with. Has put Furia in a massive deficit to start their attacking half.
Yeah, these angles, super difficult to fight for Furia. I mean, we did have that one heads-up gunfight that we saw out of Volps that he took quite handedly over towards Sword Hallway. Now Furia in a 2 versus 4. And a minute remaining. If they're able to work a pick, this all of a sudden becomes palatable. But for W7M, they really should just be trying to hold down the gates. You don't want to see them get too aggressive. A nice little mark there, but Volp's not nearly as accurate this time around. Nitro's still out. Won't find him just yet. Sees the head of the player a stun in. He'll try and re-stun this scenario, but he's gunned down from Shrine instead. It'll be Dash to dash the hopes of Furia in this first defensive round of W7Ms, as they will take it quite handedly, I'd say.
Won on the roam, and Furia lost on the roam clear. Handedly indeed, as only one gunfight taken by an attacker clearing out a roamer was won before the round entered a 2v4. JV92 got his pick on Dodez, sitting behind on the boost angle, behind the display case. Very impressive shot, not easy to hit, not easy even necessary to anticipate. But then he loses a 1v1 later. Herds loses his fight just as JV92 even got that kill. And then Fellapox the third dry peaks the minibar and isn't expecting Lobin. So W7M just holding angles, winning the fights when Furia walks into them. Pretty cut and dry round. If Furia win that roam clear, we'll need to see a little bit more than that, especially if Herds is going to continue one of the more worrying trends from Clubhouse, which was overall his poor entry performance, especially to start on that attacking side.
Man, oh man. You got to think about the headspace of Furia right now. Skyscraper offense, you've already lost Clubhouse. Trying to find somehow, some way to get something that makes you confident up against these defenses that W7M are putting forth. And the biggest issue, Carter, is that they don't look like what they did previously in the playoffs. They don't look like a shell of their former selves. They look like they've came into today ready to play with one thing on their mind. Montreal, Canada. Punch my ticket, man. Let's go. I'm not playing through that LCQ, and you're going to have to pry it from my cold, dead hands. And that's what we've seen from W7M so far. Came up with a great game plan for Clubhouse and looking to pull things through here on their map choice of Skyscraper.
Even if the attacks, I think, still definitely need quite a bit of work from W7M, you really are right. They are just playing with so much more confidence than we saw from them yesterday. If they were playing not to lose, well, they are playing to win now against Furia today. So good intel for Furia. You do have a drone in sight, spotting the player playing around the Samurai rotation. Clean up the rotate so Lobin can take a fight outside onto office balcony a little bit easier. But Furia do a little bit of hard destruction on the actual side of the site. And oh no, right as they rotate, Dash takes down the one remaining exothermic in Furia's possession. No more hard breaching available for Furia. If you wanted to open up the house, single wall, or anything else, nothing else to fall back on.
I mean, Carter, it's an oldie but a goodie. Geisha window oversees that entire balcony, and the beauty of it as well is if you rappel from the bottom floor, right? You just get to see their rope dancing across that entire balcony, and you're just waiting, just hoping that their head gets exposed, and that's exactly what we see there. Ash will remove that for him and say, how do you do, sir? Round 8's looking the way of the red right now. Furia trying to find a way back into it. Herds is going to get tagged up as we're going to have a more aggressive angle taken up by Lobin, but W7M, they've done their homework and they've done the hard work here in round 8. They've been able to put Furia into bad timing and some big moments as of the offense.
I mean, they started just completely rotating to the Geisha side. Now they have to completely rotate back. Herds down from something. I don't even know what. Maybe dots or
Nitro.
Well, they'll pick him back up at least. It's not a 3v5. Dash hears that.
Oh
and all right. KZ trying to lurk, and Dash has stayed the entire round over on Geisha side. Both kills for W7M acquired by the Warden. Dodez removes JV92. Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Tactical timeout, if not coming this round. W7M get a flawless rotation. You know Igor will be trying to calm things down.
Yeah, speaking of my boy JC, I mean, Furia might have to start praying, man. This is not looking too hot. And really, it's just up to the efforts of W7M. They are constantly churning throughout this defense, and it's forcing Furia into these quizzical moments. Perfect example, Carter. restaurant stairs. I mean, we walk up the stairwell. Warden's just chilling in the EE1D, and he's like, "Hey, I bet you didn't know I was here." No, I actually didn't. Thank you for shooting me in the face with the MPX. It's just, it's so unlucky right now for Furia because they're able to find some areas where they have a semblance of what's going on. They're just not able to reach out and grasp it right now. We're seeing the drone work go in. They're doing the right things. They just can't deliver.
No, unfortunately, they cannot. They're trying to go for these plays that we always associate with Furia, and W7M are ready for it. They anticipate a backstab on the opposite side of the map, and Dash clearly aware of it. Whether somebody was coming from Black Stairs door or coming from the main stairs itself, Dash is like, all right, somebody's probably going to try to hit the back. I'll be ready for it. Looking for the flawless rotation. Their third side also, Barbecue. This was the first round Furia dropped on their defensive side. The W7M were able to eke a win off. Now, as they roam around the map, Loban looking to get aggressive again. Dokkaebi around the corner. Loban, gotta be a little careful, especially with a drone on him.
Yeah. Those ones around the corner. That's the thing about Loban. When he starts to feel himself, dangerous man. Probably danger towards himself as well, honestly. As you can see, he's playing it down to the limit, isn't he, Carter? How's your heart?
Heart's not doing great, though. Love that camaraderie from Dota as one Kiva barrier covered the breach, and Loban does get back safely.
Yeah, he makes it out alive, and that's the key factor here. Delaying things out for Furia because, you know, the big thing is now, Carter, they have to check every corner. See the drones? That's why this is happening. They don't exactly know where this player's positioned himself, and you have to give that respect because if you don't, that's when you get punished.
I mean, it's a fact that KZ is well aware of after dying to Dash in the previous round, so Loban as well. Those two facts causing a lot of concern. Ooh, a little bit of an advantageous angle for JV92. Oh, a little bit of an advantageous peek for Dash. Dog walking KZ these past couple rounds, owning the Geisha window as well, taking fights aggressively outside of this position. What a Valk camera to watch Herds. I can't think of a better player to try and find. Having intel on this guy who is going to try to lurk and drum and catch you off guard. What a great Z-ping. And the pre-fire doesn't work! Oh, they had the information and then some. Oh, but he's trapped! He can't get out until the last second. I thought he was dead, in all honesty. 2 HP, that is a steal.
Well, you might as well say that he is, honestly. What fight are you going to take at 2 HP? Hopefully a confident one, since you're looking to really just land that first bullet. But that's what we've seen out of W7M so far. Confidence. They've been finding these key moments, especially from what we've seen out of Dash here inside of Geisha. He's had 2 big moments, so far from this position. Looking to make another as the Ashe is trying to work her way inside, but this should just be a pretty straightforward affair. But no! Dash! He might have just given up the goods! Hertz is on 2 HP! He's accomplishing so much! This is not the way this round should have went, but I mean, the future's now, old man, I guess, as Furia is making the most out of a dire situation.
Herds does finally find that timing, even as they were so aware. Dodes is kicking himself that he wasn't able to get that engagement onto Herds right now. Loban going for the flank. He rotated back early, rotated off, and now this might be what undoes Furia. The Dokkaebi not aware drum. The Valkyrie makes the cross, creeping further and further up to Geisha. There's one. Another on this top floor as Dots gets it down below. They tag on for the 2v4. A flawless rotation. And even when Herds showed up, night, tactical timeout time.
Carter, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Pressure makes diamonds. Either that or you crumple. And W7M, they've had a lot of pressure on their shoulders, not only through this stage in these playoffs, but through last stage as well. It's been this entire year. Everyone, including themselves, have been expecting so much out of this roster. And it takes times like this to really show you where all that hard work and diligence has went. And Furia, they find a terrible oddity here as W7M, they're making the most out of this playoff run for the first time with this roster. You got to be happy for them as they are making mincemeat out of this Furia team, even inside of a 2v4 where Furia have practically the keys to the castle. The only thing that they are not ready for is 2 absolute demons taking control of the dying moments of this kitchen defense, and W7M pull the lead in a picturesque 3-round run.
And I think the difference maker right now that we're seeing for W7M on this defensive half, everybody's showing up. Dash, going into the playoffs, had a .76 in Stage 2. .76. And don't get me wrong, he didn't exactly do great on the previous map, but highest rated right now. He's having a good game. But Dots, 3 and 6 going into that round, and what 2 frags does he get? Half of the work alongside Lobin to win that 2v4. To take the lead against Furia as they mounted the most convincing attack we've seen from them this half so far. They have to take the tactical timeout as W7M take that lead. We go back to T and Karaoke, the primary site. You can prep for it. You know W7M are going to pick it. But that is a rough site to get back on as you're trying to stop match point from happening.
I'm getting nervous for Furia. I mean, I can't even think of the angst that is potentially on their minds. Probably something that they're not even trying to think about at this moment in time is what the future of Skyscraper holds. Is taken on a round-to-round basis. Mind of a quarterback, Carter. You throw a pick, you still got to get out there and play the game at the end of the day. It's the same thing for Furia here. That round might have been theirs, but they have to get into round 10. No pausing this train, not for either side, as Norris as well as Igor will look on with bated breath. Both of them hoping, praying that their respective squads have something left in the tank to pull them across the line. For Furia, extending the series, extending their hopes and dreams for Montreal to be something that they're able to garner here today. And for W7M, looking to shut things down on Skyscraper and take that away, dash the hopes of Furia as they'll force them into the LCQ.
It'll be this roam they'll try to clear, but Herds is powering up when Furia need him most. He's got that first pick, but Dash on the run out. Bellapox tries to trade, but all he gets is the 3v3. But JV92, ever clinical, ever important, but Lobin remains. Dots 2, the dynamic duo that delivered this lead to W7M, have put Nade in an untenable, unthinkable position where he's forced to sit outside the terrace double window and drone. And he's checked the opposite side of the map, but he hasn't checked close. He needs to find Dots. This is a 1v1. Lobin a bit too far away, but he goes to Geisha instead. Breaks the double window, and Lobin gets aggressive off it. Nade getting nervous. Going back to the window he wanted to jump in the first place. He checks the frost mat, dodges the C4. But your luck is going to run out eventually as W7M play this exactly as they should. Shotgun around the corner. He could be on more HP, and it would be a kill for Dots. 4 rounds in a row. 1 round away from W7M's first major of the year.
Absolute insanity out of W7M. These defenses are looking so dastardly right now, Carter, and that was an exemplary moment in time for them. Furia, they threw everything except the kitchen sink at them, and I mean, you might as well qualify that too, right? And W7M, they still come out of that dust storm as the victors. A 2v1, and the last remaining Furia member still on rappel outside. He has to try and make the most out of a scenario that's already been so diminished. W7M, more than anything on the line right now, their hopes and dreams, everything they've worked for this entire year boils down into a single round. I mean, absolutely everything, man. Every scrim, absolutely everything that they've worked on. The trials and tribulations of 2024 come down to 1 round on Skyscraper, 1 round to put you in, major qualification.
Yeah, LCQ might still be another shot, but with E1 looking good, NIP even having some good moments, Furia have looked weak. We said earlier, Furia on choke watch, and really when you think about it, are they? 5th place coming into groups. They did demolish E1, but that was a close loss to Liquid, but a loss nonetheless. They won regulation on both maps, and W7M have looked like the better team. Unequivocally. They've had problems. They haven't been playing perfect, but they have just simply looked better. And now on Exhibition and Office, this round was a very, very dominant loss for Furia when they tried to attack it previously, but W7M, the ego is getting a little strong.
Yep. I want to try and solve this as quickly as possible. I can't exactly blame them. This is something that both of these You know, teams speak the language of violence. They want to be able to get in the face of their opponent. For Furia, it might be their last chance here. They need this to go off without a hitch. They really need a positive opener here because, again, I'm sure the angst is through the roof. Now, they've been here before. This is a hammer lifting squad. And that last map of said hammer lift was absolutely insane. I don't know if you can put more pressure on a squad and still have them come out victorious. We're going to see if they're able to recreate the wheel here, but no. For W7M, Loban will strike first.
That gets the 4v5. Might have taken a lot of HP. You can see W7M react off the back of that. Look at that. They just rotate back. They don't care. Furia have filled this space, and W7M are fine with it. They've got the 5v4. They're playing aggressive, but they are not overextending whatsoever. There's still tools that Furia have. Flashbang being prepped by Nade, but we're still taking time to drone. We got a minute 10 seconds, guys. We might be shaking. We don't need to push just yet. Selmas and flashbangs will go out behind the mirror window. A long angle held by Volps that he will dodge, playing anti-flash so effectively. The Selma destroys. He backs off. Dash close on the corner, though. He's been so good this entire series. Sitting behind, JV92 spots the lurking player, but W7M's trades still working out. Oh, look at that angle. What the hell is that? All the way on the opposite side? Dot sends a C4, but Sam, this is getting close to the wire.
Oh, man. I'm sweating bullets right now, Carter. I've been holding my breath for what feels like ages.
Oh?
Some TCSG shots out. JV is still down, and oh, what a shot from Dash, but KZ responds. 18 seconds remaining. Furia, don't keep me waiting.
He's reviving him.
JV92 is getting up. He's got a call in his pocket. Is he going to try and use this? He's not. They just got to try and go for these fights. But you can see W7M, they're so very aware of this, especially for Volps. It's down to the 1 versus 1, and Nitro sell out, and that's it. W7M, the playoffs that have escaped them so many times. They finally get it done. You can see it on the face of the crowd. You can see it on the faces of these players. Look at Norris. He can't believe it. All of the work, everything from this entire year, the amount of times that these big wins have escaped them, Carter. It finally happens. Congratulations to the Bulls. Congratulations to W7M and this amazing roster on this huge win up against our SI champions.
And I mean, the SI champions now going to the LCQ for the first time in Blast Rainbow Six.
Oh, man.
They are having to fight on the back foot to qualify. W7M so happy to make that. And the ironic thing is, it wasn't a hard-fought victory. They were the better team. They 7-3'd, 7-4'd on their opponent's pick and theirs. They deserved it. They got the 2-0. This was a W7M match through and through. What else can you say?
Yeah, it was a team effort. They showed up across the board, and that was something that we were really concerned with when it came to their playoff chances, because once again, it was just something that was constantly a big thorn in their side, and you could see the relief on their faces, just the pure joy. And man, I almost started tearing up their links. I mean, it means so much to these players and just all the effort that they've been putting in and day out, and you can see it finally paying off inside of the server. Congratulations once again to W7M, but that does lead us down to what the hell is going to happen in Brazil LCQ, because now you have not just a shark, but potentially one of the biggest sharks in all of Brazil trying to battle for a spot at the major, and let alone that, if they make it, Lynx, they're going to have to play in play-ins.
Yeah, they're gonna have to play in play-ins. They have not been in Phase 1 since Copenhagen, where, to be fair, they qualified through playoffs, but that was when the third place spot they're playing in today only sent you to Phase 1. So it'd be the first time they've had to do that in a good while. First time they've had to go through an LCQ ever, and it started off so good. They had this defensive half. They got the 4-2 that can be okay for the defense, not great, but it's the bare minimum. And those attacks just were not there. 5 defenses in a row for W7M. And all of these moments were not enough. And it wasn't even the 1v1 for Felipox that mattered in Barbecue that we'll see in a bit. It wasn't the multi-frags, the 5 multi-frags that Furia were able to get this series on attack and defense. It really was, shockingly, W7M just really were the better team.
Yeah, and shockingly, exactly that as well, because Furia, you know, I think there is one thing that we can most definitely say. When you are the king of the entire year, when you are that hammer lifter, you are the standard for everybody. You are going to be the one that is picked to pieces on strategy and the way that things, you know, work whenever a team is playing up against you. And I think that that's been somewhat of a punishing factor here for Furia throughout the remainder of this year. W7M, though, this time, they won't shy away from the fact that Furia is the hammer lifters. In fact, they'll put it on full display how to dissect this squad, and it's with equal and matched aggression. W7M consistently finding these moments to liquidate Furia and able to take away a lot of important rounds. I mean, it was practically on full display there on Skyscraper.
And then what an end to this as well. I mean, obviously Nade stuck in round 10, but as we get to that final round, what a close affair too. I mean, Dash, obviously big pickup right here, but for me, the thing I want to see the most is Volps winning that final 1v1, holding on for dear life in Samurai, and then just throws a C4 around the corner. I mean, those 2 kills right there, of course, but just throws a C4 around the corner, and KZ's fate is sealed right there as he's detonated. Insane stuff. Also, obviously, not as familiar with the faces, but Loban's parents apparently were in the arena watching that victory, watching that qualification happen. So if you thought all of that joy after the victory was not enough, well, there you go. Surely even the most heartless amongst us can have our hearts touched by that.
Yeah, a little tear-jerking moment there, and I mean, how can't you be happy for W7M, man? Again, this has been a very turbulent year for them. They've had a lot of high highs and some just groveling lows, my friend. And, you know, you can be nothing but happy for them and for them finally getting something off of all of their efforts for 2024.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. And of course, that's the Brazil League. I mean, we got the LCQ. Obviously, you and I are working literally the entirety of that in a couple weeks from now. But that's it. Our number 1 team, FaZe, our 3 from playoffs are FaZe, Liquid, and W7M. But we got to cast the world champs at a very uncomfortable position, Sam. I do believe we have the interview ready. I don't know who it is with. It's a pleasant surprise for me to see who Jonah and Ann will be talking to.
Thanks, Lynx. Thanks, Stokes, man. What a way to end the stage, Ann. I mean, incredible finish from W7M, and they're able to push it across the line.
Yeah, even that last round gave me some goosebumps as well. It cannot be more poetic than Volps winning out the 1v1. We talked about a lot of poetic things going into this and how Volps was the top performer, having formerly been with the Furia players. Now, this is a way to end it, and it's so well deserved for them.
So well deserved, and we will welcome in Loban now as we are ready to go for this interview. Loban, it is always so good to talk with you. Parabéns on this incredible victory for you. But tell me, what does this mean, not only to qualify for the major, but to do it in such a way against the world champions with your parents watching from the crowd?
It was one of the best feelings ever. I think we've been struggling with qualifying to the major a lot of times. But we knew that we've been putting a lot of work to everything. It's not just because of a fluke that we are the top 2 in the regular phase, and then we go to top 2 again, even better than the last stage. Yesterday, I think was just one of those bad days in phase, like they showed today against Liquid. They are in a really, really good position, so it wasn't something that was like, oh, guys, we lost a chance, you know. So we got here to against Furia. We are pretty confident against them in everything in terms of the maps, the BAMs, and their play style is one that we love to play against. And yeah, I think it's the best thing for having my father, my mother here just watching me, and it's the energy that I think anyone like dreams to have, you know. So I'm very, very happy.
Beautiful.
That's awesome to hear. Parabéns, this is a very well-deserved spot at the major for you. Super excited to see you there. You said there was a lot of confidence today. That was definitely visible on the second half of Skyscraper. You were feeling yourself. At what point do you feel that the team knew, okay, we can win this and we're probably going to win this?
I think it was probably because of the clubhouse, because it's a map that we just put on our maps that we choose, and it's one of the maps that Furia play the most. And to get to their map, it's their peak, and then we get like a 7-3 that it feels like we were better in every aspect against them. It's like, guys, we did our job in their map. Imagine in your map. Like last time it was a 7-1 in the Cup of Brazil against them. We were so confident to play Skyscraper, so it was just like, hey guys, just play your game. Let's not put any type of pressure on ourselves. And I think we did put a lot of pressure on ourselves. Yesterday we got frustrated from like the 5v3s that we lost. And this time we were like, guys, just play. Just play, is our map, let's just do it.
Well, it definitely showed that it was successful for you today. I imagine you must be going to the major with a lot of confidence as well. And I'm curious, looking forward to playing against. I think I might know what team it is. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Sorry, could you repeat? There was a lot of screaming here.
Understandable. It's all okay. You're going to the major, and there are international opponents that you'll be playing against. I was curious, which one are you looking forward to most? I think I might know which one it is. Is there anything you want to say?
Yeah, I think you guys know. It's BDS. You know, if we faced them 2 times, it was like really their side. So I want to show a really good match next time with us being like we're prepared and we're mature.
Incredible, Loban. Anything else you want to say before we say goodbye to you and see you in Montreal?
Yes, I want to thank everybody for the message, for the cheering. Like I always say, there's always any NA fans, EU fans talking to me, so I thank you guys. I want to say that the W7 skin is out in the store, and of course, Stokes. You have the first round of drinks, I have the second. We're gonna see you there, bro.
Amazing, Loban. Thank you so much, man. We'll see you there. All right, so long, man. Incredible, and such a powerful win. You saw the excitement, you saw the emotion, and this means so much for these players to be able to fight at another international event, to do it in front of the crowd, in front of their family, and to do it against the world champions. I mean, we heard it from Loban himself. Really a truly special moment.
It was so wholesome. I love that interview. It was such a true feeling of what happiness is to these players after qualifying to such a big event for them. And we talked about revenge, right? It being a big theme today, whether Fury could get it or not. But I think even for W7M, there is that core of revenge for themselves, given they did not qualify to the Manchester Major. But now this time around, they do beat Furia in the qualification match, which last time around they lost. They get their revenge for themselves and punch their ticket.
Well, as we said, W7M qualifying in that 3rd place matchup in our playoff bracket. With that is all finalized. If you joined us just for this match, you missed a pretty good matchup between FaZe and Liquid earlier. They faced off in the grand final. However, both teams have made their way to the Montreal Major. Not going to have an issue there. Furia, as you can see in that major qualification matchup, have officially qualified and will be heading there in just a few weeks' time. So fast approaching, but so good for these teams, riding that momentum, coming off a very good performance from all 3 of the current Brazil representation.
Yeah, I mean, we know Brazil is an extremely strong region internationally when it comes to Siege. I mean, it's not... They have their reigning world champions, right? So it definitely shows. And then to think that the reigning world champions, that roster, might not even be at the major, and still we're seeing so much quality come out of this region. A lot of confidence as well, which is what I love to see from all of these teams who are playing today. It was FaZe showing up with a lot of confidence, Liquid in moments too. But like we said, W7M, I mean, these players being able to come back from 2v4s, going for risky flanks to retake top 4 control, it just shows they were feeling themselves today, and it's why it's so deserved they're making it.
Well, your stats, of course, for this best of 3 W7M, closing it out in just 2 maps, and in part, I would say large part, due to their performance on Clubhouse. We also heard this from Loban just a few minutes ago in the interview. He said how important that was for the team and how confident they were going into Skyscraper after taking a victory on Furia's map pick.
And they were doing just what they were told or should be doing here. And look at the entry stats for Hertz. They were shutting him down. Him going negative on entry is not something you want for Furia, but that was something that W7M were doing successfully today. I think on Skyscraper, I noticed as well that they did their homework very well. They knew where Furia was coming from. They were able to peek them off guard. I mean, a player in the Geisha window, when you're rippling up there, they know you're going to be pulling up there. They did their homework. They study what you're going to be doing. And that was something that W7M excelled in today.
I mean, you look across this team, you see how strong they were as a unit, but of course, the man at the top is Volps. As always, and the MVP that we like to highlight, the best player in Brazil at the moment, and well, he'll be riding that high alongside some of this rest of the talent here in this team, as well as in FaZe and Liquid, all the way to the major. But you saw his performance across these two maps here, and it was impressive to say the least. He was strong with the entry, he was strong with the KD, and despite thinking that this can't happen every single map, Volps just never fails to really just pull out all the stops.
I'm really happy we're seeing him shine throughout this entire stage, really. I think he might even be able to claim back that top EPS or top score he had at the beginning of the day, which was briefly taken over by Paulo earlier. But I mean, from the start to the end, with him getting the very final kill to secure his team that major ticket, it's just like we said, it cannot be more wet. Such a well-deserved MVP, and that's definitely something he's been getting a lot so far at this stage.
Yeah, it really has been an impressive run for this entire team. And man, it's crazy to say that we sit on the other side of the playoffs with 3 of our 4 teams finalized from Brazil. That 4th team, of course, we've said it a few times, but for those of you maybe unaware with the format, the last chance qualifiers still exist. And for one team, an opportunity remains to make it to the major. They won't get to play in that second phase. They will have to go through the first open play phase of the major, and that will be a little more difficult, but it is still a place in the major for one of these teams. And as we've talked a lot about, Furia, a tough loss to take, the former world champions, but still a chance to make it to the major if they can.
Oh, but it is tough. I just had a quick peek at the tier 1 teams that are already confirmed to be heading into the LCQ. We got Furia, we got E1, and we got Ninjas in Pajamas. No slouches, either of these teams having shown that they can definitely perform throughout the stage. So it is going to be absolutely difficult, and there's only one spot up for grabs.
Well, that competition will be happening in just a few weeks' time. I believe the first day, October 17th, we'll have 4 days back to back to back to back with LCQ action, all coming to you live right here. But that is Brazil for the stage. Almost a little sad to say goodbye to what has been an incredible competition in this closed league so far. But you gotta know that Brazil is not done yet. Watch out for this region because they are going to be pulling out all the stops at the major. For all of you who've been dedicated watching this stream for the past few weeks, we want to thank you so much because this would not be possible without you, the crew back in Brazil making this possible. Andre, who's been critical, coordinating this entire thing. I want to thank him so much, as well as all of the talent, all of the casters who've been popping in from time to time on this broadcast, as well as so many others. Today we had Lynx and Stokes, we've seen Jesse, we've seen Intero, we've seen Ace, we've seen Dez, everyone coming in to make this region so special. So we want to thank you all so much for watching. If you want some more playoff action, the NA League, just in 2 hours time, we'll be right back here on this very channel. But for now, we say goodbye from Brazil. So long, everyone.